Keep choosing McToon to spoon me the ammo. T jumps sending signals to the moon with a candle. Any Helios you want some, I'd be happy to have it. I'll even put away the knife and accidentally stab you. You see, there's nothing any of them ever could say to make me look any worse than when I look at my face. In the abandoned mansion that I happen to stab in, grabbing a napkin that just so happened to be infected with a selected mix of corona. Simon Dan went in the trash can to get his diploma. Stopped at the hospital to chop it up with Craig in a coma. Maddie gave Stephen Hawkins head in a boner. Oh no, there he goes. He don't know when to stop. Like when he gets blurted by degenerate cops. Insensitive, my rhymes are demented in thought. But since a kid, I've been told the Earth's a globe when it's not. Globe birth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. Too much. Ha 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 ha. Too much. I slap too many people. And when I'm done flat smacking, ain't gonna be no sequel. Too much. Ha 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 ha.
And every child I've ever met would disagree with that assessment. And none of them think the Earth is flat or have ever thought the Earth is flat. So where do you get that assumption from?
No, Craig. If you're hanging out with McToon, I have no doubt that you come in contact with a lot of kids. I'm just saying, though. Keep the halo over the head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's gone. What a waste of space, eh? I do think that he is a genuine flat earther. But at the same time, I think that he thinks he's hilarious, which is really hilarious when people that think they're hilarious really aren't hilarious. Because he isn't hilarious. He's exactly the fucking opposite.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake-ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
Just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, 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 shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm fucking token. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog disc, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, to go deep. Black the clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs in a book. Nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. Replay it, let me hear it, let me hear it.
globes are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
I don't know how I hadn't already heard that one. That was dope.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is another brick in the wall. Play it at high volume if you still have any balls at all. The stupid kids all got on masks. The stupid kids all got on masks. Yeah, they do. Remembering the days when we used to see them laugh. Gotta throw away the stupid masks. Throw 'em in the trash, baby. The stupid kids all got the jab. Ow! The stupid kids all got the jab. Yeah, they did. They got their papers to enter through the door. And every day Madonna brings them more and more and more. On the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And if the jab breaks open with nanofibers too, and if they soon come with the pill, and you know they will, and if your mask breaks open while you're all on Zoom, I'll see you on the upside of the moon. 1, 2, 3, here we go. The loom of Ferris is in my hand. The loom of Ferris is in my hand. Straight from the lab, it came from the stab. You rearrange my DNA, yeah you do. You shock my core, but it was all free. There's Pfizer in my head, but it's not me, no sir. 1, 2, 3. And if the jab hurts like thunder in your ear, you shout, but no one seems to care. Whoa. And if the bandwidth starts playing on your Zoom, I'll see you on the upside of the moon. Yes, I will. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got so much to say. Yes, he does. But I fear I may get in the way. Yes, I will. So at the very least, I give you this here song to play for free. So until next time, have an AstraZeneca day. That concludes our show. You may go home now if your doctor will allow it. Oh, and ladies, don't forget your waters. I'm a one-man show. Peace. The show's over. What are you still doing here? Put your masks on and exit in a single file line. I'm losing my mind. I'm out.
Fuck yeah, brother. Sing that shit.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination, it's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation, the vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation, all sight has limitation, perspective is our vision, we see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, a superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition. Regardless of the optics and previous conviction, that's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Nicely done, Drace. Love that one. The first time I heard it. It's dope!
Drace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass-on-mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
But a ball that you never saw.
It's a non-stop masturbation.
Take the motherfucking jacket right off the
So
wall.
funny.
Talking about a fucking ball that you never saw.
Hell yeah. And the, what did he say? He said, creating the need for special education. Hell yeah. So good.
Me at all.
You're going to fall for the ball. There's no curvature at all. Dude, that was awesome, Drace. Had I heard that one before? Well, I ain't even know.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. To try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Medication, you can stop thinking.
ODD TV. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring, and soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware, and if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired, but we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Black.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Show me a live stream of the Earth spinning round with the buildings upside
here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We the sheeple, hear no, see no, and speak no evil. We get lied to so much, it seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god, you must obey and consume. Always practice conformity, stay within the majority. Never think for yourself and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death. Because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening. Never sleep again.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to pervade. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness, plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away, every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action, what are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity, this we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston, to give me the scoop. Waking the world up, dispensing the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I want to help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
That was a good one. Hell yeah. By the way, any Globers in the YouTube chat, come on in. Let's talk. Talk about it. It can't be that you like typing everything out into 200 character or less responses. Come on. Y'all aren't that much of masochists, are ya?
Come on, what are you guys doing?
That's right.
Typing. Come on. Please. You know?
Much easier to have a conversation with voices instead of fingers. But who am I? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these people love typing.
Nah, man. Come get your. Let's say your voice. Come and defend your heliocentric model for those in the chat room on the live stream. They want to hear you. Defend it.
Yeah, I would say that the audience is getting pretty anxious for even one shred of globe evidence at this point. Pretty anxious.
Yeah. Say it ain't so, Bo.
Say it ain't so. Come on, Bendy Light. We talk about you so much. At this point, you literally have no excuse not to get in here. Do you know how many times we've said that we would unban you, not ban you, and let you speak? What would we be if we went back on our words? Well, we'd be Globers, is what we would be. But anyway.
Hypocritical Globers. Let's get it right here.
Well, saying hypocritical Glober is redundant.
Okay. I just like to whip it.
Yeah, that's fine though. It's good. It's good.
Hey, Glasslobe.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I just want to say thanks for giving me shout outs and what up, Jen? Much love to both you guys.
Hey, nice one, my bro. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Okay.
I'm just trying to flatten the curve, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, know what you mean, man.
I can't wait to hear you guys.
Easy for us to do.
I can't wait to hear you guys shred these guys up once they come on the channel. So I'm gonna mute myself and listen.
Okay, man, that's fine. Yeah, let's hope they come on. You know, we're laying down the red carpet treatment. We're going to give you the red carpet treatment tonight.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The red carpet treatment. You are part of the royal families tonight, Globers. You guys are the most important people in the room. Are Globers. Okay, we can't wait to talk to you. Can't wait.
Yeah. We're going to ease you down into the flat of reality. Yeah, how about that? Just ooze in like a hot herbal bath where you relax and all that toxic heliocentric crap leaves you and you're invigorated with the flat earth truth.
That's right. You know, the black goo that everybody thinks is being injected into them right now, that's not what it is. The black goo's already in you and it's globe belief. Excise that that black goo, that globe goo from your life. You know, it's liberating.
Yeah. That's one of our best invites, that is, I think.
Yeah, but they're not going to come in because it's not a globe. But put yourself in their shoes. It'd be so frightening to actually try to defend something that doesn't exist. No way. No way.
I do. I do. I put myself in their shoes every day and I cringe. And I say, I'm glad I'm not a Glober.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I start to put myself in their shoes and I already start to smell from the armpits and the genitals right away. Right away.
There you go. Exactly. You don't quite feel like yourself.
Yep.
Oh, I am aching from a workout that I did on Saturday. Okay, and then Sunday I did a circuit training on Saturday. Sunday I did a 6-mile run, and this morning 3 miles. I am aching, man. Fuck. You know, yeah. Every movement is like pain. I can't even stretch. But love it. It means I know I'm alive now, man. I put my body through it. Those pains I used to feel back in the 20s, in my 20s and 30s, yeah, I'm still feeling them. You know when you do those good workouts, you know?
Yeah.
That's going to leave you playing basketball for like 5 hours. That kind of workout, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if you do the right kind of workout, excuse me, and I catch myself doing it sometimes too. I'll do a workout, especially some moves I haven't done in a while, and then 3 days later I'll be like, holy shit. Okay, and it's called DOMS, DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness, and yeah, especially if it's like musculoskeletal, it can be 2, 3, 4 days before it even starts to like truly heal, and then it'll hurt.
Yeah, I'm going through that now. I'm thinking, oh, nice. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a rest today, and then tomorrow, and then what are we? Thursday I'm gonna kick it back in again. Yeah, but I went cycling as well. So I'm gonna do the cycling because that's good. That's relaxing. The cycling, you know, you can still get a little sweat up, and you know, keep the blood flowing through nicely and cleaning up your arteries. So that's fine. And then pick up from Thursday, a bit more muscular exertion. But I do all this stuff so that I can actually compete with my kid who plays football and the other one who plays basketball. So yeah.
Nice.
I used to play football for 2 teams here in Japan, right? The reason I stopped was because the kids were growing up and they were needing my attention more and more. I used to bring them to the football games, but they used to come and run around all on the pitch, game whistle, prop, 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 you know. So I said, yeah, I can see that, you know, they want to play, don't they? Daddy's playing, they want to play. So I had to stop for that, you know, for a while. But I was really enjoying that. The only thing I didn't enjoy was their smoking. Heavy smokers. Oh, the team. Fuck. Saturday morning, they're coughing before we begun. I'm thinking, oh, here we go. We're losing before we've started, are we?
Yeah. Hang on a sec. I'm sorry. I'm taking care of a couple things here.
That's all right. But that was funny when you disappeared. I disappeared straight after him, man. Bang bang. You know, I couldn't get over myself with that. That was really a classic. So yeah, you know, I've got to just give it a break after that because I was offended, you was offended, so I thought I'll give it a break and then, you know, come back later. When I got back, you were already here. Well, oh, he's back already. Oh, that's cool. In his car, yeah. So yesterday I heard that line again. Level is curved. That was from Rumpus from England. Level is curved. Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard it. Rumpus said it, didn't he? He's
Yeah,
been
he
forced
did.
to say it.
Yeah. He seemed to think I didn't understand the heliocentric model. I said I understand it well, you know, and it's fakery. It's a non-reality, the thing, you know. And if I am indeed to believe this, then you must be upside down. I'm sorry, you're going to be upside down on that ball. There's no doubt. There's no getting away from it. Down is to the center of the curve of the center of the earth. What about the physicality of this ball? That's the geometry of it. That, you know, the curvedness of this spherical ball. You know, you've got to follow those contours. You can't say to somebody you're living on a ball, but you're going to experience a complete and leveled flight wherever you go on this ball. That's impossible. Wouldn't you say?
I think it's mad how, like, after all these years, Rumpus still doesn't understand perspective. None of them do. They don't
Yeah.
understand vanishing points or anything like that.
Yeah. You know what? No, they understand very well. These are paid. They are here to undermine, disrupt, topple over flat Earth. That's what they're here for. No one's that ignorant. No one's that ignorant. No one is. I mean, the man's doing diagrams on how to fool us. When you can do diagrams, and then we show them our diagrams of reality, and give them perfectly visible explanations with video, where you see the coin disappear bottom first, and you know that table's level. There's nothing else to dispute. It's clear
But
as
it's not
glass.
just them. Like, none of the Globers get it.
Yeah.
None of them get it. It's insane. Although they see it every day when they look down the street, but they still don't get it. Or when they look down the corridor or a hallway, but they still don't get it. Madness.
Yeah, I'm right along your side when you say on the streets, because for the last 6 years, that's what I've been doing. In fact, before that, I was playing with perspective, but I didn't know I was playing with perspective. Do you get my meaning? Even though I'd learned it in technical drawing, the vanishing point and things like that. But it's amused me all through my life to think the way that you don't see the object and then suddenly, there's the manhole cover. It's revealing itself now. There it is. Look at that. Isn't that funny? That a few yards back I couldn't see it, but there it is. So yeah, we do that every day, don't we? Every day. You're right.
Rumpus yesterday was basically saying that we could see forever on a flat surface. Is what he was trying to say.
Yeah, no, that's impossible. Yeah, that would be impossible. That's why they can't see Polaris from Australia, for example, because of the level of stuff. Is that not right? They can't see Polaris. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I've heard, that Australia and New Zealanders cannot see Polaris from where they are. The North Star, they can't see it.
Yeah, it disappears just like the flat object, just like on a flat table, like you said, the coin bottom up. The Polaris gets so far away, it starts to get closer and closer and closer to the globe.
Yeah.
Or to the floor, not the globe.
To the horizon, yeah, exactly.
And it's the same effect. It's just a lot further of a distance because the star is so high in the sky. It takes longer for the effect to actually take place where it actually disappears into the horizon.
Thank you.
It's the exact same thing as a coin disappearing bottom up on a table.
That is flat Earth, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, that is so much of a clue. Oh, wow, man, that's a crime. It's so much of a clue. I mean, it's great.
They blame that on cameras being out of focus, don't they?
Yeah. Please go and tell that to Nikon. Go and tell that to the technicians in Nikon, and tell me they won't give you a Mawashi Geri and then a Kokomi to the side of the jaw. Get out of here.
And to say if you're in a jet flying, like you were saying a few minutes ago, you're flying along and you're traveling at 500-600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You would not experience a flat and level flight. You can do the math on how much drop rate you would be covering every minute.
Yeah.
And it's
1 mile every 2 minutes. 1 mile, you've got to be nosing down 1 mile per every 2 minutes at 500 miles an hour.
Right. So if you think that you wouldn't notice that you would be nosing down to go down, drop in 2 miles in 2 minutes or whatever it is, that would be a massive amount of drop that you would have to be taking place. And you would actually notice your plane, your nose would be dipped. You would be going around the curve, going down, down, down.
Yeah.
You don't experience a flat. You would never experience a flat flight going around the globe. That's
they say they fly with the nose up to get over the curve.
That's
that's rubbish.
It's even more crazy, isn't it? They fly with the nose up and it just kind of like floats over.
Yeah, right. Well, that nose up is in order just to keep a level flight. That's what that's the necessary pitch that you've got to keep your plane at in order to stay at a level flight.
Right. So basically, they're shooting themselves in the foot again, because you still got to down if you're on the globe, regardless. You've
That's
got
right.
to know down. And that would be very annoying when you've just gone to the stewardess. Excuse me, darling. Yeah, can I have Jack Daniels and Coke, 1 ice cube, please? And then you get it, you put it down, and it's come within the minute. You put it down, and then you're on your iPad, and then suddenly it's nosing down, and your drink's gone down onto the next passenger in front of you. Oh shit! Fuck. Excuse me, can you get me another drink? I forgot about the 2-minute nosedive. Sorry about that. You'd have to hold on to your drink. You couldn't lay it on the table.
You guys, I have sprung a trap and it has worked.
Ooh, let's have a listen.
So all the asking and begging for globe evidence for the past couple weeks with my email address and everything, I did get a bite. And when I said I was working on a response, when I told this person that I'm working on a response and that I'll respond when I want to, because that's how life works, they started to complain. And then one of the Globers brought up, why don't you present it in the live stream? So we have one better, folks. Not only are we going to have posits for their evidence of a globe Earth, it's not just going to be a conversation where we start yelling over each other. No. They gave me what they truly think in the form of an email and multiple different talking points. I think there's 3 of them in there that we can sit and dissect live on air for weeks now.
Ooh, nice.
Yep.
Christmas has come very early.
It came very early, yeah. So, without further ado, I'm going to start I want to start maybe I'll put a Google Drive link with this stuff so people can get it all at once. I don't know how to... Well, stay tuned. Check the voice text for sure. I'll be posting stuff, but...
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, Moon, the character Moon, Moon in the YouTube voice text is going to be responsible for yet another globe evisceration.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Glober Moon. So stay tuned to the voice text, and I'll be giving updates anyway. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, let us know when you're posting.
I will. It'll be in the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. So to go back to the Polaris Australia thing, yeah, I mean, that's definite clear proof that because they're so far away from the centre of the Earth, the North Pole now, that they're not able to see this Polaris, and that is just 1,000% proof that we're living on a flat Earth. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
Absolutely hysterical. I mean, astounding.
Because when I heard that, you see, up until becoming a flat earther, I thought they would be able to see that. You see, myself at first, not really looking into it. So I assumed that they could see it. You see, and then when I thought about it, if they're on a globe, they wouldn't be able to see it anyway because they're down under. You can't see through the globe, so there's no way you're going to see it there. And then it made more sense as well on the flat earth as well, because there you are. You're so far across the pond, mate. You're not allowed. You're not on the list.
I think I got a good way to explain what you just said a minute ago, Glatt. You said astounding and then hysterical.
Before I said hysterical as a sarcastic remark, and then I said astounding.
I'm just going to tell you what the reality of it is. It's astoundingly hilarious.
Hysterical. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's marvelous. I actually can't believe they fell for this. Okay. They just sent me 3. It's more than 3 pieces of non-evidence for the globe. Okay. And it's got diagrams. This guy went all out. Okay. This is so much better than having someone come in and talk. Anyway, this is Kid in a Candy Store.
He's poured out his heart. My word.
It's not good. This is not good for the globe. I almost want everybody to be here. Quantum, Elijah, fucking everybody to see this. It's okay. We'll be destroying it for weeks, but I'm just saying wow. What a Christmas gift.
Multiple sessions, mate. Multiple sessions.
It's just going to be but listen, I don't want this to be the only thing my one email from the one Glober, because they'll call it a straw man, right? Even though I know every Glober will at least try to agree with this. Oh, that makes total sense, yeah. Why is that? Oh, because it proves a globe. How does it prove a globe? Well, because it says so right there. It says plumb lines aren't parallel, so that means it's a globe. So anyway, here.
A bunch of words, sir. You're just talking about a bunch of words, sir.
I'd like somebody to show me two plumb lines in reality that were not parallel. If they could show me that in reality, I would.
Apparently, there's this video. Look. Here's a video that they claim shows plumb lines aren't parallel, and it's
stupid. I mean, it's just stupid, man.
Is it just a drawing, or is it?
No, it's a video. Look at this guy. It's a true. It's a college try, is what we'll call this. Look at this.
Absurd, man. It's just absurd, man.
Well, and they expect us to go through every single one of these little pieces of data too. By the way, they expect us to do everything that they've done and then counter it with another experiment, which we will not do.
I mean, you can't trust these people to build you anything.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This isn't them performing. This is cool stories, right? This is third-hand information or worse. So this isn't empirical. What's the word? I'm giving them the time of day. I'm placating them. I'm giving them my attention. I guess I'm not sure what to call it. Okay. Anyway,
this is not how you set up a theodolite or a builder's level. That is not how it's done. This guy's an idiot with this tape measure coming off the center of the tripod, trying to get a measurement off the center of that glass on that lens. That's not how it's done. You set the lens up and the theodolite about 10 feet away from where you're going to shoot your grade. Then you put on that grade, you put what's called a story pole.
Yeah.
And then you take the elevation from there. You don't measure from down below and up and try to guess where the center of that lens is. You don't need to guess. You can get an exact shot using a story pole. Exact. This is fucking complete idiocy.
What up, guys? How y'all doing?
How you doing, bro? Welcome back.
Hey.
What's up?
That is not how it's done. What a fucking idiot.
Yes,
just one of the videos.
There's no precision. There's no precision there. You're guessing.
That's right.
Correct. He's guessing. It's a guesswork video. So hang on a sec. I got a lot more. Just pay attention to the voice text.
On the screen to show me vertical, which is actually the view angle. So that's something different type. Different type. There are 12 symptoms using.
Because I set up a datum for $100 million building, and I set up for all the elevations for every floor, everything. This is not how it's done.
Yeah, no, God Rocket, I'm glad you're here for this one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the stop sign. Okay.
All right, so I'm all set with from 401 to 402. Now I'm going to go up to 402.
Yeah, he's fucked that up, he has.
Okay, there's the second post and I think that it's still about the same quote unquote measurement, test, or experiment in question. And just right away, the amount over 180 degrees and the distance between the 2 points can be used to what? Calculate the radius of Earth, not measure it. Oh, shit. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
So, calculate. So, calculations aren't measurements, Globers, okay? We've been over that, but apparently it's not enough. I'll just keep saying it for you.
You're interested here on my results measuring from 401 to 402.
Well, I was going to do science while I was deer hunting through the scope.
How you doing, Denmark? How you doing? Hey,
How you
hey.
doing?
I was thinking about you today. I thought I haven't heard his voice for a while, and here you are now. That was only about 30 minutes ago, by the way, that I thought that.
That's all
30
it
minutes
takes.
ago, I thought that. Yeah, and then you're here.
Like Beetlejuice.
Brilliant.
You never aim from the center of it, from the top of a tripod to the top of another tripod. That has to be a level line, and the machine has its own leveling device on it, and you level the device, and then the line shoots out from there. And if it's on a hill like that, then you wouldn't even be able to hit the top of that other tripod. You would be, your sight would be hitting the hill that it's sitting on. This is complete idiocy.
Yeah, pay attention, YouTubers. You got people who actually do this stuff talking about it.
Yeah, I do it. I did it for a living for 40 years.
40 years experience. That's 40 more years experience than any of you have surveying land.
And I asked surveyors if they took the Earth's curvature into consideration when they're doing their surveying, whether they're going to do foundational work or building or motorways, and they said, they laughed. They said, no, why would I do that? They said.
When you get a set of blueprints, they'll give you an elevation either to the top of the foundation or the top of the footing. They give you an elevation that you start from, okay? And then you have to find out the elevation you're at. So you have to go out in the road and find a manhole cover or something, or it's in a rod driven in the back of a curb sometimes. And then the above sea level measurement will be written there on the manhole lid. And it'll show you right where to set your story pole, right where to set your measurement device.
Oh,
then
right. Is that so?
Yes, then you can shoot that thing and then figure out exactly how many inches you are above that manhole. Then you can add that to that elevation number. Then you'll know exactly how high your line of sight is, exactly how many inches above sea level, because you have out in the road on almost every so 100 feet, there'll be a manhole. It's generally a manhole that has an elevation written right on it above sea level. And then they'll tell you that the footing on this building needs to be X amount of feet above sea level. So what you do is you've got to find your sea level spot off this manhole cover. Then you've got to transfer it out into the field and find out exactly how many inches above or below that blueprint's calling for your footing to be. And whether it's going to be above that, it's generally going to be below the manhole because footings are in the ground. So you're going to have to, if you want to show the exact elevation height of a footing, first of all, you got to dig a hole deep enough to where you can put a stake down there and show the elevation where the top of the footing is going to be. Anyway, so this is complete. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Making a mockery.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll get worse too. This is just the top of the email. He sent me 2 emails. This person.
Yeah. This
like
reminds
big
me of
fucking. Well, let's see if this second one is as big as the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, this should easily give us weeks of material. I can't wait for QE to get a hold of it. See, here's the thing.
What you're telling me reminds me of. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. Seems like there was a little bit of a lag. I'm just saying, I promised people that I wouldn't be showing this to the public, that it would be between me and the person sending the information. But then I had everybody in the YouTube, all the Globers saying, no, post it in there. Let's talk about it. Yeah, that'd be great if we could, it's like, okay, never mind. let's all get in on this.
Yeah,
you're arguing my case for me. Thank you.
I know, man. It's like, yes, send me everything you have.
So what is he trying to prove?
Let's get as many surveyors as we can out here to verify what I'm telling you, how this works. Because I know I do this stuff for a living. I'm telling you, this is complete mockery. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not.
Numerical evidence. Numerical evidence is what they're calling all of this. Numerical evidence.
there's no evidence whatsoever there of any kind.
Wow. Numerical, guys. I didn't know numerical evidence was direct physical empirical evidence.
It can
Oh,
be.
there you go. There you
It's
go.
not.
That's it.
It
It's
can
not,
be
is
as
it?
long as you've got
Five evidence.
something.
No,
Three
it
evidence.
can't be. It's just numbers. It can't be. Numbers
Evidence
cannot
number
be
8.
reality. They are merely a concept. Thanks.
Mambo number 5.
You've got a number on a manhole, and the real surveyor has told you exactly how many feet and inches it is above sea level. That's going to be fairly accurate information.
I understand, but you'd have to demonstrate it personally. So I'd have to go and make sure that's empirical. Otherwise, I'm just trusting a cool story posted on a manhole.
I
Does
would
that make
say
sense?
the same thing. If a surveyor
It
said
makes
it
sense.
is accurate.
Well,
Not to say that I don't trust that the surveyor did their job really well. I'm sure they did. But for me to trust it, I have to be able to get my hands dirty with it.
Well, I built $100 million building using that number.
Well, there you go.
I don't think I would have done that if it wasn't.
And that's what I'm saying. I know, man. And I'm trying not to be offensive to anybody when I say I love you dearly, but unless I get my hands dirty with what you're saying, I can only say that I merely believe you at your word, and I can't confirm it's fact. You see what I'm saying?
That's fair enough to say. I mean, ain't no wrong with that.
I'm just trying to be so hyper-specific, and it's annoying. Trust me. I know it sucks to hear, like, well, I don't believe you, even though you spent 40 years doing this. Like, that's just how the science works. I can't believe that my mom has an apple in her hand right now unless I go to where she is and view her holding an apple.
True.
Right. Well, the stuff we're looking at here falls into that same criteria. It's worth nothing.
It's worth nothing. Right. But I love, see, the thing is, I love to point that out and make sure that the audience hears how there is still no globe evidence, no matter how hard they try.
I didn't even watch the whole video. It was just a bunch of numbers and shit. It's funny because I build house pads, and the surveyors come out and put the stakes down and give me the plot plan for the house, and I'm just looking at numbers. I'm not really paying attention to the numbers.
There's a whole lot of people that haven't been involved in surveying or laying out the elevations on a building. Most people just don't realize that all those elevations are all based off sea level measurements, and they put them in the roads when the engineers build roads. They put them there on purpose so that when the other construction comes along after the road gets put in, then now you can build buildings on each side of it, because along with the blueprint that you get from the architects and the engineers, there's going to be an elevation number on that blueprint that tells you exactly what elevation.
Yeah. Since day one, since the building get built. I mean, once it's built, you get the elevations. Before it's even built, I build house pads, and we work commercial. So, yeah, those same elevations. Anybody that come over to that building or that site is using the same elevations that I was using to build the house pad. But it is measured from sea level, and that's what, like you said, they're not getting that part.
Sea level. Why is the word level in it if it's not level? Whoops.
Well, to most people, it's really curved. It's level, but it's curved at the same time, though. You have to see it that way.
I can't.
Oh,
but
'cause there's
I understand that's what they think.
Yeah, there's 3 different terminologies for level.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which is ignorant. There should only be one.
There is only one. If they've said there's another one, they're liars.
Well, they're just say the outside of surfaces of shapes are level. If it's a sphere, they're trying to say it's level, but it's not level. Because the top of the sphere isn't at the same level as the bottom of the sphere nor the side. So it's not level at all. There's nothing level about it.
Right, but they give you this attitude like, I thought you knew that already. Like, you're supposed to know that.
Yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Well, I got to break it down to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's a no-brainer. That's why water just rolls off, because a spherical ball is not level anywhere. That is why the water just rolls off and accumulates at the bottom of the sphere there.
Right, that's exactly that's what non-level means.
Yeah. I can't believe that we've discovered this deception, and now we're going to. I'm relishing every moment that I debate this stuff. You know? Yeah.
It's fun. I mean,
it's
one day
like
everybody's gonna
kid in a candy store. Sorry, go.
No, it's fun. It's interesting, man. Like, everybody debated somebody, and everybody's gonna wake up eventually and think about that. Like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Not everybody's gonna wake up.
Oh yeah.
People are going to be shouting. People are going to be shouting flat Earth like it's a sunny day. It's a sunny day. It's a flat Earth on the sunny day on the flat Earth. That's what's going to be happening. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's a joyful experience while you got the Globers struggling to get through a day with such bad anxiety, knowing that it's flat, but still having to defend the globe because they want to still be in the cool kids club.
That's right. With the in crowd that's not so in these days.
Well, yeah, it's hip to be square, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's hip to be square. That's a great
Oh, yeah.
Being nice, Glad.
That?
Square. It's calling them squares being pretty nice.
Who's being nice?
I said you're being nice.
I'm being nice? Yeah, no, I know. That's okay. You got to kill them with kindness, okay? Every chance you get. Kill them with kindness.
Kindness. Yes. So true.
Because that's not illegal. He was so nice to me, I had a heart attack. I don't think that's illegal, ma'am. Yeah, so I'm done with the YouTube chat for tonight because I just want to keep talking about this email. I can keep going on the email now, or we can wait till later when there's more people. I don't know. I don't care.
Well, whatever, man. Like I said, you can do this on multiple occasions, really. Do it today, do it tomorrow, do it next week.
Yeah, but here's another problem is man, see, to truly rub this in their face, we would have to be out there with them and perform all of this, right? All of it, and then sit down and have some beers and talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just say, "Oh, Earth's flat because this is stupid information," or "Earth's a globe because this is stupid." Like, there's nothing we can really accomplish, even with a verbal back and forth, let alone a typed one. But
no, but I would love to be there with you because if we were there on site with them, they'd have no chance.
Yeah. Well, first they'd have to go get reconstructive surgery after the first time we met, and then the second time we can go out and do measurements and stuff. Yeah.
They wouldn't have a chance anyway.
Because we do have to get that little bit out of the way before.
We just don't know the first thing about it to be
anything else. Yes.
The ideal situation would be having some beer over a nice barbecue whilst we do that. That would be
exactly. That'd be so nice.
Yeah. Nice. So nice that would be.
I think he's talking about having a beer over reconstructive surgery after that day. On the dude's face. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, we have to leave them at least with the ability to see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they got to see their mistakes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll never learn.
Well, they're never going to learn anyway, but we can have a little fun in the process, can't we?
Oh, you might see.
And of course.
You might see one or two jump ship. There might be one or two of them jump ship immediately, instantly. Confess, I'm a paid shill. Sorry about that, you know.
All rough and tough until you have to look me in the eyes.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's just keep talking about the information.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that email up for tonight and just kind of post things and let people pick at it. And listen, by order of, everything that I post, please go through with a fine-tooth comb, Globers, especially Moon, who gave it to me. and make sure that I'm posting everything word for word from your emails. Okay, I want to make sure that it's completely perfect from what you sent to what the audience is seeing.
Yeah. No, there's no discrepancies.
Nope.
We don't do that.
I want it to be 100% honest to what you've sent.
Are we getting emails of glow proofs?
Yeah,
Finally?
dude, haven't you been here? Past
Man,
30 minutes we've been talking about it?
That's groundbreaking, man. We should have.
Dude, yeah.
Tell the
Here,
world.
I can post another thing. Let me get back in this email here.
Or I guess I'll have to say Globe now. We should tell the Globe.
Oh my God.
With all these proofs. No, I was down in the biblical chat hearing them.
Oh, okay.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, this has to be shown in reality. You can't just show this stupid little drawing he's got up here. That's not how it
Oh,
works.
I love when they do drawings. Where's the drawing?
Hold on. Yeah, well, it's in the voice text. Check the voice text. Let's see here.
613.
Gosh, there's just so many pictures that I'd have to post, which I don't mind.
Maybe you could just post them all in a different room, and we can just pop down and take a peek at them or something.
Something like that. Yeah, let me see. Okay, well, this is a much shorter one. This is his second source for apparent globe proof or curvature measurement. Excuse me. So check the voice text. This is shorter, and it's got one link. And I'll prepare the pictures from the other stuff. See how seriously we're taking this, Globers? You wouldn't be caught dead doing something like this. Globe is finished. Anyway.
This isn't the spherical excess stuff, is it?
I don't think this one is about that.
Whoever did this drawing has obviously never, ever used a builder's level or a theodolite in their entire life.
He hasn't used a precision tool in his life.
Oh, no, these were...
used for what he did. He totally assaulted and murdered the idea of precision. He murdered it.
Yeah, no offense, gentlemen, but you're talking to somebody in YouTube who's using the main surveyor video, Jesse Kozlowski's crap. We've been through this, Quantum's annihilated it, and there's actually someone in the voice text, in the live stream chat, that's asking about a query about flat Earth, guys. I think you've covered enough of someone else's problem for long enough right now. Could we maybe address the gentleman in chat that's asking about something? He's in the live stream, and he's a full skeptic.
Sure.
Thanks.
Prince B.
Thank
yeah,
you
that's
very
why
much.
I suggested put it down in like the learning curve or something.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can just pop in and out there as we please and talk about it as long as we'd like to.
Got it. Okay, I will do that. For now, yeah, let's talk to Prince B. You've been here for a minute. Prince? Oh. Prince isn't in here. Oh, there we go. Hi, Prince. Prince, do you want to speak vocally or do you want to just do the texting? No, you don't want to speak vocally. Okay. I'm going to read out loud your responses then so the audience has something to go on. So you asked about thoughts on shooting stars, and then you said angels, ? Personally, shooting stars, I have no idea what they are. Anybody else?
I've never recalled anybody ever telling me what a star was. I've heard a few guesses.
I'd ask, where do they shoot from? One direction or what?
I don't know. That's a pretty good question, but I can't answer
it. Could it be the powers that shouldn't be are making us think that shooting stars are a real thing, and it could be just one of their stupid little fireworks?
Shouldn't a shooting star fall from the right, the left, up, down, north, south, east, west, all around, every angle, every dag, every way?
You would think so.
Yeah.
Especially if there's no such thing as up or down. It's all relative, so we should
exactly. So which shooting stars come in again, Globers?
There we are. There you have it.
So
Yeah, why
explain
would
to us
stars be
what a
subjected to
star
the same
is.
down Earth is?
Explain to us how many angles a shooting star would have to come into on a sphere, Globers, and what that would look like. Can you draw us a diagram on what you would see in a cityscape if you saw shooting stars from every direction?
And do that from several different viewpoints on the globe, please.
Yeah.
That's what I always ask for, a little demonstration. I mean, I'll even take cartoons at this point for just this demonstration thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not that it's going to set, concrete, but, just so I can get an idea of what they think or something. I don't get it.
Right. I agree with that.
They never have to put any relevance or give any diagrams. They just say, oh, gravity, oh, turkeys, oh, leprechauns fart.
Oh, jeepers.
And if it is gravity making things go down to the surface of Earth, then why are all these shooting stars subjected to that same gravity when they're not on Earth?
Exactly.
Why are they going that direction? Why are they subject to the same up and down to Earth?
Why is orbit not a direction of gravity? Orbit's totally not touching the object at all.
Yep.
Orbit's the exact opposite of gravity, but yet gravity is supposed to be orbit. Come on, what the fuck? What about the word ricochet? Where does that come in effect for gravity? How about a bouncing ball that bounces away from an object that it hits?
Well, it's obvious. Sometimes gravity makes things stick to stuff, and sometimes it makes it orbit stuff.
It acts like there's a tether there for centrifugal force, but then that tether, even though it's invisible and not there, it somehow doesn't get tangled. It's easy to not get tangled because it's not there.
Let's play some tetherball.
Yeah, why doesn't gravity clothesline anybody?
Yeah. Clothesline Mercury or whatever. I've talked to that biodual guy before. Goodness.
If gravity was a real thing, your cup of liquid would never it would never deviate from what it did on the edge of a sphere. It would just stay that way every time. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't seek its level. It would be it. It would be that. Water wouldn't be able to not be level if gravity was a real fucking thing. Water would have to stick to, water would almost be like a solid liquid, gel.
Well, they're claiming that there's a curve and that it's going to the center and all that crap.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying anything you carried on the surface of this planet would never. What in first place that gravity made it to start its confirmation of fucking gravity bias in the first place. For it to be on this planet, it has to be under that gravity bias. It has to be under that shape and design and that fucking rigorous gravity effect. So no matter what you did with your bowl of cereal or your cup of water, it would always be under gravity from the day you woke up, from the day you went to sleep, from when you put it for it should always have that effect. And no matter where you took it, to the side of a building, to the top of a building, liquid should stay the same. It shouldn't find its level. It should already be that on a spherical ball. If everything's level on the outside of it, no matter what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying it would
So you
retain
should
that
be able
shape.
to go to pour your cup of water out and it won't pour out. It'll stay right the fuck there in your cup.
Why would it do that though? Under their
Because
paradigm?
gravity. Gravity would hold it towards the center of this planet. Why would it not?
It would have to appear as a solid.
Yeah, it would act like a salve. It would act like jelly.
Solid. It would have the appearance of a solid.
Yeah. Yes, it would have the appearance of a solid. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Like Jello. It would be like fucking Jello. It would hold its rigidity of what it is. It couldn't not if gravity was such a thing. I don't even. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it would be compacted and stay there. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's pulled towards the center of the fucking Earth. So at no point it's not.
Yeah. Why would there be waves? Or anything?
Exactly.
There'd be no
That's what
clouds.
I'm trying to say. Exactly. You got it.
Yeah, there'd be no waves. If it has the power to hold down trillions of gallons of water, trillions of tons of water,
me, cement, buildings,
there'd be
dirt,
no waves.
everything. Trees, wind, every fucking thing. It holds everything to the center of itself.
With that whole spell they casted with the proportional to the mass and all that shit, dude, that is some serious witchcraft right there.
All that means is none of it even makes any sense. It's not witchcraft at all. If you have a brain and I say, look, you're over there, you don't have no effect. You have your effect. I don't have no effect. I have my effect. I weigh 1,000 pounds. You weigh 1,000 pounds. You have an 1,000-pound effect. I have 1,000-pound effect. What the fuck are we doing at the end of the day? We're not doing anything because nothing ever changed to any aspect of anything we've ever had an effect of towards what we are. So nothing's pulling or pushing or doing or anything for my effect or yours because everything fucking stayed where it was. Because if something has proportional effectiveness because of its size or mass, it would stay right where the fuck where it's at, no matter what, and nothing would ever move. It would hold that balance of gravity. It would be stuck.
That's why I said the appearance of a solid. You're exactly right. That's why I said that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because if you were, no matter how strong you are, the more you push back, it's going to proportionally push down. So you're right. Nothing would move. Because it's proportional. Yeah, it's so silly.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous.
We literally have clouds, for God's sakes, and they're talking about shit is holding it. Craziness. Like, oh well, how do you tell? Oh, it's just equal to your weight. It's like, well, that's convenient. So it's unfalsifiable.
Have you ever heard of how much a cloud weighs if you were to extract the water from a cloud?
Yeah, I've heard. I have before years ago when I was a kid.
Well, you know, when I live by some mountains.
Tons. Clouds weigh tons.
Mountains, and when the clouds roll in, they roll up and they hit the mountains. And before they can go over the mountain, they got to lose some weight. It's called rain.
Yeah, it's amazing how much clouds weigh.
Yeah.
Yet they float in the sky.
Yeah.
Like
thousands of water up there.
it's insane the amount of water you can dump from really dense clouds.
Yep.
And they're just floating, right? Before they condense, right?
Yep. In order for the cloud
enough to flood a,
it has to release some weight. It has to lose some weight in the form of water.
And why doesn't it proportionally push the clouds down, however much they weigh?
Because it's not it's in the form of a gas. It's a steam. Has different. I guess it just acts differently.
Right, but like once it condenses down into rainwater and it comes down, you could flood a city with a big enough cloud, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's in the air.
Yep.
That's the beauty of it all.
Yeah, it condenses into mist, and once the mist collects into a drop, it falls.
Right. That was my initial question: is how much does a cloud weigh? It's insane because I think 1 gallon of water weighs 7 pounds.
Yeah,
8 pounds, I think.
Almost 8 pounds, but yeah, you're close.
Yeah, 7, 8 pounds, something like that. Imagine what you look at a cloud in the sky that's gonna rain on you. thousands of pounds just floating in the air. How insane is that?
Hundreds of thousands.
That's
We're talking
because
about
weight.
gravity, right?
That's
Let's
because
look
weight
at the
is.
gravity of the situation. Yeah.
That's just because weight is a measure of something in air that is less or more dense than the air itself. That's just what weight is. It's just a human concept. It's not an inherent thing in anything. And so water vapor is less dense than normal air, so it rises. So that's why it's up there.
Why does it stop
Yeah, I
there?
understand that.
Oh, it's because of temperature. At that, as you get higher and higher, it gets colder and colder, and so the colder it is, the easier it is for the gas to condense back into liquid. So that recondenses the cloud and makes it fall.
8.34 pounds is what a gallon of water weighs.
It's kind of like how you can condense liquid oxygen from the air just using liquid nitrogen. Because it's so cold, it will condense liquid oxygen out of the air.
I'm almost embarrassed to admit how I learned all of these, like the weight of a gallon of water and stuff. I'm not going to say how I learned it or why I learned it, but believe me, it's not a.
No, pictures or it didn't happen.
Yeah,
I was kidding.
It had to do with chemistry. Let's just put it that way.
Yep, gotcha. Roger that.
I think it's also we have a vapor pressure gradient and a humidity gradient. So the water is suspended in the air more at the ground level and then getting less and less as it goes up and as it gets condensed out of the air in the form of clouds. And it's something to do with how much the air can hold of water based on the pressure of the gas. There's some relationship there, but
yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I don't know why it is like that. I just know that that's how it seems to act.
Precipitation.
But then again, that I might not know exactly why because I haven't tested it, but there is a precedent in that we do have with high pressure systems we have hot air rising, and with low pressure systems we generally have cold air falling or pushing down. Or no, it's the opposite. I inverted that. It's with the high pressure one is when it's cold air is pushing down. That's the pressure. The differential pressure. And then we do have all of the gas generation at ground level, like all the gas we have in our air goes through cycles. So, and it's constantly being mixed because the sun is providing like a stirring effect as it goes around the earth. It heats up most underneath it, and so that creates this pressure differential. That's the second law, of course, stipulates that it has to move into each other, and so all the air starts moving all over the place, and so we have this mixing that goes on.
It's called a convective process. It produces a cloud and precipitation.
Yeah. So we live in this very dynamic system where most of the temperature is at ground level, so you would expect the gas to be more excited and be under more pressure. And then as you go up, it gets colder and colder, and you would expect the gas to be less excited and have less pressure. And that's what we see. But they want to shoehorn in gravity here, even though gravity has never been proven to have any effect on pressure.
Yeah, I was trying to explain the dynamic system thing to somebody because I was trying to get them to answer the gas pressure question, and they're like, "Oh, the gradient." I'm like, "You can't have a gradient." I said, "You're making a positive claim, blah blah. You know, you gotta, of a demonstration where you can have gas pressure without a container." And in the debate earlier that night, they used the propane tank example. They're like, "Does a propane tank have a gradient?" I said, "No, it's a tiny container, and there isn't continuous gas being introduced at one side with a dynamic sun interrupting and perturbing everything."
Well, yeah. Do we live inside of a fucking propane tank? No. Then why are you talking about it? The propane tank. Well, not you. I'm just saying. No. Why are they? Why would they even entertain the idea?
Because previously, I know, but previously the flat earthers, they said they used the propane tank as an example when they were talking about gas pressure.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, hey, he said, she said nonsense. How about we not try to use the propane for anything? You know what I mean? Like, I hate to be a dick, but for both sides, flat and globe, propane tanks are moot. They have nothing to do with the makeup of the fucking world.
Exactly.
It's a faulty analogy.
They couldn't wrap their head around it. Like, you can't have. I was like, so if you have a giant container with gas being introduced at the surface and a sun perturbing things, and it's a dynamic system, they're like, it's impossible to have a dynamic system in a closed system.
How do you know that?
Like, that's what?
You can easily make one yourself. Just get a fish tank, get a way to heat one surface and to cool the other surface, and then you put some smoke into the fish tank, and all of a sudden you can see the smoke start circulating because of the heat differences creating circulation.
Yep.
That's
very true.
And it goes off into the weeds real quick that way anyway. I'm like, well, wait. Where's your proof that you can even have gas pressure without a barrier?
Exactly. They're going to get caught. They're going to try to get you and the audience caught up in semantics about a pressure gradient or about pressure itself, when if you don't have walls for anything to press upon, you can't have any percentage of pressure. Like, how simple do we have to lay it out for these people? And I'm not talking about the Globers. You know what I'm saying? I hope the audience is smart enough and open-minded enough, critically thinking enough to understand that you can't have gas pressure, any of it, any kind, without containment. That's it. Done deal. I'm not asking. I'm just relaying facts. It's just information. Take it or leave it. You don't have to like it.
100%. What I tell people now, what I tell the people watching, listening now, I say, the claim is being made of a sphere that turns and with pressurized gas next to a vacuum with no barrier. So here's what they're not going to do. They're not going to show me proof of curvature. They're not going to show me proof of turning, and they're not going to show me proof of gas pressure. They're going to tell me about the stars. They're going to tell me about the moon. They're going to ask me how a dynamic system could possibly work, and they're going to ask me everything. They're going to do everything besides prove their 3 claims.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, you're exactly right. Absolutely.
That's what I did the other night. I repeated that like 3 times at different parts. It's like, so bring it back to that, because you're not going to do that. I can guarantee you that. You're going to talk about eclipses. You're going to talk about so-called Southern Pole, celestial pole, and you're going to talk about everything besides that.
I get sick of saying it. Go ahead.
It's like if I say I have a talking horse, it's like you would think I would show proof of a talking horse. No, I'm gonna show some jockey, and I'm gonna show some whatever, everything else. And the people are like, "What about this fucking talking horse?"
Oh, don't worry about the talking horse. That was just to get you, just to reel you in. Now I want to show you my blind, deaf, and dumb but horse riding jockey.
Yeah,
I used to like watch Mr. Ed. That was a good show.
Great show.
Yeah.
But and that's so funny because that is the exact thing they're doing.
Yeah.
The whole Mr. Ed show is about a guy saying he has a talking horse. That's so funny that, you know what I mean? That's what they're doing. I have a talking horse. Okay, prove it. Well, why the Mr. Ed show is funny is because there is a talking horse. That's why it's funny. Because in reality, there's no such thing as earth curvature. Talking horses.
Yeah.
But I saw a video of the talking horse. It was called
That's fine.
Mr. Ed.
Good for you. That's fine. Yeah, good for you. Videos only prove what? Videos.
In the Bible, there was a talking donkey.
I vaguely remember someone saying that before, and I looked it up. I can't remember.
A talking ass? Sorry.
They were talking out of their ass, or was it a talking ass?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What's going on in here?
We are laughing at Globers. What are you doing?
Oh, looking to do the same thing.
Nice. Well, welcome. Welcome to the party. It's consistently a party here, as long as there's no globe evidence, so I guess it's a 24/7 party, isn't it?
Very true.
Yeah, we're talking about how they're claiming a sphere that spins in a vacuum, and what they're not going to do is prove any of those 3 things. They're going to talk about everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I want a demonstration of any of the globe claims. In reality, any of them.
Well, didn't you know, if there's an eclipse, that's 100% proof we have a molten iron core, right?
Yeah, sure,
Obviously.
sure that's what that means.
There's literally no other option.
Right. It's not a false dichotomy. It's just flat earthers don't understand. That's how it has to be, okay? Those are that's your options.
It's the only possible explanation.
Right.
I declare.
The only possible explanation was the first thing you were fed growing up. Brilliant. Brilliant. Well played.
The omnipotent all-knower that knows there's no other variables, there's nothing else.
Right, exactly. The smart man, the elusive smart man.
Yeah, they really are like that.
I know. It's
like they confidently say that. There's no other explanation for an optical phenomenon in the sky.
Yeah, it's incredulity. Like, it can't be. They're saying it can't be that I'm wrong. Right? They're saying it can't be that all of these smart guys getting paid the bucks to say the shit are lying. It can't be.
Mm-mm. Did any of you see the banner I made today?
Huh.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Please to post it.
I'll put it in debate.
Oh, you don't want to put it in the voice text?
Oh, I don't have image perms there.
Oh. Are you a Glober? You're not a Glober.
No.
I'm not looking at the list. What's your name?
Gilbert.
Gilbert, okay.
Globe skeptic.
Got it.
Indeed, indeed.
I don't think she's going to post naughty things. Someone want to give her the perms? If there's a mod around?
Yeah, you know, I've had experience with the trolls, and I would never want to do that to anyone else.
See? And right there. If she posts anything lewd at this point, we just ban her.
Yeah, easy.
I vote too. Give her the roll.
Yeah, I want to see this. Because right now I'm not looking at the list. I'm playing a video game. Like a 15-year-old. Hey, they're fun. Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
What are you playing?
Counter-Strike Go. CSGO.
That's pretty good.
Oh, I used to play that.
Yeah, a lot of people, lots and lots, girls and guys play this game.
Hey, I want to post something too, to be honest. A couple of pictures. I took some pictures of the moon a while back when I had my camera.
Oh, thank you for the roll. All right, I'll post it there.
Nice. Earth is flat and stationary and enclosed. Sorry, let me start over. Urgent notice. Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. If you think you live on a spinning planet, seek help immediately at discord.gg/flatearth. Fuck yeah. Gilbert, that's awesome. Thanks for doing that.
Of course. Anything for the cause.
Damn. Well, that's flat earther status to me, but I'm not a mod.
Thank you. It means a lot to be recognized.
Totally. Yeah, that's awesome.
And of course, I will continue to be making these. I've actually made 2. I've got another one somewhere.
To share that.
Yeah, that's really, and it's nice and like it's not like your typical meme. It's good. It's nice and soft. It doesn't present itself as like an offensive meme.
I know. Yeah, I do a lot of that Instagram type style. I find those are good for grabbing attention.
I agree.
Nice.
Seek help immediately. 24/7 live. Flat Earth Discord. You won't be sorry you did.
Let me find where I put the other one. The other one's just a little meme, though.
Anything and everything is adding to the big old bucket.
There it is.
Nice.
There you go.
I like that one. I like it.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice. Can I save that?
If there's a bird in the sky, that means the Earth is a bird, right?
That's right. The Earth is a bird with a ruler.
Mm-hmm.
The only explanation.
A bird in a prison planet's worth 2 with a ruler.
You just don't understand birds.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
It's nice and simple.
Yep.
All right. I was asked to tell my flat Earth story.
Yeah. Go do it.
Okay, so it's kind of a troublesome one. So I'm a deeply spiritual person, and I do a lot of meditations. And every week, I choose a new theme of meditation. And so a while back, my theme for meditation was government. And I got to thinking, and I was just deep in one of my meditation sessions. I had all my candles lit, and I was thinking, now, wouldn't it be so clever if the government convinced all these billions of people that they were just a speck, a tiny piece of sand in the middle of a gigantic universe in order to essentially, like, get rid of their moral? Like, they would be able to oppress them. They would be able to tell them that they are insignificant in this entire world, and why even try to do anything? And now that was just like a fleeting thought, so I didn't really think much of it. But I found it like that little sudden realization popping up in my mind again and again as I would walk and as I would meditate, even though it was not even government week anymore. And so eventually I went to like surfing the web, and I was just looking at all of this evidence, and I realized that there's nothing to back up the science of the globe. Like for example, maps are flat. You use maps to get around. You never use a globe. Globes are just for decoration. So why are we using these flat maps if we should be using a globe, if like there was a globe? And again, I just kept having these mini realizations, and I just saw no proof behind the globe. And I joined the server back in July, I believe. And I even was beginning to troll just because I wasn't caught up to terms with my own feelings. But eventually I realized, I came to the conclusion that yes, the earth is flat and I should stop fighting myself. And I embraced it, and then I'm here today with you all.
Wow.
Awesome.
That was a great story. Thank you for sharing that.
Of course.
You know,
I like the part where you said, sorry, I'll just say quick. I like the part where you said, I decided to stop fighting myself. That's key. That's crucial in an awakening process. I think yes. Awesome. Anyway, thank you for sharing that. That was great. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, that's why somebody said everybody won't wake up one day. I think they will. Just heard it right there. You got to start fighting yourself at some point. Yep.
One of my favorite people in my life that I met, his name's Gilbert. He's a really good guy. So every time I see his name, I just laugh. He's a goofy guy. He's Filipino. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. I just wanted you to know that.
I love that. You know, I've been told that my name really brings a smile to a lot of people's faces. And, you know, even trolls would tell me that, but I didn't really expect the kindness from them, but it was really, really nice.
Even trolls can be people.
Exactly.
I like your cowboy hat, too.
Thank you. I put that on the drawing itself.
The domino set.
Yeah, I was fucking around with this way back years ago when I first got it. Wasn't when I first got into Flat Earth. I was already in like a year and a half, 2 years. But I was doing like a observation test, looking at the dominoes. I got more pictures of it. Hey, check this out. Ooh, check this out. Hold on.
Nice. That's kind of like that Lake Pontchartrain picture they tried to take where they moved offset.
Yeah.
what the pylons look like too in that pontoon train. But then there's miraging eventually and compression towards the end of it. But
check this out. Hold on. I was fucking around with it.
This is going to make me sound really old, Glatt, but when we were on that other subject a little bit ago with that guy showing that survey equipment stuff.
Yeah.
I shot my first grades using a builder's level, 49 years ago.
Whoa, bro! Awesome. I mean, yeah, and you got this 20-something loser, nobody coming against that. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, man. Well, one email is not going to disprove someone's entire career of doing something. Now, again, if I were to take God Rockin's word for that somebody else's work is fraudulent, well, that would be sloppy of me, wouldn't it? But one email is not going to convince me to go out and do that. Sorry, someone else is coming in. Damn it. Someone was speaking in my ear. Sorry about that. Hang on. Go ahead.
When I used to work at the ironworkers, I used the laser level to set up guides and stuff. And not on a big scale.
Yeah, one of those rotating ones that spins, and is that what you're talking about?
No, it's just a simple one. It's just one straight line.
Oh. Because we used to use it when I built some skyscrapers. We used to use those rotating ones. We'd set them up in the center of a big area. Then that way you could shoot grades in 360 degrees all the way around. And wherever you set your target up, you could shoot grades from it because it was a spinning laser.
Nice.
That's all new stuff compared to what I learned. I mean, I learned with a real simple builder's level, and then moved on to a theodolite, and then the lasers came out.
Well, they post that link he posted because I came in late. The link he posted, I clicked on it. It's some old geodesy document that I've looked through myself before when some simpleton tried to use that as an argument before. And if you go and look at the measurements, they're literally measuring 180 degrees of a triangle, but they're adding math afterwards, like we all know they do. But they're not measuring anything. The actual measurements, there's no excess. They're taking refraction from the theodolite lens, refraction from the atmosphere, and calling that curvature. It's just absurd.
Yeah. Especially when, in order to have that significant amount of refraction, it has to be terrestrial. Someone mentioned that earlier, which there has to be two mediums.
Yeah. And you can have two different densities of air for it to be the two mediums, but even then...
They say that, but that's not true. That doesn't work. It doesn't produce the same effect as two mediums does. It might produce a little bit more of an effect than just a single density medium.
Yeah, it's not the same as going from water to air or something.
The effect that a two medium would produce.
Yeah, of course. But it does. Refraction can drop objects in the distance. They don't lift them up like they're claiming. It does the opposite, especially if it's the warmer air underneath it. But because I talked to this dude, he's like, "Oh, I've been in geodesy for 32 years." This and that. I was like, "Dude, so you mathematically add your math for refraction and curvature and all that after you take your measurements, right?" He's like, No. But after 20 minutes of pulling his teeth, he admitted exactly that. It's like, dude, why can't you just start with that?
You don't ever use refraction when you're doing that. It's not in the math. Not when you're building, not when you're out there actually using the equipment and shooting grades and building with this laser equipment or whatever you're using. You don't put that in the calculation.
Yeah, that's because it's short distance, but they're trying to take long distance stuff and claim that the little bit of refraction that's lowering an object is the curvature. But that's why you don't take miles and miles of observations with theodolite, and
right, because you can't
without,
do it with. But yeah,
it's gonna be inaccurate.
Yep.
Atmosphere and stuff. But what they're doing is they're straight up taking an average. They'll even say this. They'll say, well, if you get 1,000 different readings and you can average all of those, you can get a direct measurement. I'm like, that's not a direct measurement. If I'm looking long distance and there's some refraction taking place, there's atmosphere, moisture, and everything else, and let's say I'm measuring a horizon or an object or whatever it is, and it's like 12, and then I take another measurement that says 14, then the average of that is 13. It might not be 12, 13, or 14.
Right.
So they're taking an average and calling that a direct measurement. It's insanely dishonest and just flat out retarded is what it is.
Yep.
Like that one guy, what was his name? The famously dumb geodesist. I forgot his name. Starts with a K or something. He took that 1 mile theodolite observation. Oh.
Okay.
He took the 1 mile theodolite observation. Then he went to where the target of that was, and because that's what they do, they go backwards, shoot in both directions, and it was off. So instead of just acknowledging that, hey, some refraction was taking place and lowering the object in the distance, he just took an average of those two readings and claimed that he took a direct measurement. It's like just the fact that only a 1 mile thing had a variance shows you did the Earth change size by the time you went over to the other location a mile away? Like obviously it's due to atmosphere. These people are insane, dude. They have to be dishonest. These geodesists.
One day, Kosho showed up with a builder's level on a tripod, and on top of that, he had a piece of PVC pipe. And then he had a 4-foot level sitting on top of it, on top of the PVC pipe. And he tried to say that he was shooting out over the ocean and toward the horizon, trying to say that 4-foot level, and he wouldn't show where the location of the bubble was on the level either. That wasn't in the picture. And so I tried to explain to him that bubble, if it was even slightly off, just even a 64th of an inch or even less than that inside that 4-foot level, if it was up, wasn't perfectly centered, and you would have to measure the distance from the bubble to the line on both sides, and then the level would have to have been calibrated to be absolutely accurate, 100% accurate to begin with.
Yep.
Anyway, so he puts this level on top of this PVC pipe, and then is looking out over the ocean, trying to say that it showed that the water was way below where it should have been. I'm like, dude, you cannot use a 4-foot level for something like that, because if that bubble's off even a 64th of an inch from center, one way or the other, that's going to be a long ways out there. That's going to create a whole lot of distance as far as it off the water.
It's going to be exponential.
Yeah, way exponential. And he just, I just told him, I said, you're talking utter horseshit, dude. That will not work. You cannot use a 4-foot level sitting on a piece of PVC pipe on top of a builder's level. I'm sorry, dude, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. He seems like a cool dude, but he's out there. Like I think he might even believe this stuff he's saying.
Yeah, I think I'm sure he did. And when I'm talking about, he did believe he was right. And
Kosho.
Yeah.
Yeah, he believes it. Like he's the one that's telling me the other day that he's doing a project now where he's gonna observe the horizon, then increase in altitude, observe the horizon again, and then increase a second time so get a third reading, because he's claiming that there's no refraction or any distortion whatsoever when you increase in altitude, and all you have to do is compare the second one to the first one and the third one to the second and the first one. I'm like, so you're comparing 3 inaccurate locations of a horizon. But come on, man. And he's calling it an exact measurement. He's saying that you can you can get an exact measurement doing it that way. I'm like, you're starting with a baseline of an inaccurate apparent horizon, man.
And what's he using for the observation device? What's he using?
I forgot what he said then, because once he started saying that, I just went straight to the point and said, okay, what height and altitude do you have to be for there to be no longer any refraction or any distortion whatsoever? And he wouldn't answer it. And then another Glober came in and they started talking to each other about this project. So I just fell back and listened to them. And for like 10 minutes, I listened to them talk. And they were really sure that the increasing altitude will get a deviance. And that deviance is curvature. And I'm like, it was just entertaining for me. And that's where I got my idea. We need to do a parody called Curve Hunters. Kind of like a Ghost Hunters episode. But it's called Curve Hunters, where they're chasing a 0.2 of refraction and calling it curvature. But yeah, I can't remember what he said he was going to use to observe it, but it's just like, man, you guys really are chasing ghosts, dude.
Yeah, they are. It's amazing.
Chasing math ghosts. It's just wild. It really reminded me of, because I've only like maybe once or twice watched one of those Ghost Hunter shows years ago. It's like, man, this is not my thing. This is dumb. But it reminded me of them.
Yeah. I remember watching some of those Ghost Hunter shows. They were quite ridiculous. Thinking that they could, use these different electronic devices and tell whether there's a presence in the room or all kinds of weirdest stuff. I mean,
yeah, I've heard you speak of this idea twice, and both times I could just picture a hilarious cartoon to that and multiple scenarios. So this is a great idea.
I love the idea of parodies in general anyway, because that's entertaining. It's good for short attention spans and everything else, and they're just fun. Like the other night, they were talking about doing the men who stare at goats and all that. That's great. Or men who stare at boats. I wish I was capable of doing video stuff like that. I wish I had that skill. That would be awesome. To do some skits.
Start training.
I could.
You should.
Sorry, did you just say the men who stare at boats?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
That's what they were talking about. I think it was Ron and Helio. It is brilliant. They were talking about having like a skit or a movie. You got 4 guys, 4 average Joes. They're like sitting in lawn chairs at the ocean, looking at boats, and they realize that there's no globe. Very catchy too. Or you can have Backlit Mountain, and you can have Mount Canigoo. I'd like to see, you know those epic rap battles they have? We should have one where there's the apparent horizon rap battling the geometric horizon.
That's actually a brilliant idea.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Someone say my name? Sorry, was I hot micing or something when I went and rinsed off a plate in the sink? Sorry.
I don't think anyone said your name.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought I heard my name. I was in the kitchen rinsing off a plate. Maybe I was hot micing. Somebody could hear the water running or something.
Or you could do the Mr. Ed thing. Hey, I've got a talking horse, and they're like, "Hey, how about that talking horse?" And you show us the talking horse. I'm like, "Well, the jockey is about 4 foot tall," and da da da. And they're like, "Well, what about the talking horse?" I'm like, "Well, the saddle is da da da."
And his owner's name's Wilbur.
Yeah. I got this turning sphere. Oh, really? Can you show me the curvature or the turning? Well, you see eclipses. And
Always with the eclipses.
yeah. Well, you see, there's this light phenomenon in the sky, and the only explanation. I'm like, how about that talking horse? Globe Sniper was pretty good. That was a classic. They had the pilot one too. That was good. Yeah, Globe Sniper was great. How's it going, Dick Dickinson? Are you here to chat or just listen?
Hey, yeah. Hey, hello. I'm here to listen. I'm currently in an Overwatch game, so I can't really speak right now. I'm playing Tracer. I'm like really trying to carry. But how are you guys all doing, huh?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Yeah. Just I had an interesting event occur today. My brother had a mental breakdown because he's never touched boobs before and he really wants to.
What? You never touched boobs? How old is he?
22. He's autistic though. He's not received the kind end of humanity.
Oh.
Yeah. One of our team left. What the fuck?
I'm sorry that he had to have to go experience that kind of stuff. That's
a lot of people are scared of the predator, man.
Really sad.
It's extremely common. Ableism is because he's autistic. It's like people. He's been called a retard basically every single day of his life by people.
Every day.
Well, not every. Well, every
Like
school day,
family members
definitely.
and shit?
Yeah, not all the family members were so kind. School, obviously, like for example, autism is often used in this country, at least. I'm not sure in America, but in England, like if someone calls you autistic, that's like a big deal. Like they've insulted you, Yes, cruel world.
Oh, yeah.
If you aren't normal, if you aren't performing in whatever way that people desire you to, you are ostracized, and often you are harmed because of it.
Yeah, well, see, that wouldn't fly in polite culture.
We're assuming culture is ever polite, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys having fun? I literally just joined a moment ago. You guys having fun with your flat Earth discussions or whatever it is that's being discussed right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're talking about how low believers, they believe that there's a sphere that turns that's with pressurized gas and a vacuum, and they'll talk about everything besides those three things. So
Wait,
the way
they do, or you do? Sorry.
They do. So you'll say, well, if you're saying it's a sphere that turns, do you have any proof of the sphere or curvature, or do you have any proof of the turning? And they'll say, well, you see, there's this phenomena in the sky with stars and da-da-da. They'll do everything besides talk about...
Wait, is there a way to prove this, Tony?
Yeah, you could show a direct measurement of curvature. You could do an experiment that proves the Earth is moving.
No, but like turning. Is there like a way you could show that?
No. I'll just be quite blunt about it. No, there's not.
This is what's called in like basic logic the burden of proof. So when somebody makes a claim, they have the burden of proof to prove the claim, right? So it's not actually down to us to set out how they would go and prove that. That's down to them. So to use the talking horse analogy, I've got a talking horse. Okay, cool. How are you going to prove it? It's down to you. It's not actually down to, like, if the person's asking for evidence, it's not down to them to actually tell you, like, to help you provide that evidence. See what I'm saying?
So like Globe Earthers claim that it's a spinning ball without having any way to prove it.
Correct.
Yeah, but they think that eclipses proves it when it doesn't. Can I say, you said you are from England, or at least in England, but you aren't from England, are you? Were you originally Australian?
No. I am English. I was born in London, literally like the middle of the city. Just I have a weird accent because I was born poor and raised posh.
Okay, you know what? I can believe that.
Yeah, it's weird. I literally went, oh wow, we lost. What the fuck? Yeah, I went from like literally stealing bread from shops to my parents being like, okay, well here's proper English grammar. If you get any of this wrong, you're basically disgusting.
Awesome.
But there is a very strong Australian accent there, though. There's a very strong Australian nuance there. Very strong. Sorry.
Well, that's what I prefer. There's definitely undertones of Aussie in there.
Yeah, sure. Although Australian is really, really cool. Cool accent. And you're English, you might know this. Have you heard of the Big Les show?
The Big Les?
Can you guys hear me?
Big Les, yeah. The Australian cartoon.
No.
No one? Oh, okay. All right.
Never heard of it.
Okay, you got to Google it. Well, it's on YouTube.
We got a
it's,
new member. If you guys want to meet our new member, Takumi, he's the newest flat earther here. If you guys want to say hi to him.
Hello.
Hi.
He's a young person, and his grandfather red pilled him to flat earth.
Darren passing down knowledge, huh?
Nice.
That's a base granddad, right?
His grandpa is a hero in my eyes, dude. That guy's people doing that. That's what we need. Like my brother and I, we told my nephew when he was like 4.5. We told him the truth. So he's been a flat earther he's only 9 right now, but he's been a flat earther half his life.
That's such a beautiful thing to see people growing up with the correct information.
He didn't want to lie. He's like, I don't want to lie to him about anything. My brother.
So what did you tell him? Like, how do you convince such a young person that
You don't
something
have
as
to convince
grand
a
as
young person. You don't have to convince a young person of anything. You have to convince them that the Earth is moving. You don't have to convince them the Earth is still.
He figured it out very easily because he wasn't indoctrinated yet. He could see, when a child sees something, they tell you the truth. Like, oh yeah, what do you see when you look out in the ocean? Oh, it looks flat to me. Yeah, because it is. That they tell you the truth. If someone's ugly, they say they're ugly. It's like they're brutally honest.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's why the cartoons and everything are loaded with space images and globe images nonstop.
Just indoctrinate.
Because they have to indoctrinate.
It's like subliminal messaging almost. It's creepy.
You know what? This is 2 in a row. We had a kid yesterday. He was only 15. So it's like this is the second one in 2 days. The young people are waking up.
Subliminal messaging is really strong. Like even beyond Earth. Like you guys ever seen any adverts before, bro? They'll literally be like, basically implying that if you don't buy this and you don't buy that, you don't look like this, you don't behave this way, that you're basically like a lesser person.
That's more propaganda.
Yeah, but like anything that isn't a straight fact is inherently propaganda, you know? Like we're all trying to convince each other of something.
Very true.
So did you have any questions? If you guys if you want to ask them any questions, feel free to.
Okay,
I want to know what this grandfather told this newcomer.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, like, this was a while back. I like around 3 or 4 years ago, and I was just staying at his place, and so he decided to show me a couple YouTube videos, and I didn't know it at the time, but he believed in the flat Earth. So, then he showed me a couple videos on it, and I thought that I've been taught this for all my life that
You cut out, bro. You need to start over again or something.
So sorry about that. My parents just came in. So back to what I was saying. So my grandfather, he showed me a whole bunch of videos on the Earth, and it opened my eyes into that I've been lied to all my life by the school system and everybody basically, except for him. And so yeah, that's how he opened my eyes into that.
Well, what jumped out to you first? Like, what made it click for you? Like, what point?
Well, one of the things was Richie from Boston's one of his videos where he was like at the ocean and he showed the horizon, like, and it was flat. So I knew like we were going to because I used to live in South Carolina and we went to the beach, and so I went to the beach. I looked out at the horizon and it was flat, and that's what led me to basically that.
So the ocean, the horizon being flat, basically was what. Because for me, it was similar. It was the lack of curvature. Like when you see a boat disappear bottom up, and then you zoom in and see the boat, it's like, whoa, what the hell? Why can we
Yeah.
see that far? Like, that was mind blowing when I first saw it. I'm like, that can't be. And then when I went out on the lake myself, put my camera at 1 foot above the water and zoomed in on the water that was lapping up on the shore 7 miles away. Like, damn, there really isn't any curvature.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. That's why this is a cool topic, because you can verify it yourself.
And you know what's interesting? It spans many generations, from young and old. It's like you're never too late. You're never too old or young to learn the truth.
100%. And it makes the world more interesting too, when you can discover things and wonder what the stars really are, what the moon really is. Like, a whole world of wonder opens up. Just like when you're very young, the world is very wondrous. It's so much better than living in this arrogant, hubris-filled, realm where the scientists know everything. They have the answer for everything in the world, in the universe. It's very arrogant.
I find it more interesting now because there's still a lot I don't know. I don't claim to know everything. In learning this new stuff, it's like, damn, it's super interesting to me because I'm curious.
Exactly. It brings the curiosity back. And that's why I like it too, because like I said, the people can go and test it themselves. It's not like with 9/11 or something like that. They shipped all that metal and all that stuff off to China to be melted down. It's not like we can go fly to New York right now and do our own investigation of 9/11. Like, it's dead and gone. But with this topic, at any given point in time, anybody that wants who can just go to the freaking ocean or a lake and test it themselves.
You know, the 9/11 steel, there's still quite a bit of it that people used in like monuments. They put them at fire departments all across America, and there's still quite a bit of that stuff left. If you go to certain locations, they have the metal. And there's a guy called Mental Boost. He has a channel on YouTube. He used to have a ton of stuff, but he goes there and he takes a magnifying apparatus for his iPhone and he looks at it under extreme detail and he uploads the videos. And he also takes little samples and takes them home and looks at them under a microscope. But you can see the structure of the metal, some really weird stuff going on.
Yeah, no
So
doubt.
yeah, like really weird. Like little divots. There was like a little pebble or something, and it was like magnetized, and it was levitating over the surface of the steel beam. It was like sitting in there in this little pocket of magnetism, and it was kind of spinning from whatever, from the wind or whatever, but just a tiny little fragment just there. Like, what the hell? Just some weird, trippy stuff.
Wait, so your name is Ron, correct?
Yeah, I'm Ron.
All right, so another thing that opened my eyes was that picture that you sent me of the World War II aircraft fighter, or how they used to fly.
Oh, the navigation map.
Yeah, that's another thing that surprised me, but opened my eyes more.
Oh yeah, look at a Gleason's map. Google a Gleason's map. It looks just like the one I sent you from World War II. And that used to be like the official map that they would teach people in school with a Gleason's. I'd say about 120 years ago, not that long ago. 120 years ago, that was the basic map that people used. And they transitioned from that to the false, this false reality that 99% of the world is living in this brainwashed state. And if you try and convince them of something real obvious, like that the earth is flat and it's stationary, they have a mind warp. You know what I mean? Their brain shuts down. They can't absorb that for most people. I mean, young people are not as hardwired into the indoctrination, but yeah, it might be a little easier. And that's why I'm trying. It's good that you and tell your friends about this. The more young people we can wake up, because they spread the word really quick. They're not like embarrassed to talk about this. But people that get a little older, they're embarrassed to talk, or for whatever reason, they're scared to talk about it around their friends.
Yeah.
Everyone, the in-group preference. Nobody wants to feel like an outcast, and telling people the earth is flat is sometimes very triggering. Like my older brother's girlfriend, she got so triggered because me and my younger brother were flat earthers, the one whose son is a flat earther, and my older brother is like the blue-pilled one of the family. And his girlfriend got really triggered. We were talking about flat earth because one of my brother's best friends, my older brother, who's the blue-pilled non-flat earther, one of his friends, Kevin, was also a flat earther. And we went somewhere, and I started talking with his friend, right? This guy Kevin, and somehow we went from Tesla to flat Earth within like 5 minutes somehow. But he's like, "Oh no, not another one!" Like their other friend, he was like, "Oh no, not another," because their friend Kevin was like the oddball they would tease or whatever. And then they're like, "Oh, now there's two of them." It was pretty funny. But I mean,
Yeah.
this was about 4 years ago too. So like now it's spreading. It's spread a lot since then, even though you can't find information. Like over here, this is a great resource, this Discord. We got tons of videos and stuff for you. We got experiments. If you got people more skeptical, if you want to maybe bring some of your friends here that are, not trolly, they're all welcome. Even
Sure.
if they don't agree with us, they're all welcome here.
I will.
And you can even go with friends to like a big lake or something like that, and have one of your buddies on the other side of the lake with a mirror and reflect directly to you. You can get a laser. A mirror is obviously cheaper than a laser, but and you could have your buddies even input the math, because you could just Google Earth curve calculator, and you can have even your buddies put the math in on where the tangent point should be, where the horizon should be, the observer height, and you guys can verify right there that there's no curvature.
Yeah. Because there's actually a lake near me, so yeah, I'm gonna get some of my buddies to go down there with me.
And if you
Yeah.
go on just the Google Maps, you can measure the distance of wherever you're going to be at, you know, whether it's
Yeah.
5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, whatever it is.
Okay.
That's the cool thing about this specific topic is that it's verifiable. It's not like where NASA shows some random video of space and none of us have the money or the means to go verify what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
I think that's probably on purpose. Like, they're skewing it so only the upper class is going to be let in on these things so they can continue to oppress and crush the morals of everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you say the upper class? Who is that?
I meant more like officials
Jeffrey
and
Bezos and all of them.
scientists and yeah.
So-called rich people. Okay.
Yeah, like really.
Yeah, because I've been on some discords where when people say, you know, like the elites, you'd later find out when you stay in the call long enough, they mean Jews, you know.
Oh no.
A bit dodgy. I hope no one here believes that.
We don't really talk about that kind of thing.
No,
Try not
yeah.
to in the live stream. At least it's a scientific discussion in here.
Yeah. I
Good,
definitely
yeah.
believe that.
Yeah, like lots of people, they like to use genuinely like intellectual subjects as a way to like shoehorn in their bigotry, you know, which is sad.
It's on. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so sad.
But yeah, I completely agree. Like, people think that because at least most people think that the internet has allowed us complete democracy over information. No, it's just given us more access. But we have to understand who allows the access in the first place. It's still these rich people, you know. They still control everything.
Yeah, they're doing their best. They're trying.
Not just them, but the secret societies like the Freemasons, the Bilderbergs, the Club of Rome, the Club of 300, like all these secret societies.
Speaking of Freemasons, I have a Freemasons lodge literally like 200 meters from where I'm sitting right now.
Really?
Crazy. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I'm down the
They're
street from one
everywhere.
too.
They've got them everywhere.
Yeah. I drive by one every fucking day, dude.
I have no clue what's in there. It looks like a church building. I have no clue what's in there. I've never seen anyone go in
corny
there.
old men. There's just some corny old men. It's probably a blue lodge. It's just some corny old men networking and hanging out.
Like, what even are the Freemasons? I've been so confused. Is it like a religion or something?
It's a cool kids club. They're abject losers and they think they have power.
It's a secret society.
Exactly.
So by secret society, I mean you can have it be public, and it's kind of like a proving ground where they can move people up through degrees. And you can kind of hand pick people. It's like a pool of potential slaves that you can hand pick and move up the ranks.
Wait, but I heard the Freemasons control stuff. Like, now I hear that they're losers. Like, which?
No, I'm
so confused.
I said slaves because they're really, in my opinion, bigger slaves than us.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, most of those Freemasons, they don't. It's kind of like college. Have you been to college?
English college is nothing like American college, from what I've heard.
Either way, when you're in college, there's some people who really apply themselves and really get to the underpinnings and really understand what they're learning. There's other people who just skim by, you know. So there's a lot of these Freemasons don't even understand the true allegory and what they're doing. They're kind of just there networking and doing something, you know. But there's other people who a front is a good way to put it. There's other people who really apply themselves and move up the ranks. And you have to swear oaths of secrecy at each level. Because fundamentally, that's where power comes from. Like
Oh, and also their handshakes.
Yeah. But generally
speaking,
speaking,
they got gang signs. They got graffiti all over the wall.
The gang signs are certainly part of it. Basically, they got the You know the OK sign, right? The circular thumb to index finger, and then the rest of the fingers, ... And it's OK. It's supposed to be OK. Well, people claim that that's 666 because if you look at
Oh, I see that actually.
yeah, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that too.
Is that true though?
I don't know. That's just what they're out there saying.
What they're doing is they're showing you the CIA. Because if they put a little circle around their eyeball and they look through that and they show you their eye, it's CIA.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to take it, interpret it, and yeah. So
The
I don't know.
CIA
Personally,
does
I don't
employ a lot
dig
of
too
Freemasons.
much into that on this server, but of course there's smoke and fire everywhere. Go ahead.
All cartoon scientific intelligence that's on a computer screen, cartoons or anything to do with NASA or anything that's supposedly science, but it's a propaganda tool from like Nazi stuff. Then yeah, that is what it is. It's the CIA.
And if you look at the list of astronauts, every astronaut is a Freemason.
Oh
yeah, the whole politician was a
part of the
Freemason.
CIA. They're all a part of the Central Intelligence.
And like the presidents, they were also Freemasons.
Some of the presidents are also Central Intelligence, either agency directors or part of the compartmentalization process of that.
Well, yeah, but those people in the CIA are in a secret society. Also,
that's what I'm saying. It's all the same thing. Like if you're a high enough actor, you can be Freemason, CIA actor, Shaquille O'Neal also. So you can be all that. There's no holds barred. There's nothing they're gonna let you not do.
Yeah, there's different functionalities, and there's many secret societies. Freemasonry is just one secret society, and fundamentally, how power is achieved is through secret societies and oaths. That's how you do it. You can't achieve power by having. You can't go round up 1,000 people and go plan to pull some overthrow when they're gonna snitch. They're gonna tell their wives. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that. You have to weed people out and have a series of oaths where you can weed out the fakes, weed out the snitches. That's how you refine and get power. And that's what they've used. Every big civilization has been run by priesthoods like that, secret societies.
So this Freemason group, it seems international. How does anyone know anything about them? If they're a secret society, shouldn't they be like secret? Or am I dumb?
That's what I was saying earlier. We know about them. We know about the fraternity. You can go join and stay in a blue lodge in the first 3 degrees and never move up ever. And you're just some random horny dude trying to network.
Mr. Anderson.
There used to be secret societies that all came out quite a few years ago. If I remember correctly, there was a murder of a Mason and
William Morgan.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened, and they leaked all the documents and stuff.
It was Captain Morgan. He revealed their secrets, and they cut him ear to ear and killed him. And that actually launched the anti-Freemason party. The people created the anti-Freemason party, and then actually 4 years after that, his widow married a guy named Joseph Smith, who created a covert Freemasonic cult called Mormonism.
Oh. So, Mr. Anderson,
over the years, there's been a lot of whistleblowers, people that have broke away and said, "Hey, I used to be a Mason. I realized that it's evil, and I want to try and do my part and blow the whistle on these guys." So that's been happening for a couple hundred years. There's been whistleblower after whistleblower after whistleblower, and they all say the same thing. So we pretty much know that they're telling the truth, at least because they're so consistent in the stuff that they're telling us. That's the secret stuff, and they're not telling us everything, of course, but there's quite a few whistleblowers that have been coming out over the years, and they all pretty much say the same thing.
I feel like Anderson hit on something there, where he said that people will join the Freemasons thinking they're part of this club, but they'll never go up actually to the real shit. I feel like that sounds like a microcosm of society. how people, like lots of people, you probably guys have, okay, this is a bit of a meme, but you guys have probably heard of like the Sigma grind set and all that shit, right? Like the idea that if you just work hard enough, you'll like succeed, you'll be rich and have a nice life and whatever.
Yeah,
And like so many people buy into that, but it's like if you have to realize the people who are at the top, lots of these people, I know some work harder than others, but all of them, they were helped somewhere along the line. If you're like a poor person in a poor neighborhood, you can work as hard as you like. You can be an absolute darling. Spend every hour like working, trying to make money, investing in like random stocks and shit. You're never ever going to touch the kind of money these people get from their daddies alone.
Well, and success is success, and I agree 100%. Success to me is where luck and preparedness meet.
So you guys, because I'll be confess, I do often listen to this stream when I'm trying to go to bed. I like hearing people speak when I go to sleep. It's a bit of a weird interest, but it helps. It's better than silence. Like I hear you guys speak about like how like there's a lot of structural indoctrination and stuff, and I believe this because I know people are like, you can never speak about systems because that's like SJW, that's like communist. Like no, there are structural systems that are like oppressing people, you know.
Yeah.
Like school systems, police systems. You know, if you say the wrong things, if you do the things that the government doesn't like, you know, you get imprisoned, whatever. At schools, you know, you learn some things, you don't learn other things. I feel like that's the same when it comes to like the system. Well, it is an economic system that we're under. You know, people's lives will be destroyed for the sake of like a few dollars in the bank accounts of these rich people, and they genuinely think that because they believe this story they're told, that if they just work hard enough, they'll get successful. But they aren't being successful. They're being used because all this time they're putting in to try and being successful is just filling the pockets of people who sit there and own the houses and they own the factories and they own the companies like Amazon and stuff, for example. And these people who think that they're part of the Sigma grind set and they're going to like get somewhere, they've only gained a few dollars, whereas they've made other people thousands. And it's sad because they're being used.
You can get moderately successful once you start getting up into that 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, anything like that. You better be in a secret society and you better not be saying the wrong thing or you can go missing.
So I'm reading like a newspaper where these two news reporters were found dead in a van because a tree fell on top of them. I know for sure how they found something that they weren't supposed to. Because no tree could just fall on them.
That sounds like Arkansas, how these people around the Clintons mysteriously die, some of them by shooting themselves twice in the head. It's like very implausible.
I mean, how could you shoot yourself twice? Yeah.
Did you see that Indian family? That the dude was like the Bill Gates of India, and they were working with the Clintons, and they found him, the granddaughter. I think the kid was like 9 or 10. And the son that was like 30 something, all three of them dead in like a 2-foot tall pool. And supposedly they all three drowned. Like, no possible way did those three fucking people drown in that tiny ass pool.
Yeah.
It's like, give me a break. He just happened to be doing these dealings with Clintons and stuff. It's like, come on. They actually said that in the news article, that a tragedy where they all drowned in their pool.
Yeah, they were drowned dead.
You call that a hat trick, I think, in the agency.
I wish I remembered the name of that.
Oh, did that hit a little too close to home? I'm sorry, guys.
Have you guys ever like thought about this idea? Because I thought about this for a while. Is people are kept poor and having to work, so they don't have much time to think about things.
Exactly.
Think about it, right? If everyone just had loads of free time all day, they would get bored and they would start researching stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they're working all the time, what's on their mind? Work, right?
Yep.
Work, family, house, paying. I mean, like, yeah.
It becomes a lot harder to spend lots of time really logically analyzing structures in the real world, right? Like, you know, to work out a lie, you have to have the time to work out what the truth is or what the lie is in contradiction with in order for it to be a lie, right?
That's why we're such a minority.
Yeah, they're kind of dumb shits for putting us all in our houses for 2 years.
Yeah.
Whoops. We learned a lot, didn't we?
It's sad though because most humans are going to have like roughly the same thinking capacity. They're all going to have like human brains, right? But it's like those brains are never utilized because they're always being forced to do something else other than think.
There's a picture of the they drowned in.
Yeah, they were drowned dead, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I ask how it is that you guys stay in this server so long? Like, I will literally join at any point in the day, and some of you are here for like a long time. How do you guys manage it? Do you have jobs or?
I'm in school right now.
He's talking to you.
I'm retired.
Shut up. You know what? I'm not the only one here on and off all fucking day every day, okay?
Hey, that's gonna be me.
I'm just kidding.
That's funny.
No, I'm kidding, but I'm not because most of the time that I drop in, I see you here. But then again, it's me dropping in too. So,
well, whatever. I mean, no shame in my game, bro. Like I said, I'm spending money right now. I'm not making money. I'm in school. But
a lot of people don't watch television and they just have it playing in the background as well. So,
yep, I do that. Like sometimes when I'm cooking or whatever, I just leave it on.
I didn't hear who drowned in that
I'm
pool?
retired and I have a great desire to know the truth. So I've got plenty of time to do that now.
Yeah, I mean, I make time for this. You know what I mean? This is super important. It's not just, oh, I've got some free time. Let's go hang out on the internet with my internet friends. This is the most crucial kind of conversation happening right now across the whole fucking world. So I'd like to be a part of that. Anyway.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with
providing the truth to like your fellow humans. It's virtuous. It's it's a public service, you know.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely right. Yep.
Like if you really care about other people, there's no better way to show it than to show that I care about you so much that I want you to think in a way that won't harm you.
Yeah, like listen, what better way to show someone that you love them than by being honest with them?
Exactly. No
Not
one
only
likes
that,
a liar.
If you found something, right, that was detrimental to society and you keep it to yourself, right, it does nobody any good, including yourself, right? Like I'd like to see things change for the better. So that's my motivation. If I keep all this information to myself, then the world just decays into, it just follows this route to despotism. And I'd like to try and reverse that as much as I can.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. If you had a meth addict in your family, like, you wouldn't just stand by and let them do it. You would be like, hey, I'm concerned here. Like, this is destroying your life. I want to tell you that this isn't okay. I want to help you through this, I want you to stop doing this because this is harmful to you. Anyone
it's
who
like
believes
Paul Revere,
in the truth.
The British are coming. The British are coming.
No, fuck's sake.
Like, I don't even know if that story is true, but let's assume it's. I don't trust any of our history. I think it's all been written by the powers that shouldn't be. So I question all of it.
Yeah.
So what do you think it is then, huh? What do you think your history is?
I think I don't know what it is.
Mm-mm.
I think it's lies. I think all that everything they've told us is lies. So I put a big question mark on all of it. I can't trust it.
But history did occur, so there must be something that happened. Do you have any idea of what it might be?
But I have no idea.
There is something that happened, but we do not know what happened.
We have
I have no way to confirm it. I'm sure
out.
these people existed, like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I'm sure they existed, but I don't know that this narrative is the official. The official story is usually false. So I just put a big question mark on it. I don't trust anything anymore. That's one of the things that happens when you learn the truth about this.
You do get some tids and bits that in your heart that you're getting at least some truth. How much of it I don't know for sure, but probably getting a little bit of truth if you look hard enough, long enough.
I mean, these things are there, but it just so happens like all these people, these founding fathers were all Freemasons, and it just puts a big question mark on the whole thing, at least in my mind.
Oh, for sure. I just recently found out, I've said this several times over the last few weeks, that when Columbus came, he didn't come with settlers. The first 2 shiploads of people that he brought were all Freemasons.
Yep.
and they were here for 150 years before they brought any settlers. They dropped off a whole shitload of Freemasons, let them figure out and take control of the situation, whatever it was when they got here. And then they sent settlers, and then they were told by those people what the history was of the land they just arrived to. So it was completely manipulated. You know, who knows what the real truth is, but we do know that there were Freemasons here. That's what Columbus brought, was Freemasons. He didn't bring settlers, at least at first. So what is that?
But that's why, I mean, there is some of the writings of George Washington and stuff, and he seems like a noble person. Ben Franklin, all these founding fathers, they do seem, I mean, heroic. Like they gave up power. They didn't want to be king. It sounds very, you know, moral. But I have to question it. It's like, man, maybe that shit was just made up so that we take the bait and think, oh, the system we have is a great system. These men fought and died so that you would have this system of a representative republic. But it's really our own enslavement, you see? So they kind of trick us in a way. Something that's not that's our slavery is it, you know, something that's virtuous. Like the Bill of Rights, that should be the document that we have. As far as the Constitution, there's things in there where we give away all of our power to a government, a so-called representative government that we know doesn't represent us. It just it uses that power and authority over us, like things they're doing right now from the government, these mandates and such, being top-down control. So it's not beneficial to have a centralized government like this. It doesn't, because they can do anything they damn well please.
Especially when that was their intention in the beginning.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the idea that all thoughts are just the consequences of like physical processes in the brain? Do you believe that like the consciousness is more than just physical stuff, or no?
I have no clue. Anybody else?
I would say it's not material. I think it's pretty clearly not material.
Yeah, but like science, well, at least, you know, mainstream science says that it might just be, you know, like a bunch of interactions between brain cells and stuff.
Yeah, it's an atomistic thing. So, like Democritus, who coined the term atom, which means uncut, that was kind of the birth of the materialist and later atheist type of mindset, which later on Isaac Newton and all of Western science took on. So that's why, Western medicine particularly, that's why they see the body as like a car that you can open up. It's made of physical things that can be physically fixed. That's why they're terrible at healing anything. They're
Since the initial introduction of... Go ahead. They're really good at taking... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying they're really good at doing heart surgery or fixing your shoulder or something mechanical and physical, but they fall on their face when it comes to healing. And then you had people like Socrates, allegedly, it was probably a panel of people writing that shit, but you have people like Socrates talking about the form or the soul, the immaterial, and that is a different school of thought than the whole Democritus, atomistic, materialist cult.
Yes, perfect. That reminded me of something I heard first in an Incubus song, and the quote, I believe, goes, "Since the introduction of the electromagnetic spectrum, humans have learned that what they can touch, smell, see, and hear is less than 1/millionth of reality."
Yeah, that whole atomistic cult is just doesn't make any sense. It's like we were talking about the experiment earlier. You can have a friend make an agreement like, hey, your buddy's going to go across the lake with a mirror and then he's going to reflect it to you and you're going to record it and all this stuff. Like, is that thought just floating over the lake? Like, it's not a physical thing. It's immaterial. That agreement we made is immaterial.
It technically, yeah, it doesn't exist here. I think maybe what you're trying to say.
Well, that's just semantics, but yeah.
Yeah, well, right, it's like it transcends the material.
So it's
the thought
immaterial.
itself, immaterial, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with you, bud. Sorry.
No, that's all right. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's very clearly immaterial. Unless one day they show it and say, "Hey, here it is. Here, it's a physical thought." And they try to do it with the transhumanist thing and the AI and all that, where it's literally physical material codes, and like how our DNA is codes and this, that, and the other. But I don't know. I'm not buying that it's just atomistic. I'm not buying it. I've never even seen an atom, or an electron, or a proton.
There you go. Exactly. Me neither.
Seen cartoons of those things, but if you
have
notice,
we seen them in person though?
never. And the dogma always predates, like many, many, many centuries ago, that you have this dogma about an atom, and then centuries later they discover it. The dogma always predates the alleged discovery. I find that to be a funny coincidence that zealots eventually find what they're looking for. They like to do self-fulfilling prophecies and stuff. A lot of people do, not just people perpetrating the globe, but there's part of human nature that desires to be right about prophecy, desire all that stuff.
So, sorry to be speaking so much on the live stream. But what you mentioned there really feels to me like something that has anybody here heard of The Hero with 1,000 Faces, the book? No?
Vaguely. I've never read it.
It's by Joseph Campbell. Anyone?
I've read a couple Joseph Campbell books.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I read it. It's good.
Yeah. Where he talks about like this, the kind of components of stories and how like myths often turn out the same. But one of his ideas was that the reason we keep making myths is because we want a story to follow, right? And I feel like what you're mentioning earlier is maybe a symptom of just our desire to be part of a story, because like we have to live. It's
it's pride. It's ego.
Yeah, exactly. Like we experience the world through a self, right? And so we constantly have to like keep validating that self. Otherwise, not great thoughts. Yeah, that book. I recommend it to everybody. Very good book.
Looks good.
Yeah. But we have to keep validating ourselves, like in terms of the ego. Otherwise, we can end up in like infinite regresses of like, what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? And time will just pass us by, right?
Exactly.
I think the term is motivational egoism. The idea of the self will be right, so just do as the self pleases.
Well, that's Luciferianism. But yeah.
Well, that's how most people think, though. Like, we like to pretend we're all... Well, okay, I know some of us here are definitely more morally refined than others, but most people, let's be honest, they don't think about morality too much. They have other things to worry about. Most of what we do is based simply, let's be honest, on feeling. Does it feel right? Does it feel wrong? We don't like have this whole logical system, most people, where we work out, like, is this coherent with my moral system? We're just like, if it feels right, we'll do it. If it feels wrong, we won't. You know? It's very much based on...
Some people, yeah.
Just how we feel. Well, most people, really. I mean, if you go to up to most people and ask them, what's your moral system? They'll be like, I don't know.
Yeah, in 2021, you may be right.
Well,
yeah. If something feels wrong, I don't do it. If something feels right, I do it.
Well, that's the whole deal. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Isn't that?
Well, why not do that? If we're just a Big Bang accident on this random speck in the universe, and there's millions and billions of other Earths like ours and galaxies, and like, why not do abortion? Why not? were just accidents of evolution,
See,
why not drink
abortion,
yourself to death?
abortion's a weird topic because, as unfortunate as it is,
I
whether
probably shouldn't
you,
brought it up, but
I'll just make one statement. The unfortunate thing for people who believe abortion is wrong, I mean, it's going to happen anyway. You know, there are unfortunately cruel facts in the universe. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
I appreciate that. We need to not talk about that though, please.
Oh, is that like not okay here?
I mean, it's just something. Listen, if you wouldn't bring it up at the dinner table with your girlfriend's parents, then we're probably not going to talk about that.
Oh,
Feel me?
okay. Sorry, guys.
No worries, no worries. At least I like to try to keep it as scientific as possible. I go into the weeds sometimes too, but when it gets to the really sticky situations, like, you know, big political issues and social justice nonsense, I don't want to piss anybody off who's listening. I'd rather we, you know, not do that.
Yeah, we'd rather be men staring at boats, or not staring at boats, and staring at
Sure.
horizons.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. I don't know about optics. How does the what's it, refraction or whatever, the refractive horizon, how does that work? Like how, you know, like the mirage, you can, I don't know.
Generally is light going through two different mediums that has an angle of incidence. So, and then two different mediums, it can be water to air, it can be different temperature airs, there can be a little bit of refraction, but generally speaking, there's some refraction taking place in the atmosphere when you make long distance observations. And typically, especially when you have warmer air below colder air, it's going to make objects in the distance lower. You can also get miraging, you can get looming, you can get all these different types of refraction if you're looking at an object. But the point in general about refraction in this topic with the whole globe Earth and flat Earth thing is that you can't see a refracted object you're not capable of seeing. So what's happening is people who are doubling and tripling down on the globe, you can show them something that it should be behind the physical curvature of Earth. And they're saying, no, refraction is lifting it up around the corner. It's like, no, refraction is a distorted object, one way or the other. There's different types of refraction of an object you're capable of seeing. So if there's no object, there's no refraction of an object, to put it simply.
Is this image in Livestream, is that real?
Yes, but if you look at it very closely, you can see underneath the boat, there's a little bit of a darker line there. That's the water has taken on the appearance of the sky. It's reflecting the color of the sky off the water, and it makes it look like it's floating. But if you look really close, you can see there's a little line underneath that boat. That's because that's where the water is.
That's its actual position, yeah.
Yeah, but it because it's sitting on the water and you can see it, but you have to look really close. You can see that water has taken on the same the appearance of the sky, the color of the sky.
Bro, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep,
That's crazy.
It's one of the 5 fundamental types of refraction.
Yeah, but there's nothing really happening there other than the fact that the water has changed color. There's no magical thing going on there. That boat is sitting on the water. The water just looks like the sky because it's reflecting the sky color off of it. That's the only thing. It's not magic. It's just the water that it's sitting on looks like the sky because it's reflecting the color of the sky off of it.
And if that boat was behind a physical curve, we would not see that boat, period. Right. We wouldn't see it refracted. We wouldn't see it dancing. We wouldn't see it doing the cha-cha or nothing. We would not see that boat.
That one's called looming.
Do you guys ever get depressed knowing that, like, as far as we know at least, most people will never believe the truths that you guys believe? Like, the truth of Flat Earth?
No. Well, at first you go through some different... It depends on where you are in your life and what you've been through. Me personally, I broke so many spells growing up and getting older that I went through those ups and downs at that point. By the time I discovered the Earth wasn't a globe, I was already over all that. But it can be, if it's like, you know, it can be isolating and things of that nature.
Yeah,
But
no.
not depression. I never get depressed about it.
Some of these people are one of these that will cling on to what they think they know, the fairy tale earth, without ever like looking into things. No matter how many things you present to them, no matter how many proofs you show that their assumption was wrong, even with Eratosthenes and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been going on with this one on fucking Hangouts of all places for
See, I
years.
want to say one more thing about this looming thing. What they'll use this picture for is they'll say, look, see, that boat is being lifted up, and that proves that refraction lifts objects up. And that's not the case because you can clearly see it sitting on the water. You just have to look closely. It isn't lifted up nowhere. It's just sitting on the water. But they'll say that boat has been lifted up, and they'll ignore the fact that the water has taken on the appearance of the sky.
So something interesting is just how much money is spent on like the whole space program stuff, right?
Yes.
Isn't it like a super convenient way to funnel so much money to companies that maybe do or don't exist and or do and don't provide services? And yeah, doesn't it seem like a super convenient way to like funnel like literally billions, right?
When you get $59 million a day, and then every 6 months you put out a $20 CGI, yeah, that's theft.
So it's almost a way for a government to like legitimize stealing your money.
Absolutely.
One of the many ways, yes, that they do business. Yes, that is one of the reasons.
Like literally stealing billions from a taxpayer. You know what's the worst part? They already steal your money when it comes to things like wars. And then like, okay, well, guys, we'll release some information, you know, and then like maybe a decade later, they'll be like, oh, damn, that war was super bad. But then like with NASA, you know, people always have a positive image of it. So they have like a decoy to get angry at, while the real thing funneling most of the money, everyone will always love.
Yeah. They've got 1,000 scams. And people just like the adventurous idea of space and everything, so that is a drop in the bucket compared to what else they steal, but it's still blatant theft when there's no space.
Yep.
And they're taking money
Very
for
good at figuring out ways to steal money.
They got all types of schemes, man. They set up all this conflict of interest, like with the health industry and everything, conflict of interest people. It's just
it's crazy how they keep you poor, and then whatever money you do make, they'll tax from you, and then they'll like spend it on things that shouldn't be spent on, you know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
You're just paying the debt from the money they borrowed and then lent, and then, like you said, spent on random nonsense and pocketed. Like a good example is here in California, my parents used to run a homeless shelter, right? And they were very, very successful.
That's nice.
As far as not money wise, but they went broke doing it. But they actually turned around a lot of people's lives. And then we've been to the Housing First meetings and all that stuff where they will do grants for millions of dollars to end homelessness, and they'll literally hire like the one guy that gets $200,000 a year, another guy that gets $80,000 a year, this whole panel of people to sit around and jerk each other off and talk about ending homelessness.
But here's the thing: that they never will end the homelessness because then they'd be out of a job.
If they would have gave my parents that money, they would have actually done some things with that money instead of having all these people with these titles get paid by this grant. It's a joke.
They never want to end homelessness, because if they did, they'd have to get a new job.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want homelessness to exist forever, so they can have like employment security.
Yeah, and they have these conjured up ridiculous titles. It's just like that in Congress. Every topic is like that, where you got all these different positions of these people with these asinine titles, like 10 words long. It's a joke.
They have to blow out their budgets every year as well too. If they don't use their entire budget, then they won't get that money the next year.
Exactly.
100%.
Loads of the budgets go towards bonuses that don't seem deserved. But hey, don't question the HR, right?
Yep.
Well, you just give contracts to your buddies only. Only people that you do business with is your buddies.
Oh damn! My cousin owns the company that my company has contracted to do this thing. Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's how they do it.
And just like in the restaurant industry, I worked at the airport once for this kitchen, and an agency, you have to have an agency own your business if you're doing a restaurant in the airport. And the agency would hire these idiots that don't know anything about running a kitchen, and they lied to us and tell us when they hire us, hey, you can move up the chain. You could eventually be a manager, or you could eventually be this. But it's a lie. They hire these people in that don't know shit about running a restaurant, while they pay people basically minimum wage to actually cook in the kitchen, lying to them, making them think they can move up the ranks when they can't, literally can't. That's just a microcosm of what we were talking about earlier, where it's the illusion of you've got these connected people like Bill Gates, who came from a very wealthy eugenics family. And like, oh, he's just some random guy in his garage. It's the American dream. It's like, no. It's always some random guy in his garage. Like, dude, you guys have used that story too many times. You gotta be one of these so-called royalty families or secret society families to be president or any of that. Like they do that lie too. You could be president. You could be anything you want to be. You could be president. Like, not if you're not born into the right family.
Yeah, you can be president. You just need to start out in your garage.
You want to know something sad? Is like the whole "you can be manager" narrative is so sad because people genuinely believe it, right? But the thing is, the whole point of being a manager is that you're like the one person who's a manager. So how could all the people underneath them truly ever get to be a manager? Only one person gets that spot, but everybody wants it so bad, you know, because their pays and their jobs are so shit. So they're actually convinced to work so hard in a job that's so shit for the chance to not work that so hard in a job that's so shit.
Yeah.
Isn't that
and there
sad?
is some companies where you can, like private-owned companies and other things, but some big franchise agency, you're gonna get screwed. In most of the cases, not all cases, but.
Yeah, that's why I try not to do business with them. I don't like feeding the beast, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta play ball when you get up into the multi-millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why they pay athletes and stuff so much money, because if you're an athlete and you got like 10 million followers on your Twitter or whatever, you cannot have someone like that just going off the rails and telling truth. You have to incentivize them with a lot of money. You have to decentivize them, or whatever the word is, you have to keep them under threat of harm, and you got to keep a close eye on people that could sway millions of people all at once. Like Michael Jackson, he was probably the single most famous person ever, as far as one person goes. Imagine if he came out talking about the earth was flat or something. Like, they literally can't have that.
How would he know? Right. Wait. So what's this information these people have that us lot don't?
What are you saying?
Like, was Michael Jackson part of some secret society or something?
What?
In my opinion, he was clearly a Saturn worshiper because he demonstrated that, but
Wait,
it's a
how?
whole other story.
What is a Saturn worshipper?
Did he do the moonwalk all the way to Saturn?
Dude, there are so many things I hear on this stream that I've literally never heard before in like mainstream media.
Well, that's the point.
Hmm.
Then there's different controlled optics, different psyops and stuff they do. Like Michael Jackson, it appeared that he was starting to break out a little bit, where he brought that picture of Tony Mottola, who owns Sony, onto stage and was literally pointing at the picture, saying, "This guy's the devil." And then he came out on stage again, saying, "They're literally lying in our school books. They're doing this, they're doing that." Then all of a sudden, they had that blackmail on him, where they rush up in there, send the FBI or whoever the hell in there to take pictures of his junk and all that. Like, most of these people have blackmail. It's not just incentivized through money. Most of these people have blackmail on them.
Did he die in like 2010 or something?
Somewhere around there. I mean, the doctor that allegedly killed him was a 33-degree Mason.
Interesting.
He said he's going to reveal something that day, and then he was going to go somewhere and reveal something in public, and then that morning he died before.
Bro, he died like before a tour, right? He was meant to do like a whole world tour. Maybe he was going to reveal something on that tour.
He said he was going to reveal everything about what's going on and what the plans were and everything, and that's why they shot him.
I mean, we can neither confirm nor deny that that's what he was gonna do, right?
Yeah. The letter X represents Saturn.
He does a lot of symbolism, but again, it's unfalsifiable. I'm the bad guy here, guys. I'm the bad cop.
No, that's fine. It's good to have.
All those guys who in those bands all have to swear allegiance to not to the flag, but to what?
Yep, I spent 20 years in the music business, and I will say there's a reason I'm not rolling in dough. It's because I have integrity.
This is
They don't swear allegiance to the flag. They swear allegiance to something
sell
else.
out with me. Come sell out. Come sell out. Come sell out with me.
Yeah, real big fish.
Sell
out
guys.
with me. Oh
Me too
yeah.
now. Sell out.
We have been informed this is not the conspiracy chat 24/7.
Sorry,
Wait,
what?
says who? What?
In live stream voice text.
Oh. Well,
Apocalypse Angel, hi, hello, Flat Earther. Well, okay. I understand that you're saying that, and so sure, let's get. You know what? I always appreciate an opportunity to get back on topic. So yes, let's do that.
I genuinely tried to bring a globe zealot in here so we could have fun with her, but she's not intelligent enough to learn how to use Discord.
Oh, that's mean. You should help her.
She's beyond help, dude.
She knows how. I
I
talked
even
to her
had,
for 4 minutes.
yeah, I even had Glatt join the thing just to test the water, and he's like, "Yeah, fuck that idiot." Yeah, I agree. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't fuck that idiot with your.
That's hilarious. Oh no.
Were they a troll, or were they genuinely didn't?
They genuinely believe it. No, yeah, well, they genuinely believe it, right? And they would troll us, I'm sure. It's my guess, but anyway, yeah, they certainly were quoting people they'd never met from Facebook posts on how the Earth is a globe. So
she didn't even know the name of Eratosthenes. Yeah. She called Eratosthenes Socrates. No.
Socrates. No. Wow.
I had to educate her on that, and then his buddy supposedly over there in Cyrene. How were they able to communicate back 2,300 years ago, 300 years before Christ? How were they able to communicate? And by the way, it's not even on the same parallel or latitude, whatever the fuck it is.
Meridian, yeah.
The up and down line, yeah. So it's like, think about it. How were they able to track that out? I mean, was this up and down miles, or was this as the bird flies miles? And then how would they know? They didn't have a flying machine back then, so what the fuck?
Satellite phones. You deny satellites?
No, the moon's a satellite.
Yeah. Strictly speaking, yeah. Maybe that's how they did it. They bounced their stuff off the moon.
Maybe.
Yeah,
See,
that
I
story's
want to.
probably-
I
Well,
wonder. I bet you we would get. I bet you I would probably get fucking thrown in prison in the gulag for fucking life, and you would never hear about it if I were to take like a giant laser and aim it at the moon and just zap it.
Josh, that almost sounds like you want to do that.
Yes, I do. I really
You
want
wanna
to
go to
shine a
prison for
power-
life.
No, I want to. I want to
You
make
wanna
sure
be
the air-
suicided
Hold
for
on.
lasering
I want to
the
make
moon.
sure that the air traffic is cleared. Conduct an observation, not an experiment, but an observation. Right? Make sure the air traffic is cleared, and we have the authority through the FAA on a certain window to where there's going to be nothing in shot of it, and see if we get a shine on the moon's surface where the sun isn't shining on it. If we do get a shine, then hey, maybe it is reflecting off of the sun. If it's no shine, big problem.
Yeah. The clearance is a good idea because I remember one time when we were 14.
How the fuck are you gonna get that?
The helicopters.
I don't know.
Helicopters were out looking for somebody, like the ghetto bird they call it. They were out looking the police helicopter, and I had a laser pointer and pointed it at the
Well,
fucking helicopter.
they showed up at your house, didn't
And
they?
they fucking swarmed us like SWAT.
Yeah, dude,
Like,
that's serious
I got
shit,
so
dude.
much trouble for that shit.
I can neither
You're on the
confirm
no-fly
nor
list, aren't
deny
you?
that I've done the same thing a few times.
It was so funny, but man, I got in so much trouble.
I mean,
Yeah.
really, if anybody were to use some kind of a laser rangefinder, it would be a white light or an infrared light for a laser designator. Nobody uses a green laser as a designator. They're just paranoid little shit pussies. Wear laser goggles. That way you don't get blinded. Deal with it. You're flying in my airspace. Who gave you permission to fly over my house? You know?
Yeah, I stopped letting them fly over my place years ago.
If I had a Stinger, they wouldn't be flying over my house anymore. I guarantee it.
The police were flying over our shit every night.
Buzz up there, little bee, and sting them.
Yeah, I just don't let them do it, period. Nope. I don't let fucking
This is
anything
my
fly over
high.
me.
I'm flying at you straight with my butt pointed at you like the bees do sometimes when they hit me in the forehead. Man, those hurt.
Okay, guys, I have a serious on-topic question, okay?
Let's do it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, like, the whole point of this stream is, like, to be educational, right?
It's more so for it's a place for people to come and talk about this issue and like issues without being called an idiot. But yes, also it's also that, yeah.
Okay.
It should be a learning experience, but yeah, there's not a lot of people who, not a lot of places in life where people can freely have the conversation about specifically flat Earth.
I guess you could
other things.
call it a college in a way, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's no curriculum, but I guess that's like a neat comparison. But like, do you guys ever feel like you ever not to be insulting? Do you guys ever feel like you have the power to like make a difference? Like, you guys ever think that there'll be like a flat Earth president, or there'll be like a flat Earth candidate, or
None of that
a flat
matters.
Earth?
Yeah, none of that.
Does it
I'm just
not
trying to
matter?
get the information out to people.
There was
All
a
of
flat
them
Earth presidential candidate in Iceland.
Really?
They all know that.
JFK was a flat Earth president. He had a flat
No
Earth
way.
map
Was
on
he?
Air Force One, and he
Donald
started
Trump is a
NASA.
flat earther. Donald Trump is a flat earther.
Are you sure? Are you sure? He seems like the kind of person who'd be like, "Yeah, the flat Earth is cool," and then like in
Yeah,
private,
but
he'd be like,
but he's a flat earth closet guy. You know, there's a lot of flat earthers that are inside the closet. You don't know that?
"Yeah, but exactly, you don't know that. So how would you know that he was a flat earther? Like, has he ever said any stuff?"
Yeah, because he's a closet flat earther, bro. That
Yeah, but,
doesn't really
like-
matter. That's the point. It doesn't really matter. Like what's gonna happen? one president say the air is flat, is gonna.
Well, no,
They're gonna do it.
no, yeah, it does make a difference. Think about it, okay? Because a president is more than just a person who has a term for 4 years, okay? They're somebody that has a cultural impact, okay?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, they're not
people
allowed
still
to.
speak about Obama and Reagan and Clinton and stuff like long after their presidencies, right?
Yeah. Now
Exactly.
you
So
know why they won't.
a flat Earth president would be somebody who would, because I mean, by their nature of being a flat Earther, would be somebody who would be spoken about long after their like 1 or 2 terms.
But that's
right?
you're making a mistake to think that at least me,
A
I'm not
random
here for.
person
It's
can't
not
be
a
president.
popularity contest. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't care what fucking presidents think what. I'm here to just tell people about the truth. They want to have it, cool. If they don't, they don't. That's that.
They're careful about who they allow to be president. You can't just have random people can't just go be president. You have to be part of a secret society or these born into certain families. And after years and years and years of being bred a certain way, almost none of them go off rails because they'll wind up going missing. Like,
Yeah, but like, here's the thing: if you believe something is true, wouldn't you want the most amount of people to also think that
No.
thing's true as possible, right?
I would, but I'm not born into one of these families where you're bred your whole life that you are superior and everybody else is just these peons. And it's not just flat Earth. There's countless things that these presidents and shit talk about that they never, ever, ever talk about publicly.
Oh, sorry, but what's a peon?
Just as they call it in Freemasonry,
A pleb.
that's their thing.
Or a pleb.
Yeah.
So like an underling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even worse than that, they call us useless eaters. That's what they call the.
I've never heard the
So
word
just-
peon. Is that like a foreign word or something?
Peon?
Yeah.
No, a peon
It's a
is
piece
someone.
on chess. Isn't it a piece on a chess
It's
table?
a pawn.
Yeah, it's a
No,
pawn.
it's a pawn. Yeah.
Oh.
A peon is like a little pissant, like pipsqueak.
Pissant.
Big squeak.
I just posted
Yeah.
2 images, and they date back from like the 60s. Air Force One with JFK on it, and it shows an AE map on the side, and then his situation room.
In Spanish, pawn is peon. Peon.
Peon? Oh.
Well, look here.
P-A-Y-O-N?
Check the voice text. This will clear it up for everybody.
Let me look
Put a nice little bow on it.
And when you go through all these oaths and you spend years showing that you can be good and not tell secrets before they ever let you be president. They don't just randomly throw someone up there. These are people who for decades have demonstrated they can be good boys.
So, do you think Trump did the same thing or no?
Yeah.
So, is he like a shill? Or
Well, his whole narrative, like they had the dude on Fox News come out and say, "Oh, he's not like one of them. He's not in a secret society. He's an outsider," and that's been his whole get up is that he's supposedly an outsider. He's defeating the beast from the inside. Well, admittedly, they're at least claiming he's not. Which, by the way, if they're claiming he's an outsider, not in a secret society, they're conceding that the other ones were. But
true, actually, yeah.
I
Damn,
couldn't believe they said that on Fox News. Like
they're
actually said-
self-reporting. They're dumb as fuck.
It's because of the Overton window. Once a certain amount of public starts to understand something, they have to concede a little bit, but then control that concession. So that's why you have someone like Trump. They have him put on a working man's hat and come out and say how fake news.
I'm
He
gonna
didn't
be
create
honest.
that. Most of the
You
people
guys-
already knew that. That's
You
why
guys
they
say
had him
so
fake.
much shit I've never heard before. What the fuck is the Overton window?
What?
Oh,
Hold
he
on.
said
Hold on.
overturn window.
Yeah, over the window. Tell them about it.
Well, it's the allowable frame of knowledge that gets pushed over. You can push it as a population if certain topics start hitting critical mass, like for example, how elites have these PEDO rings and all this stuff, right? So once a certain amount of the population starts to realize that, the The Overton window has shifted. Now they can't just come out and talk like they did in 1992. To have the cool guy who's playing the defeat the beast from the inside, you got to have him say the news is fake, because we all know the news is fake now. We pushed the Overton window over.
There's only so much they can keep hiding.
And that's why you have controlled opposition who meets people at those gates. So once you get past one gate of the Overton window, they have a controlled opposition person right there stopping you at the gate. Okay, we'll allow one segment of the population to know there's PEDOs in Congress, but we won't let them go any further. And they try to trap people at each gate.
Can you not say that word on YouTube?
Try not to, but yeah.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to, cause too much stir on the YouTube. But
yeah,
the point is, you can push the allowable, I guess, thought and speech.
It's the threshold. Yeah.
Yeah, the threshold. There
So,
you go.
have you guys tried to shift it more towards like a globe questioning kind of thing, or no?
Well, it already is.
Is it
It's not
something
us.
that like?
That's what's happening. That's why they have controlled opposition flat earthers come out, because they're always responding to the people, right?
Mhm.
So if 56% of the population of America is like nationalist minded, then they're gonna bring their puppet out like Trump to pretend that he's nationalist minded. So people look at Trump and say, "Oh, he inspired people to be nationalists." It's like, no, they presented their puppet in a reflection of what the people were doing. The control.
I feel like Trump is a puppet because he said everything everyone wanted to hear, which seems like too perfect.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. They give us our heroes.
Yeah, like people were cheering for him. Like, how was he so and he was so stand out from
He was
everybody
a
else.
star.
Well,
Exactly.
here's the thing, right? A lot of people talk left wing, right wing, right wing, middle. It doesn't matter. It's all part of the same bird.
For real, Democrats, Republicans, they're all pushing for the same companies
Yep,
and the same ideas and stuff.
It's nothing but false promises during their campaign, and then once they get elected, they continue to do the status quo that the past presidents have done.
It is
They have
same,
no power, man.
same Medusa, infinite snakeheads. Yes.
And if they don't go through with what the plan is, then they're ostracized and thrown out and ridiculed, and their entire presidency is gone down the shitter or shot in the head. They don't need to do full-on assassinations. They could just do a character assassination like they just did with.
Y'all remember Anthony Weiner? Oh,
yeah.
And if they don't give us our leaders and give us our heroes, we'll get our own. We'll lead our own.
Okay, I'm pretty sure if his name is spelled Weiner, his name is going to be like Viner.
Venal.
No, because the entire media. I don't want to stay on this, but I do want to say that the entire media was saying Anthony Weiner. They weren't saying Viner or anything else, my friend. So yeah,
it was mockery. Just like Madoff with the money.
Mm-hmm.
It's mockery.
It's just like Eratosthenes.
If you look at a lot of these stories, they're generated by like AI on these news sites, and the names that are used are ridiculous. Like, what was the teacher's name of Georgia, Florida? I wasn't saying his actual name, but
I don't know, but the first person to have the jab in the world was William Shakespeare. Not fucking kidding, guys.
No
His
way.
name was William Shakespeare. No, it's not. It's not.
Wayne Sexton.
Fucking look it up.
Yeah, that's what it was. Wayne Sexton was the name of his 5th grade teacher, whatever. And she just happened, decades ago, kept one little picture. She's reading off a script. It's just, her name was Wayne Sexton, man. I mean, come on.
Bro, this sounds like trash. Bro, come on.
You can't make this shit
I'm
up.
not making it up, bro. That's the thing. You can't write it. And hey, listen, that's how they get you. So many people think they're so smart that they'd be able to smell something like that. If it can't be that obvious, right? They can't be that bad at what they're doing. But yeah, most people eat it up regardless of how sloppy they are with their
Most of them
presentation.
are glad to be like 100% with you. these people are also like all on the up and up with what's happening with the Kardashians and shit.
It's the Joneses.
Can we just point out that these people are most people? These are probably most of the people listening to the stream right now. We can't be too mean, right?
That's not being mean. That's calling a spade, in my opinion. That being mean's a different thing.
Keep watching your sports and read Jeremiah 10 if you feel like putting a Christmas tree up. Read Jeremiah 10.
We got people here who come and stomp on our friends' graves, so we're being very nice right now.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
No, that we don't have to go into it. I'm just letting you know that the kind of stuff we put up with here sometimes is it's flagrant, and so we try to be.
Oh yeah, you guys are gonna
nice
get
as
trolling.
possible.
Obviously, it's a flat Earth server. You guys are gonna get people who be like, "Oh, you stupid."
Right, and as if we would want to choose to be like that, right? Like I'm going to choose to ostracize myself from my friends and my family for the sake of it. What? No, my friend, like the man was saying earlier about Paul Revere. Nobody wanted to be woken up in the middle of the night. This motherfucker riding through here screaming at me about some shit that I don't even believe is going to happen. Well, then guess what happened? Nobody liked Paul for coming through and disrupting shit, but there were some who fucking listened. Thanks.
Hey, I'm gonna back that shit up. Who came in here and said that you guys are being mean?
Yeah, that's horseshit. We're being nice.
Yeah, that might have been me. Yeah, so
Yeah,
so maybe it's just me, and but my philosophy, at least when I was like speaking to people, is ultimately, you know, if you tell somebody something that if you tell them that they're wrong in a way that's like mean, they're gonna be like, oh, you were just a dick. But if you're nice, like, hey, like maybe you know you don't fully understand this, maybe there's a bit more research to be done, then like they're gonna be much more likely to like actually go and do it, actually go and like change their mind and stuff, you know.
All right, cool.
Do you think that that's the first time we've ever thought about something like that?
Hold on. Let me ask Dick. Have you? Is this? How long have you been talking to people about this topic?
I'll be honest. I've never spoken to anybody about this like flat Earth topic, but other topics I've definitely had to.
Well, this one particularly, we do get a lot of vitriol. Can you imagine?
Oh,
absolutely, definitely. I've seen flat Earth memes. I don't know how it is.
It's worse than you could imagine. Is kind of what I'm gonna say. Anyway, go ahead, Helio.
Sugarcoating.
No, I don't. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, sugarcoating never helps.
So I mean,
you're right.
First day talking to a flat
angry
earther, and you're going to say we're being mean.
No,
We get
you
so
can
much
sugarcoat a
vitriol,
rabbit
man.
turd
Bro,
and give it to somebody as like a smart pill, and it'll just piss them off even more than if you just gave them a rabbit turd, because it's like, I thought it was candy because it was sweet and I bit into it, and ooh, that really makes me angry. So yeah, sugarcoating doesn't help.
Yeah, for sure.
Helio, why are you being so mean to the guy?
God damn it, Gypsy.
Here's the thing, guys. Something to think about, though, is like you guys thinking about this logically and stuff, okay? And the unfortunate thing is that's not how most people think, right? Like, and this is just a fact of humanity. The thing is,
no shit, Dick. Yes,
hold
no
on,
shit,
hold on.
Dick.
Hey,
nobody.
Hold on,
all right,
Helio,
go ahead.
come on now.
All right,
What we do with that, at least what I try to do with that, is separate the wheat from the chaff. So if somebody's going to come in here focusing on that shit, that's the wrong shit to focus on. It's either we focus on the information, what can be proven physically, directly, empirically, or we talk about your feelings, which won't be a long conversation.
All right, cool. So Dick brought up logic. So.
Oh, dude, I totally forgot that's his name. I'm sorry, Helio. Fuck.
Oh, you guys can pick a different name.
Hey, man, is your name Richard? I mean, hey, my grandpa was Dick, man. His name was Richard, but his nickname was Dick. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I'm not making fun. I mean, if your name's Dick, I'll call you Dick.
No, it's not. It's a joke between me and a friend of mine.
Okay, well, I'm still going to call you Dick anyway. Because that's what it says on
it runs in the family, being a dick.
Who, me? My family? Or
Someone said.
Hold on, let's get back to Glat Flobe's question. We're not going to concentrate on this guy's name. Whatever.
No, you brought it up. Let's bring it to a logical conclusion.
Okay, cool.
What else would you like to know, Dick?
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, just like as a PR kind of thing, is like, unfortunately, you're dealing with people who you can give them the best logical argument. Like, they're going to be like, okay, well, that doesn't feel good to me, so fuck you.
I know. We know
It's
that
like,
for sure.
when you want to convince people, the worst thing you can do is make them feel like you think they're stupid, right? Because then they will just refuse to believe it just out of spite against you, right?
And that's the thing. We don't want anybody to believe a God blessed thing. I don't want anybody to believe anything. I would, if someone comes in here and they're interested in the topic at all, they're trolling violently or not, and they're receptive. Either way, if you leave here saying, "Oh, that guy convinced me Earth is flat," then I didn't do my job. What I would like to convince someone of, if ever I am to convince someone of anything here, is to convince them to think for themselves, go and measure and test the Earth for themselves against the globe narrative. They'll be surprised what they find.
Do their own research. We don't care what they believe.
I don't want to convince you. I want you to see it for yourself. Go and see. Go and check it. Go and observe from real high. Go do measurements across frozen lakes, man. Get into it. Get your hands dirty. Figure it out. Don't just believe what you're told.
Well, that's why I'm curious about, when Dick came in here, did you think that you were going to talk to some flat earthers and show them that they weren't using logic and common sense and measurements?
No, I'm not here to troll. I'm here to...
No, okay. Well, you said that it's a brand new topic to you. So...
No. What I mean is I've never discussed this topic with anybody.
All right, cool. So now you are. What do you think so far about this? Since you've talked to several flat earthers here, you've been here for almost an hour, I think. From what I've been listening to.
Yeah, I've been playing Overwatch, so I haven't really been paying attention to the time. But
really? What are you playing Fortnite or something?
No, Overwatch. It's a very fun game. I recommend it to everybody here. It's very it's like a shooting game, but it's not so serious that like you can't speak to people still.
Well, this is not this game. This game of Flat Earth is not a game. This is what we observe in reality. So, tell us what you think so far. Even though you were barely paying attention to the conversation, but you obviously had a lot of opinions about it. Tell me what you think so far.
So I feel like you guys seem like very sincere. That's what I can get. Like I've always, like through like memes and stuff, been led to believe that like flat earthers were just all trolls and stuff.
Yeah.
Like education and like
we're certainly not.
This fucking guy.
No, that's good. He's being honest, man. Keep going.
All right,
no, seriously, I'm being honest. Like, obviously, we're raised in a global society, right? Like, obviously, they're not going to be, yes, flat earthers. They are genuine, smart and scientific people, and they are completely respectable. No, they're obviously not going to say that, are they? They're going to be like, these people don't understand our model. They're wrong.
We've proven that this is not true, right? Already tonight, since you've been talking to us.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but like,
because every single flat earther you talk to tonight used to be a Glober.
Absolutely. Well, everyone here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spent most of my life being like, "Holy shit, aliens! You guys, let's talk about aliens and space, bro." Yeah, I ate it up. I thought, the moon landing's a little shifty. Whatever. I can't wait to go to Mars. Right? I was like,
the moon landing thing's weird.
I kind of bought it. I was just kind of about it for the sake of it. It was a fun fantasy. And then when I stumbled upon reality, I was like, wait a second. Not only does that make a lot more sense, it resonates. And it shows me that I was believing cartoons and fantasies because I can't find one real photo of the Earth from afar.
I'm curious. I'm curious, Dick. Were you under the impression that you came into a group where everyone was always a flat earther? Is this the impression that you were?
Some people here mentioned how like they were raising their like grandchildren and children to be like flat earthers, and I assume that maybe some people here had this experience.
No. Yeah, it's
not me.
Yeah, it's not necessarily
I was raised
that way.
indoctrinated.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was raised indoctrinated. The one thing that got me though is they let a couple things come by on my radar, like the supposed fucking paper mache fucking face that they found, but it was like a lady or something like that, and it was like obviously fake. And they had shown like footage, and it looked just like the moon footage, and I was like, wait a minute, if these guys can fake it. So then I started looking into it, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, Kubrick, there's somebody sitting there saying Kubrick's done it, and with the fucking Shining thing with the twins and the kid, because the twins represent the Twin Towers. Oh, man, it's, yeah.
Are you sure? That seems kind of far-fetched, at least. I mean, not
Yeah,
conspiracy
Danny had
24/7.
he had an Apollo shirt on, right? And then 2001: A Space Odyssey, and with The Shining, the twins in that weren't really supposed to be part of that segment because it was a lot more in depth with the book. They just did a little tiny bit, right? So you saw the twins twice in the movie, just like the twins, the Twin Towers represents freedom, prosperity, and all that kind of shit. It goes deep, man. I
So
mean,
you've watched
every
you- you've
president
watched Space Odyssey.
since like Carter, no, since Nixon has known they were going to be in office.
What do you think the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey represents?
Mind control.
Well, it's like how it has like the
Government.
like
They
it's this
say they say it's something like an achievement, like them understanding something bigger than themselves or something like that, right?
It's intellect. It's Lucifer.
Yeah.
Because it's like this perfect being in this imperfect world, right? I always found that to be so weird.
I heard someone say a different theory of what the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey represents. Someone said on a YouTube video once that it represents the movie itself. I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
Can you expand on that? How does it represent the movie?
I think they meant it in a poetic way, kind of like how you take two mirrors, and put them so that you're got one behind you and one in front of you. You can kind of see your face go on forever.
Oh.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know, some weird thing like that, but in a philosophical way.
Hey, does anyone remember that monolith that somebody had made in the Utah desert?
Yeah.
Some conspiracy theorists went up there and said it was real and all that stuff. But one person went up there and he said, yeah, you can see the rivets in it. Clearly man-made.
And then it was gone 2 days later.
Yep.
That shit was obviously fake. I mean, that shit, bro, that's like, have you guys ever left like a spoon or whatever in the sink for a couple days? And how it goes all like weird on its surface? That's what it looked like. It was obviously man-made.
Mm-hmm.
With everything else that's supposed to be alien. Obviously man-made.
People believe that, by the way, because I remember seeing that on Twitter.
I don't know anybody that believes that horse shit, but maybe you do.
No, I don't. But I've seen. I saw Twitter when that stuff was happening. People were like, "Damn, there's like this whole network going on. These things are showing up all across the world. Damn, maybe it's a message from aliens."
No, Pepsi did the same thing with the so-called Black Knight satellite. Remember that shit?
Hilarious.
Meanwhile, Guinness dropped the truth bomb of the flat Earth.
Did they?
Yeah.
When?
You didn't see that commercial?
I don't watch TV.
Here, let me see if I can find it. It was Guinness, right?
Are you talking about Guinness World Records?
No, the beer company. August Picard.
Oh,
Balloon
Guinness.
Flight.
Fuck yeah. Beer is the best alcohol.
Everclear gets the job done.
Well,
Isn't
I
that shit
actually
like super
have.
dangerous?
I'm just an extremist. Don't mind me.
You're gonna like ruin your liver in a single day from drinking that shit.
Actually have an interesting take on August Picard.
Ever so.
Is this the whole thing though? Oh, it's Hennessy. Hennessy. My bad.
Hennessy cognac.
Yeah, Hennessy, not Guinness. Hennessy. Yeah, here it is.
Did y'all
was
see
almost
they had
100
the
years ago
new?
already.
They had the new monolith in that Interstellar movie. I mean, where it was the AI robot.
Oh yeah. Dude,
was
that
the
thing
new
was
monolith.
freaky. That thing kind of gave me nightmares, low key.
Look.
Hey, speaking of August Picard, before we move on from that, can we talk about that real quick?
Joker's on here tonight. Let me tell you.
Sure.
So August Picard, he was the guy who went up in the hot air balloon, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's really interesting is what he said. Actually, he said the Earth looked like it was flat, but with upturned edges, right?
Like a bolt, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting because if you actually look at the capsule that he went up in, right? He
It was
had
a
a
ball.
Go ahead.
He went up in a ball, in like a bathysphere.
Yeah, a
He
metal.
went up into a ball, and here's the interesting thing about where he looked outwards. So he had he had a ball shaped lens to look through, and actually it was above. It's like the same thing you have with fisheye lens. Same thing as a fisheye lens. Right.
Yeah,
So
but if I can remember correctly, the window that he used.
if you raise that lens above horizon level, it does something, and if you do something below it, it also does something. You know.
If I remember correctly, the window
Look
that he used
capsule.
was flat. There was no
His capsule,
window.
his window was above eye level. That's why it appeared to him that it was a level plane with upturned edges, because he was staring through a lens.
And you know this how? You were there? What? I mean, I'm confused.
No, because you can look at his capsule. I'm a flat earther. I get it, man. You know, but
The glass that he used was a glass that had no
but it was
refractive
also
edges. It was
above.
ground flat to hold the pressure.
Right. So,
To hold
but
the
he was
pressure
also
in.
looking. He was looking through a lens, just like a fisheye lens.
No.
No, it wasn't a
Because
fisheye lens. It wasn't even a wise perspective. A fisheye lens has a bump on the outside of it. Like the feature, it's not a perfect parabola convex shape. It's kind of nipple shaped, like exaggerated nipple. If you were to exaggerate the shape, it would be nipple shaped, to where there'd be a bump in the middle of the lens.
If you look at pictures of August Picard's capsule, right? And it's like the way he looked through a window. You know that, right? In his capsule. He looked through that window.
Yeah, he almost died in that capsule.
Yeah, well, that's beside the point. But he looked through that window, and that window obfuscated his perception of what was real, right? But I'm not downplaying anything that he actually did. He was a breakthrough kind of guy, man.
Near-death experience can obfuscate things too.
That's exactly what the lens did. Trust me, I know. Okay, I know that the Earth is flat. I know that you can literally observe it's flat. I've done my own research. Okay, but his observation was it looks flat with upturned edges was either deliberately done
or accurate to reality.
Or
this is the window.
The lens that he was looking through.
This is the window. It's not a lens.
Or accurate to reality could have been.
Either way, but I can see how did he derive it, that it was flat with upturned edges?
With his eyes?
If you see how
he was looking at
if you see how it's if you see in that picture what he's looking through is actually the outside portion. He would be looking through the large section. Because it's designed, he designed that to hold the pressure, to have cabin air pressure so he could breathe. Right?
Oh, yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So that right there is a pressure vessel. So it was built to withstand the vacuum or the lack of pressure from equalizing. He knew about the second law of thermodynamics.
He went up in a dome.
Yeah, he went up in a sealed environment. A pressure vessel. He had to, because he already knew.
Is the most realistic thing that he would go up.
He already knew that he would be going like he wants to breathe, but the air wouldn't be filling his lungs.
Right,
no
but
pressure.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the window that he looked through. This is my favorite thing about August Picard. I love Flat Earth. I'm a flat earther. I ain't trying to troll you guys. But August Picard, I mean, when did that happen? 1900s? When did that happen?
100 years ago.
So
It was
long
like the 30s or something.
Right. But I'm just saying that the reason why he explained the thing that he said, the Earth looked flat with upturned edges, because the lens that he was going to.
Yeah, that's just correct, though.
Well, I think that that's an assumption on your part, but I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think you're just assuming that.
It's an assumption. You're right. I have no pride here. Maybe that is an assumption, but I think it's an assumption based off of a little bit of optics, you know? I love that. Trying to explain what he said. It looks flat with upturned edges. Well, if you're going to take a fisheye, a wide angle lens, and you're going to have the center point above the horizon, kind of like the vessel that he, ascended. You know what I mean? And we don't have cameras at that point. We just have an observation of that.
That would be concave, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That would
Long
be
time ago,
concave,
long
not a
before all
flat
that. You know what I
plane.
mean? And you know how, like, when you're looking through a fisheye lens, well, you know how a fisheye lens acts when you interpret it, face it above horizon, below horizon, it looks rounded either way.
Yeah.
So
it can be convex or
But that's not
I
an
don't think he was
upturned
saying
edge.
that the Earth was a
That's not a
donut.
flat plane with an upturned edge. That's concave. That's not
Yeah,
what he's
that's a
saying.
donut.
He's saying
But
flat with
if
an
you
upturned
look
edge.
at his capsule, his window of observation is actually on the upper echelon of the capsule. Right? So that would make sense with what he was seeing is a flat plane, which I agree with, but it had the upturned edge because it had the optical illusion of the fact that he was looking through a piece of glass, acted as a lens, a fisheye lens, the same thing.
Yeah, he didn't have a fisheye
I don't
lens,
think it's the
so
same
that
thing.
doesn't work.
But he had a rounded capsule. The
Yeah, that
same,
doesn't change the fact that he was
The
looking through
capsule
a
doesn't
flat
matter.
piece
same
of glass.
phenomenon, dude.
You
The
don't get
capsule wouldn't
a
matter. It would
fisheye
matter what he's
effect.
looking through.
You don't get a fisheye effect if you have if I have a container that's a circle, but I'm looking through a flat piece of glass.
It wasn't a flat piece of glass. That's where you're mistaken.
It was. The front
No,
end,
it wasn't.
he looks through is flat, and the other side is also flat. So both sides are flat.
Have you looked at Auguste Picard's vessel?
Yeah.
It's round.
Yeah, the vessel is round.
That's irrelevant.
The
We're talking about what he's looking
window he's
through.
looking through is
And
flat.
It doesn't mean the glass would follow the same contour as
the glass did follow the same contour.
How do you know that?
There's no reason
Just
for
look
you
the
to
picture.
design it that way. That's so dumb. Why would anyone do that?
Here's the thing. Okay, listen. I'm sorry if I'm doing something wrong.
Should have been bowed on the inward so it could hold the pressure.
Well, no, that's exactly why it would be rounded to have even pressure. You know, that even
he's a
further
scientist who went
flat
up there to look through this instrument at the horizon. He's not going to make the fundamental error like you do of making it rounded like the exterior of his craft. That's so dumb.
But here's the thing: the window that he looked through was not in the middle. It was not in the bottom.
It has nothing to do with anything because it's not a fisheye lens.
Yes, it does.
That's
No,
all
it doesn't.
irrelevant. It could be his vessel could be the shape of a unicorn. It doesn't matter. What matters is what he's looking through.
And that's what I'm trying to argue here.
So if it was
Look at
shaped
this
like a
picture.
unicorn, then the glass was shaped like a unicorn?
That's what he's saying.
I'm literally trying to use his observation as proof of flat Earth because I know that's what it is. This is real.
You can't use his observation as proof for flat Earth. It's just hearsay from one man.
No, it's not.
You have higher heights from weather balloons today where you can put cameras on the thing. So his hearsay doesn't matter.
So, if you look at his model, if you look at what elevation that he went through, and he looked through a window, can we all agree upon the fact that he looked through a window? Auguste Picard looked through a window. Yes or no?
No comment.
As the story goes, yes.
Why not? Like, why no comment?
Because there's no way for me to know what shape it was.
Because there's pictures of him going.
Hey, I wasn't in there with him. I didn't see that he looked through it. I didn't know that he didn't bang his head on the way up and had a fever dream in the middle of it. I don't know. I wasn't there. It's hearsay.
But you know there's pictures of him. And he did what he did, right?
Yeah, he posted pictures of him with his flat window, yeah.
And we can extrapolate data from what he said. And what he said is very peculiar.
You can't extrapolate data from a story, man.
But you can extrapolate data from what he said, right?
No.
My bad.
I thought it was appropriate.
That was perfect.
Yeah, it was.
That was actually pretty good. Hey guys, I'm not no troll. I am simply just trying to propose some fucking conversation. I'm sorry for saying the F word.
It's an interesting sword to lay on, is all.
Well, I have a reason to lay on it.
He does this all the time. It's nothing new.
This is really not my shtick.
But yeah, so there's the bathysphere. This is what was used to go to the Marianas Trench. Same guy, right? Kind of crazy. But he didn't take it to the Marianas. I don't believe he took it to the Marianas Trench, right? But that is the same piece of glass, same design. It's not a lens. It's designed to hold pressure in.
Who in
or
this
hold
room
pressure
is
out.
tired of apologizing for cursing? That's kind of getting redundant.
And we don't
I'm
care.
sorry. Yeah, nobody cares if you say the F word or come on. Just
Well, I know this is on YouTube. I just didn't want to,
Well, I mean, if they were going to delete us off of YouTube for saying the F word, this shit would have been gone a long time ago.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for trying to be considerate. Trying to.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It's okay.
What F word? French toast?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and
Hey, yo, French toast.
No, but it's
perhaps
okay. I mean,
you
it's
weren't
just like,
alive
hey,
for
no,
9/11.
I, it doesn't have to be specific. I mean, it's just like, hey, man, speak your mind, and without reluctance. This is an open platform. Speak your mind, and like I said earlier, if anything was going to happen to the channel because you said the F word a few times,
yeah, that's
this shit would have been gone a long time ago.
weak channel. I got you.
Is
Well,
Picard
hey, I mean, it's been
Hey,
dead.
I appreciate the respect. I appreciate the respect for the channel and stuff. But dude, speak your mind. Say what you want. Be respectful. I mean, I appreciate the respect and everything. But
That's Hank Hill. I don't even have to scroll down to know that's Hank Hill.
shit, I feel bad for even. I do the same thing sometimes. So I'm just saying it now because like, hey, pardon my French, and it's like now I'm offending the French when I say pardon my French.
Yeah, you're assaulting my Portuguese fucking narrative. You know what I mean?
Anyway, continue.
No,
gentlemen.
seriously, let me talk for just 1 second. It's just been a dead cat for a little while.
Hello, yes, thank you. Good thing you're here.
Hello.
Yep. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for coming by. Yep.
Yeah, that was an invitation for you to continue. I mean, that's what XO was saying, I think.
So, with the dead chat, do we want to talk about August Picard?
I would like to pass.
Yeah, why would we need to do that? I mean, that's like saying, do we need to talk about Eratosthenes?
Well, I mean, hold on. I mean, this might be important to some people if they're very new to the topic. August Picard, with his balloon, only went up about 50,000 feet. It's a very astounding accomplishment for the time, right?
For the time.
I mean, 60,000 feet, and he recorded it, and then it was a very very fun thing for him to do. But we can put up weather balloons that go 130,000 feet now, so twice the distance that he went.
But the important part is one of the most earliest observations that he made.
Which was
that he said that it was It looked
but
flat with upturned
I know
edges.
what he said, but he was only 50,000 feet in the air. He didn't see
That's
the
the
entire
interesting
Earth. But I mean, it's a really interesting statement. But now, when we send up weather balloons that go twice the distance, we observe the same exact thing that he observed. That actually proves a level stationary plane.
I agree. But my I didn't mean to talk over you.
Well, somebody talk, because I'm not going to talk. I want somebody else to talk.
Okay, then well, does anybody have any other topics that they can discuss?
Wait, I thought we were talking about August Picard.
Yeah, but this is a discussion.
Well, I just gave you my opinion. Do you have a response to that? Shit.
I'm telling you.
Hey, you know what's even? Can I change the subject?
So we want to just change the subject. That's fine.
Well, just real quick.
Is that Chong? Is that real quick before we do that? Chong, is cathexis Chong, or you just sound like?
If that is cathexis, I called his ass in here the other night.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Can I get an answer? Is that you, cathexis, or is that you just sound like?
Cathexis? No, I'm Chong, dude.
Yeah, you just sound like. Okay, somebody else accused
No,
that.
no, that's not him. That's not him.
Okay, I know. Somebody said something. I had to clarify. Thank you. Moving on.
Yeah, we have to say it 3 times like Beetlejuice, man, to get his ass in here. Anyway,
Beetlejuice.
Well, I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say that there are some really stupid globe believers out there.
He does
so
kind
much
of
more.
sound
They
like him,
eat
doesn't he?
I agree
up.
with that, man.
They eat up the narrative, man. Anything the news says, they do. It's like, what the fuck, man?
And
okay,
what I'm
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad, right? They know what Eratosthenes did, but they claim it's Socrates.
Yeah, dude, I could give you a whole fucking thing about sticks, but that's not really my thing.
It's
my thing is,
oh well, satellites prove the curvature. No, what's the measurement?
Yeah,
measurement. Well, the calculation is this. Is a calculation a measurement?
you should listen. You should hear me out. You should actually hear me out.
We've never heard this before.
I know, and I've listened. I've listened. I have listened. I have heard the arguments, and I've heard all the proofs. I know, okay? But there's a little bit of a twist in the story when you look at Auguste Picard. This is what's so beautiful about it all. Is that he looked through a window. And if you look at the window that he looked through, it was the same 100 years later, the like what they call the fish eye lens was that wide angle lens.
Citation, please.
Exactly. The wide angle lens that he looked through a window.
Not looking
and
good.
he interpreted it. That's the beauty of it all. He interpreted it. He saw a flat earth with upturned edges. But that's because of the window that he looked through. And that's further proof that the earth is not a globe. Well, I love it.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out, man.
I love how people
Appreciate
sleep on that.
All right. We can move on to the next topic now, right?
Yeah, we move on.
Everybody's in agreement, right? Okay.
No.
No, I don't even know what the fuck just happened. Did I have a stroke? Seriously. Did I just stroke out? Seriously, guys. What fucking just happened?
Because his microphone would cut out. And he'd be like, because it's the truth that the window and it's.
Oh, boy, you talking like you got no brain cells in your brain.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
Leonard, are you okay? Leonard, how you doing over there?
Sounds like Long likes to troll a little bit. That's okay, though. It was a good troll.
I don't like to troll a little bit, actually.
No, listen, Chog's not. I wanted to talk to Leonard, and he left immediately. Why? Leonard, you're back. How you doing, Leonard? Are you feeling okay? Come on, Leonard. Use your big voice. I know you can do it.
Hello.
Yeah, are you feeling okay, Leonard? What brought you here?
Leonard?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, that's funny, but I'm sure we've heard the troll before. Why did you come here, Leonard?
Yeah, I believe the Earth is flat, like a donut.
Oh, okay, that's a nice troll. So you're just perving now because you're scared of your own religion, just like all the other atheists I talked to, Leonard. It's okay. You're not alone. There's millions of atheists just
funny,
like you.
haha.
It's
I'm a
okay,
60-year-old
Leonard.
sitting in my room.
It's okay, Leonard. I know you're having a seizure now. Okay, we need moderation to mute the weirdo. Okay, Leonard. Okay, we need moderation, guys. Helio, you're gonna have to mute him because he's having a seizure. Thank you so much, somebody.
gone.
Thanks. That was easy. Okay, this house is.
Any other Globers on?
Oh my god, XO.
Yeah, God Rock and exorcisms are on the house tonight.
Right on. Oh, I love it.
I mean, how pathetic are you if you can't even keep your voice from cracking?
Ooh, second up, the Apocalypse Angel. Let's check you out. Flat Earther already, though? Flat Earther Apocalypse Angel? Okay. So again, to the audience, there he is again. Is that it's Leonard.
There
Leonard's
is no
coming back.
such thing as
Look at Leonard. Wait,
atheist.
hold on. Wait, look at Leonard. He's having a panic attack. Just real quick, just look at his name coming back. So, Leonard, this message is to you. There's millions of weirdos just like you. Don't feel bad. You're not alone. But thank you for proving that all of the atheist weirdos are scared to death of their own religion, just like Donato in chat. And many others have witnessed for several years now. So it's okay. You'll get over it.
Wait. I thought Leonard had a deeper voice.
Nobody knows Leonard. He's not even known. Nobody even knows if
Leonard has just became a mystery.
Yep. As soon as you weirdos start saying things like donut and pizza and objects, you're just perving because I have yet to ever meet a real flat earther that has ever claimed the earth is any object in outer space. So again, you're just making stuff up because you're scared to death of your own claim. The only thing an atheist can do is hide from his own claim because that's how they get away with not having to answer.
Also, most flat earthers I know will say that they don't really like to invoke that stigma of flat earther. More like we measure water, so water lays flat, so water level, that kind of thing. True earther, conspiracy scientists, these kind of things, but not necessarily, just straight up, oh, I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, a realist, an empiricist.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm trying to switch the paradigm here because flat earther really just means you disagree with your controllers. That's really what it means. You just absolutely don't agree with anything they tell you. And that's why I don't mind it. But it's not a literal thing because there's not a flat earther that believes that the earth is absolutely flat. So again, it's just a term that's used.
Hey,
it's almost like a dodge to hijack.
Okay, can I ask you guys a quick question?
Okay, go ahead.
So have you guys heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah. Did you know that there's a hole going through the middle stone where you can see the sun throughout the year when it rises, and it's always between these 2 points, right? Wild, right? And then Polaris, right? The same stone, you can see, if you look at it, you can see, or look through this hole, you can see the North Star.
Are you talking
No
about
parallax, right? No parallax at all with it. It's kind of crazy. That's like Stonehenge. That's like Adam's calendar, which still keeps track of the North Star.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Georgia Guidestones also.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about, the Georgia Guidestones. Something else on top of the Georgia Guidestones. Why is there a blood stain?
Blood sacrifice.
Poor Leonard. Have a moment of silence for you, Leonard. Rest in
Oh, don't feel sorry for them.
I have to. I don't know how somebody could end up like that in life and have just absolutely no purpose, no experience, nothing
They're a
to show
witch.
for. I know,
Exo,
but
they're a
my
witch.
point is, well, I have to feel sorry for them because, you know, when I was a kid and people tried to be bullies, I beat bullies' ass. And the thing is, these bullies never got their asses beat, and now they're adults that have turned into weirdos. They needed their asses beat when they were as a kid, and there was never a kid on the playground to trip them and punch their lights out and tell them to stop bullying people. And here they are: Jeffrey Dahmer's, Ed Gein's, Ted Kaczynski's, Ted Bundy's, and Joe Biden's in the chat. Thanks.
Hey,
That's so
hey,
funny.
let me
Exo.
ask
I
let
did
me
the
ask you
same thing.
something.
Exo is 100% right on that one. By the way,
Yeah, I want to ask Exo, did you ever get your ass beat by the principal at school?
What?
No. The principal ran from
They
me.
didn't have. Well, what? So when they had corporal punishment when I was in school, and
Yeah, they didn't have
they had to
when I was in
call your mom first, and she was like, "Yes, beat his ass." And then the principal would be like, "Your mom gave me permission. I'm gonna smack you in the ass with this freaking paddle." You never had that happen to you?
No, it must have been right before my generation. I never experienced that. I got in trouble all
Talking
the
about
time.
my
Obviously.
generation.
I got in trouble all the time. They would just lock me in a closet and board it with nails and
I
stuff.
mean,
Like I
it's
was
just
a
like
renegade.
I got my ass beat at school because I fought back after somebody started a fight.
Oh yeah,
What?
oh yeah, I got in trouble. Oh yeah, I
Right.
got in trouble 1,000 times for defending myself or beating up a bully or that happened to me 1,000 times.
Yeah,
yeah,
that fucking
there's no
happened to
better
me,
way
bro.
there's no better way to concern troll somebody getting beaten up. I'm sorry, there's no better way to get in trouble at school unless you want to concern troll. See, I did not deliver that well at all. You see somebody getting beaten up, right? You're gonna go fucking stop the fight. Well,
So
you'll
it
get in
was
trouble for
me. I
fighting.
mean, it was just like somebody fucking attacked me, and I attacked him back, and then we both got our ass beat. And it's like, oh,
Hey,
well,
I've got
that's
an
good enough.
interesting
That's good
story to
enough.
share about that.
You
I
got in
didn't
trouble
get
for defending
suspended.
yourself.
Both of us got our ass beat, and we went to school the next day.
Right.
I actually have an interesting story if you guys want to hear about what you're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh
Well,
God.
before that, we were gonna run a commercial,
Yeah.
but we'll hold on. Go ahead. Yeah.
Make it short.
Yeah, make it short.
This guy
Short and sweet.
he used to take his backpack and he carried all the book bags in his backpack. Big fat guy.
Was this
But
person
I
you?
was friends with him. You know, but he would bully me in school, and I remember one day he
Asking for a
fucking
friend.
used his backpack and he smacked me into this girl that I fucking liked. And he sent me fucking off, and I punched him in the fucking face. I got suspended from school for 10 days for fucking punching him in the fucking face.
After he attacked you.
Yeah, no, he fucking smacked me with his backpack and fucking knocked
Wait a
me.
minute. Were you
in the
school of
first-
'98? Were you class of '98?
no. Well, I graduated 2010. I'm 30 years old. So
Oh goddamn, you were fucking way young.
Yeah,
No, because that happened to an upperclassman of
and
mine.
here's the
Sean,
thing
you
is,
gotta,
like,
man,
now
you're gonna
after
have to
school and
start
stuff like
smoking some
that,
different weed.
Hey
but
Chong,
after
is it painkillers, weed, and alcohol, or just weed and alcohol?
no, but after he did that, you know what I did? I punched him in his fucking mouth, and he had braces, and I
Gosh, that's so interesting. So, can we get talking
and
about the Earth, please?
then after that happened, we had a little bit of a fight, but he became my best friend after that.
See, there you go. And y'all were boys.
Wait a
You
minute.
kissed and
But
made
did
up.
you-
So, can
did
we
you
talk
get-
about the Earth now, please?
Okay, one
Yeah,
last
we
thing
used
though.
to make
Did
out.
wait, one last thing, Sean. Did you get the girl's phone number, or what happened there?
Nah.
Yeah, what about the girl? I mean,
You slammed into her. You should have. Something should have happened.
Too much of a nerd.
I would have got the
to
phone
fucking
number.
know any better, man.
It's all
I
good.
slipped and fell in her. Is that what happened?
Whoa.
I fell into her arms, and she dropped her books, and I gave her books back.
30 years later, they're still holding hands.
It's
Not
unrequited
quite
love,
30 years.
Chong.
I'm only 30
Unrequited
years
love. You need
old,
to
dude.
search her out and find her and get with
So
it.
this was like last year.
I'm happily with the woman I love, man.
What were you doing at 30 years old, hanging out at a high school? You creepy fuck.
You're a funny dude.
He is funny. Glenn Flobe is funny. Yeah.
But I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, it's pretty weird when the comedian of the 24/7 Discord channel has gone higher than August Picard. So we're moving on past that.
Holy shit, you guys care about me.
We do, man. I mean, yeah,
Sure I do. Yep.
bro. I mean, you've been through some similar shit that we've been through some of that shit too. So yeah, I get you. It's all good. I mean, I went through so many fucking
thank you,
bullshit fights
Jacob.
in school, man, back in the day. And yeah, man, yeah. I think all of us
I
have.
don't give a fuck though. So I'm with
So
that girl. Let's move on.
When's open mic night, guys?
You know what's really
Every
weird though
night.
is you guys didn't give me shit about when I talked about my fight, but when he was talking about his fight, you guys gave him a bunch of shit. That's weird. I'm just fucking.
No, man. I mean, you come on now.
No, I'm just fucking.
Hey,
I
man,
don't care.
listen, that shit happened. You move on, okay?
Yeah, I mean,
but
yeah.
the crazy part is he became my best friend.
Dude,
So there
high
you
school.
go.
Yeah, that's
There you
even
go.
better. It's just like the people that I got in a fight with, I still want to kick their ass. So
I got suspended
he's still a
in the
dick to this
first
day.
grade.
He's still that big bully that he always was. You know what I mean? I remember I used to be in the hallway.
does he still do that to people? Like as an adult, does he do that to people?
No. I'm talking about like when we were kids.
You said you guys are still
Like in high
friends.
school,
I
like
thought you were saying that he still does that to people. That's
Yes, he
that would
does.
be
I know him.
weird.
We're best
But
friends too. Can we move on,
like-
please?
No, Ethan.
I'm sorry.
He's my best friend. Ethan, like, he's still the same guy. He's just a dick.
You mentioned that. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, it sounds like
Yeah,
you
I
guys have a
remember
good,
one
close
time-
relationship.
Yeah, and after I punch him in the fucking face, he's like, "Holy shit, Cody." That's my name, Cody. He's like, "Holy shit, Cody, you're a tough bastard." And I'm like,
Right,
"Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a bastard, though."
This is good shit. Keep talking.
Yeah,
That's a good lesson for dealing with bullies.
What are your favorite
he
numbers
pushed
that
my
you have
face in the
memorized?
fucking water fountain, and I fucking smacked him in the fucking mouth, man. When he had braces, I never had braces, but he had braces, and I smacked him so hard in the fucking mouth that his braces smacked up against his lips, and I made his mouth bleed.
Dude, this dude that lived behind me started some shit. Sitting there, it's high school, right? So he's sitting there spreading a bunch of rumors because apparently one of my friends is talking shit with him, and they thought I was like going around talking shit with him. So he had to end up fighting me because of his older brothers or some shit like that. So I'm like, dude, I don't want to fight you, but if I'm going to fight you, I'm going to fuck you up. And he goes, well, whatever, try me. He's an Indian guy, right? So he comes in, tries, doing what he can, and I just sit there and I square off and I just start decking him and just take him down because I took karate. And fucking blooded his mouth. He had braces, dude. It was bad. So right after that, his brothers didn't like how it happened because, you know, I didn't get hurt or anything, and his brother got hurt real bad, so they jumped me, hit me with a skateboard and all that, knocked my ass out. Neighbor come running across. They're like, "Hey, that's fucked up right there."
That was kind of like me. It was just like, you want to fight me? And then I started fighting, and then they run away. I'm like, maybe it's because I have big hands. I don't
Yo,
know.
you do you want to hear a funny ass story about Ethan?
No, well, I mean, I thought we already heard one where you busted his lip with his braces and shit.
Yeah, man.
No,
Can we not talk about Ethan anymore, please, please, please?
No, you gotta hear
Is this what happened to? Listen, I think that what happened here, Glatflobe and Helioskeptic. I apologize right now, but I'm sure you want to hear this as it's 44 minutes past the hour. So Globers have gone extinct. There are no longer any Globers. So this is how the channel is going to continue now for quite some time until you can change the channel name to "Please Come In Here, Atheists. We Won't Hurt You." Thanks.
I'm not.
No, that's not actually true because we're gonna hurt their feelings if they come in here, you know. But that's.
I didn't say the title was on it. I said make the title "Please Come In Here, Atheists. We Won't Hurt You." As I'm holding a baseball bat behind me. Thanks.
We know how to punch people in the mouth,
about Ethan,
but we can hurt you logically and spiritually and every other way. Intellectually, all that shit.
Yep.
Stab
Correct.
you
Now,
in
here's
the
what I'm gonna
neck
do.
with a
So let me explain this. Let me explain this. So I have found the edge of the earth, and I will throw all of them off to prove it. Thanks.
You want to hear a funny story about Ethan?
Nope.
In a
No, we don't. No, we don't. Sorry.
I'm buying a bus. Very large.
Bro, I'm pretty sure we've already told you no like 4 times.
And what the
All
hell?
right,
happened?
I'm sorry, dude.
Hold on. Let God rock and talk. Go ahead, God rock.
Where did Leonard go in all this?
Oh, I took his soul. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I buried
He gave it to me. I'm tinkering around with it. What of it?
Yeah.
Just
you gotta floss. You gotta use it for floss. Yeah.
Are you gonna make a good goyim out of it?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it was, I don't know what year it was, but that weird Freddy Krueger movie where, like, you're driving. Remember, they had the school bus, and the school bus ended up in a canyon, and like it was held up by rocks. That's what's going to happen to these atheists.
Northern Arizona. I know the exact spot.
That's.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know, right? You know, what is that movie, Freddy Krueger? Which one was that when they were driving in the bus and the nightmare, and all of a sudden they were like,
"You're talking about Jeepers Creepers, man."
No, this is this is like in the 80s.
I think
Unfortunately, I don't know the one because there's 752 million Freddy Krueger movies. So
I think it was Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Yeah, I need to get I want to make a meme out of that picture. Yeah,
because it wasn't the first.
Is Elm Street in Arizona?
There's Elm Streets all over the fucking place.
Okay.
Daily Plaza. That would be Daily Plaza, Texas, where Kennedy was killed.
Oh shit!
Mm-hmm. Don't even get us started.
Yeah, it already did get off the rails, didn't it?
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I tell a story?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. We're gonna try to get off stories. Does anybody want to talk about facts and science and stuff?
The Earth is flat.
True story.
It's not.
By the way. Oh yeah. No, that's right. That's right. Yep. It's not a globe.
If you want to tell us a story, go ahead and tell us about how you came across the flat Earth topic, and at least
that was actually one of the things that I wanted to ask other people is how did you come across? Like, what's your own personal?
I'm asking you that one now. So, how about you tell us that story?
You're our guest. We would love to hear from you.
No, yeah, that's a great question. I appreciate that.
Go ahead and answer that one.
Entertaining, please.
Actually, you know how I actually came across it all?
Yes, I'm psychic. Yes, I do. Don't even mention it.
Oh, you got it. No, no, man. You know what actually made me get into this like truther kind of like, beeline into everything was actually the food pyramid.
What, the Illuminati food system?
Well, this will be interesting. So the food pyramid kind of led you to the flat Earth topic. Is this what you're saying?
Dude, that's the Illuminati food pyramid.
Don't interpret it wrong.
No, we don't have to interpret it wrong if you tell us exactly what you mean.
No.
Damn it, man! Come on, Chong!
That was the first thing that really led me to this rabbit hole that we fucking are living in the first place. And we can talk about all these things, right? But people think we're just fucking crazy, right?
Right,
Well,
but bro, like,
let
what
me
do you
tell you-
mean? Like, that was the first thing. Like, elaborate on like how it was the first step on it for you.
People like you.
Why is it this hard to? Why is it this hard to get that his flat Earth story from him? This is weird.
So at the time, I was trying to lose weight. I was a little chunky guy, and I was at work, and I bought a package of pretzels.
Oh, I thought
I
you were
bought
going
a package of pretzels out of the vending machine, and the vending machine spit me out this bag of pretzels, and it said to me that this is low fat. So I naturally was like, oh, well, if I'm not ingesting fat, I'm not going to get fat. Remember that? The FDA approved that shit.
This dude is cathexis, and he's trolling the shit out of us right now.
I'm not cathexis, man. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, but you're still not even giving us a real like weird story. I mean, not. So
Okay,
the food pyramid and pretzels. Where is this? Where's this leading?
Hold on.
Let him finish.
He's got some pretzels. It says
Can
no
I-
fat.
can I
Remember how they
finish
say
Food
fat?
pyramid.
Fucking no fat. You won't get fat. Just like they said, smoking cigarettes was good for you.
That's what the FDA approved. They paid off all these scientists to say that fat makes you fat. So if you
Just like
ate a
sugar.
little-
They said sugar was a viable source of nutrition when it is exactly not. It is a carcinogen.
Right. So they literally paid off these fucking scientists, okay, to approve all of this shit. And then my friend Tyler was the one who, like, this is how you lose weight. You don't.
Did you reach out to your fat friend Ethan? Did you punt in the mouth?
He's still fat.
Anyway, go ahead. Continue. Tell
He's
us
still
about your
fat,
flat
dude.
Earth story.
God damn it.
No, seriously.
You guys are doing
like,
so
that
good,
was
and then
the
you brought
thing,
that
was
kid's
the
name up
food
again.
pyramid.
I don't know. I mean, I even got the picture of the bus and everything, and I put it in the live stream so that everybody could see what's going to happen to.
I'm sorry, guys. I had to do it though. I mean,
I wonder if I just pretend. If I just pretend that I can't hear anybody else.
I know, guys. I get it. I'm a fucking funny motherfucker right now. You make all the
If I just
jokes
keep
you
talking
want.
right now, you think Chong can hear me? Probably not.
I hear you. You're the only one I
You see,
hear.
I put your school bus in the live stream voice
in the
text.
backyard. I got you. Yeah.
There's
I've
the
heard it
school
all.
bus right there. Yeah. How many minutes after the hour is it? There it is. 49 minutes after the hour. There's the school bus in the yard. So I want to see the school bus fight in that yard right there. That's where the eighth.
Oh, listen, man. I'm just saying that I like when I was trying to lose weight, I thought that low fat meant you weren't going to get fat when I was just ingesting carbs, right? Well, years later, I developed my diet and everything like that. I was working out. I was doing good for myself. And I realized that the same group of people, the FDA, these 3-letter organizations, are approving things that aren't actually healthy for you.
Like Santos's the pink sweetener, the pink shit, aspartame. Now, why do you think it's called
Aspartame is terrible for you.
Why do you think it's called aspartame?
I don't know. Fill me in.
Because it's the fecal matter of a genetically modified E. coli.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't know about. I want to hear his story. How he came from the
That's
alphabet
the
agencies. I mean, he's almost getting there. I think he's just like almost getting.
No, like, don't get me wrong. Like, Hank Hill, I respect you, man. I know who you are, man. I listen to you. I listen to you guys all the time.
No, I'm trying to figure out
And
when did you first hear about flat Earth? I mean, I know that you were trying to lose weight. You were on the ketogenic kind of thing for a little bit. So let continue with that. You know,
Don't
realize the
continue with that. Don't do
alphabet.
that.
Well, you realize the alphabet agencies, and when did you first hear about flat Earth? Let's like fast forward to that.
it was
He
2016.
he heard about it from the back of a pretzel container.
No, I didn't. You're wrong, and you're a little bit ignorant to assume that about me. You know, like 2016 is when everything came to fruition with the flat Earth about me, and it came.
Uh-oh. Did you drop your phone?
Yeah, I wanted to say
Oh,
the
sorry.
feelings. The feelings mutual. I'm a
Did you
big fan of
pass
you
out?
too,
He
bro.
passed out.
No. I'm on the push to talk. My finger
Sure.
just must have slipped.
Welcome back. So,
My finger slipped. I'm sorry. No, but that's where it all began. Is because I realized that the government was just fucking lying about the food pyramid and about how to live a healthy lifestyle. Once you start getting into that, you start realizing, holy shit, the world that you live in, and this is what became my spiritual awakening. And this is what turned me back to God, because I was, when I was a kid, I used to have honest conversations with God.
hey, dude. So what was it? The thing that woke you up to flat Earth specifically?
The fact that you can't see over water. Water is intrinsically, no matter how you observe it, water is always flat, right? So if you can see too far over flat, it must not be, right?
It must not be what?
It must not be round.
Oh,
like I said,
okay.
man, you cannot prove to me a globe. None of you can.
Okay. So, what in your life was the first time you saw that, or you witnessed physically?
So like 2016, I started looking at those videos that were coming out, and they were really contested at the time. But at the time, I was actually living on the coast. I was living on the West Coast.
Okay.
And
did you go to the beach and do an observation?
I did. I did an observational experiment with a friend of mine, as a girlfriend of mine, and she was just totally. This is what really turned me on to it, was the fact that she was just denying reality, and I was the one that was observing objective reality.
Right. So where did you observe that? Yeah, I do. So where did you observe that objective reality? What was the first instance where you were like, shit, look at that? That's flat.
If you ever at the time I was driving a semi. I was going down highway what is it?
Man, I don't care about any of that. Where were you and what'd you see?
Yeah, I was out there on the western coast. I was out there on
Oh, this is going so well.
Looking across the Pacific Ocean. Are we?
No, it's not the Pacific Ocean. That it's interesting because you ever seen the movie Goonies?
Yeah.
In Goonies, yeah.
So
Yes, I've
if
seen
you look,
Goonies.
Goonie
yeah,
Goo
so
Goo.
there's a scene in the Goonies where you.
Nope. Hey, dude. We're not going to talk about the Goonies. So
No,
I
I'm
feel
talking.
like you get. I feel like. Listen, hang on. I feel like you get one more chance to stay on topic.
I'm going to
Yeah,
prove
it was a distance-based observation.
Okay, and
right?
where was it?
Shakespeare
It was
came up
off
with the globe.
the Oregon coast where the Goonies took place, but you could not see, the furthest rocks without some sort of curvature being, taken into play. Like let's look at 8 inches per mile squared. Let's look at that, right? Let's
What?
extrapolate that. Let's
Where were
apply
you? Where were you? What did you observe and where was it?
I think it was on the Goonies movie.
I think that's what we're
It
talking
wasn't
about
on
as a
the
troll.
Goonies movie,
Listen,
man.
I've been listening to you troll these people, these kind people for quite some time, Chong.
I literally don't know.
Yeah, you are. That's what you're doing. So, anyway, do you want to talk about the flat Earth and how you came to the subject, or do you want to talk about everything else your drunk ass comes up with?
Hey, Chong, if you asked any one of us what we asked you, we could give you the answer in just about 2-3 minutes.
Maybe you're just too fucked up. Come back when you've had nothing to ingest or imbibe. How's that sound?
Dude, the Earth is flat. It's not a fucking globe.
Great.
Hold on. The globe was
Everybody
invented by
knows that.
Shakespeare. Shakespeare invented the globe as a place for his plays to be acted out, a stage, as you will. So what these Masons have done, right, is they've converted the world into the stage by calling it a globe. Do you see how this works?
Oh, trust me, I know.
I don't know if that's a true
Yeah,
story,
I
Josh,
trust
but,
you. I trust you. I trust you.
I mean, the first globe was burnt down and it was rebuilt. You can't make this shit up. Google the first globe and you'll come up with Shakespeare.
It's nonsense. Doesn't matter.
We need to start burning down DES buildings. Oh, we're not live, are we?
I don't know what that is.
I'm not.
We're like, but yeah, man, it's just like, dude, like I was saying, if you asked me that question, the same question I asked him, and if you asked Glatflow, if you have asked XO or any one of the other flat earthers, Godrock, and we could answer the question very simply and succinctly in 2 to 3 minutes, and it'd be done. So, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, the Goonies. That's all I have to say. He went to the Goonies.
That's all you're getting.
Okay, so it's my turn to do something funny. All right, Chong. So everybody, including the Goonies, know that the Earth is flat. There are no longer any globers. I already made the announcement. The conversation's over.
Okay, I'll go with that at this point. Yeah. Yeah.
Again, you're gonna have to change the name of the Discord server. I'll call in Indio tomorrow to help you guys strategically plan what the next topic's gonna be.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's that then, huh? Pack her up, boys.
It's over. Rest in pieces.
Ruth, baby, Ruth.
Satan.
Fuck that.
Yep.
If Satan's dead, that means the music stopped.
Again, for the
And the
fact
party.
of the matter. Okay, the fact of the matter is there are no globers. There haven't been for many years. You guys have been an illusion has taken place. You're talking to atheists trying to hide from morality. There have never been globers, only psychopaths and coward theists. And now we're moving on to the second paradigm of course, helping people understand that their television lied about everything else, including Alec Baldwin, which will be the newest topic.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Alec Baldwin would like to inform you that guns kill people, not people. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not even going to get into that one.
Why does he glorify him so much in all of his films?
Well, that doesn't matter. Don't listen. We have do as I say, not as I do in movies. Okay.
Oh, yeah, everywhere.
Burn
Do
the
as I say,
witch.
not as I do.
Burn him. Burn the witch. Burn the witch.
No, yeah, it's okay for me to have a gun and be on the movie screen and get paid millions of dollars to hold a gun, but you're not allowed to have one.
And you're not allowed to
Unless
prosecute
you
me if
pull
I
the
kill
trigger.
someone.
Unless you pulled the trigger.
No, nope, that gun shot itself off. I didn't pull the trigger.
Exactly. Evolution. It evolved into the gun. Finally evolved into just shooting on its own.
Well, it changed it.
Right. The gun magically
no.
pulled itself.
No,
The
I need you to stop hiding from the
magically pulled
question that Latflobe didn't ask. Okay, so shut up. Yes, the fact is that the bullet eventually fired out of the gun, which is a change. Change is evolution, therefore evolution.
Who pulled the trigger?
Boom. Done deal. Who pulled the trigger? The creative spirit behind the Big Bang pulled the trigger at this point, okay?
Have you
Alec
ever heard of
Baldwin is
praying-
not responsible. That's the point.
Correct. Have you ever heard of praying to the universe, also known as Satan? He did it. Thank you.
You guys got me all fucking skewed all wrong.
We weren't even talking about you.
Yeah. Who are you?
So
how did you get in here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Satan pulled the fucking trigger.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Is your name Alec Baldwin?
Have you ever heard of live rounds on a movie set? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they accidentally.
That didn't even happen to fucking anybody in the Lee family. That was just like build-up.
So are we being deep-faked right now? Did somebody copy Cathexis's voice?
Yeah, he does something. So what happens is that what they'll claim is that they will. One of the rounds they forgot to take the bullet out of. They take the powder out somehow and put the bullet back in. That's a little weird. When the primer goes off, it dislodges the bullet out of the shell, but just lodges it into the barrel. The next round will be a full blank. The bullet's already in the barrel. Now the blank is going to fully charge the round, the lead round, out of the barrel now. So it's a catch 42. It's happened before. However, millions of things could happen to prevent this. However, Alec Baldwin's still guilty.
I agree.
These are all planned.
Even if, like, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, even if it was a blank round, you know that stuff comes out of the barrel of a blank round.
Yeah, but it wasn't a blank. It was a live round. So
But the thing is,
Here's the thing: you can't even shoot. Cannot shoot a live round out of a prop gun. A gun that has been fitted to only fire blanks.
No. A blank gun.
That's untrue.
No. Okay, hold on.
Any gun can shoot anything. You can make bullets for anything to shoot.
They actually put a blockage in the barrel that prevents a round from being fired out.
In a perfect world,
That's not what they did. That's not what they did. No, a blank has to fire out of the barrel to create the flame. It just creates the show. There's no go. There's also no recoil because the flame, the explosion is not being pushed off of a bullet. So there's no recoil. It's like a flash, right? What happened here is that a bullet, this is what they always say. They're saying that a bullet was lodged into the barrel via the center fire primer. You know, when the primer goes off, not the charge of the explosion. The primer pushes the bullet out of the shell into the barrel. The next round is going to be a blank. The bullet is waiting in the barrel. So when the blank gets shot, it's no longer a blank. It's a full powered round because the bullet's waiting for the blank. Thanks.
That's not how.
Doesn't matter what it is. If it was a real car or a fake TV prop, if you kill somebody, you're supposed to get involuntary manslaughter, right?
Hey, look, somebody got shot because of you. Bye.
Unless you're Alec Baldwin.
Unless you're Alec Baldwin.
The hunt for an excuse.
Right. The interesting thing is, it was a.
Wait, did it happen in October? It did, didn't it?
October surprise.
The hunt for Red October. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's just all over the place. Oh man.
It was a revolver that he shot.
Yes, wonderful.
Yeah, didn't he shoot two people?
it's funny how the cinematographer who got shot was also working on exploitation within Hollywood and had dinner with Alec Baldwin just days before.
Yeah, about exposing them.
A little expose.
Wait, did you just say the person that got shot was going to expose him? What did you say?
Yeah, the lady cinematographer, she was actually working on a documentary on exposing exploitation within Hollywood and had dinner with Alec Baldwin just shortly before she got shot.
Well, here's the deal, guys, is that, and this is going to sound crazy, even the Globers will be able to understand this, hopefully, but on movie sets, there's these things called cameras that record things going on. Wouldn't that be nice if we could just see what happened? I know this is a crazy idea, but just a hunch. Thanks.
I know, right? It's kind of like with the Maxwell trial. Like, we would like to see what happens inside that, but no, it's considered too shocking for the public to know.
Yeah, we set this area up for several months to record it with these things called cameras. They're an alien device that nobody knows about, and we lost the technology. It's a painful process to use those and show us what happened.
Probably going to be a mishandling with the footage. But on a different note, I was in a hangout with a bunch of normies that are borderline, well, not borderline, they are straight up racist, right? And I was telling, they were like, "Oh, you know, what do you think's going to happen with Jeffrey Epstein?" And I go, "Well, he's not going to make it to court tomorrow. I can tell you that much." Within like 2 hours, the blackout happened, and he died. They all hit me up. "How the fuck did you know? How did you know?" Think about it, man. Besides, that's irrelevant. All of that is irrelevant. It's all a distraction. Just like with the current event, right? The everything with the fraud with election scandals and with different countries falling and getting overran by their governments and rumors of wars and all this shit. Like, China's already threatened. They threatened us last month. Russia just threatened us over Ukraine, of all places. Taiwan was what China threatened us over. So, yeah, fun times, huh? It's all a distraction because of the money, the reset. This is talked about for many, many years. They've been planning it. And they even said that there'd be many distractions to keep people distracted from finding out what's really going on. And you will find out when peak oil happens. When peak oil happens, that means oil reserves is going to start dropping off. They have to go to a no or an oil-free society so that the reserves can be used for lubrications. And like, it's just a reset with the new way of things, and it's all usury. It sounds like the Green New Deal to me. When people don't.
We live in a usury-based system.
Huh? No, it's a usury system. Like, you will not own it. You're just going to rent it. You're just going to rent the car, and the car
Like I
will.
said, we live in a usury-based system.
No, that's the system
Yeah,
that they
it's
want
going to
you
be
go
worse. It's all rent. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. You will have whatever you want, but it's not yours, right?
Yeah,
So,
we're
like,
currently-
you'll have a computer that will never break down because it's engineered to never break down because they've had it. They could have done it like that, but they didn't for a reason: more money.
Yeah,
Like the
we're
light
currently
bulb.
in a transitionary system, which is kind of like a blend between the two, a hybrid.
Yeah. Getting everybody used to it and getting everybody moved over to a cashless society. That's what's going on. And they don't want to cause panic.
There's a really good example of what you're talking about in the people who repair stuff for a living, like repair circuit boards and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're going to be out of a job.
And a lot of what has to do with what they're trying to get, is Apple has a total monopoly on repairs. Like, in order to get the schematics and stuff like that to repair like an iPad or something like that, right? They have a total monopoly on everything that is going to like pertain for you to do a repair job and make money off it, because they don't want you making money off that. So you have to
It's
sign up
even
for their.
right. It's even worse, dude. Like Apple itself, like say you have an iPhone and the battery's fucking up, so you send it in. You know what they actually do? They take your memory module out of your phone, right? Tear your phone completely apart, throw away the motherboard, replace the battery, new motherboard, key it on, and once it's keyed on, it has a certain time length until it detects a default battery, like a faulty battery, even though there's nothing wrong with the battery. And you cannot reuse that board. It's just trash at that point. They're trying to go away from that.
It's
because they don't
cheating.
want other people opening things up and putting the battery in for fucking next to nothing.
Right. The repair world is actually being systematically destroyed in front of everybody's faces.
Oh,
You
I
know,
know.
I
It
mean,
started
you
with
can't,
fucking small engine repair, right? I
even
had this
Android.
business, small engine repair, saw shop, right? Lawnmowers and saws and all that. Down here in the desert, didn't get much business. But fuck, it got to a point where a lawnmower was so cheap and the parts were so expensive to fix an old lawnmower that, hey, with that new lawnmower you're getting, you're going to be paying about $20 more than what it would take me to repair this one and get it going again with no warranty, or you can get that one for $20 more with a warranty. What do you think they would do? They would just, you know, I would
Well,
have
they
nothing to do but
extrapolate.
just sharpen things.
This,
And now, like in
this same
California,
practice that
for
you're
instance,
talking about,
I couldn't even have that business in California anymore. It's a good thing I sold it because check it out, man. No
so
more small engines in Cali.
so they did the same thing with the tractors to farm food. You can't do that repair yourself, because you would have to um go through the manufacturer to get a part for a tractor to get food or whatever you're doing, right? And it's by design. They do that by design. It's creating more revenue for them.
Well, the beast system's coming, man.
Oh, it's already here.
No, I mean, it's about to be switched on.
It's
You can't take a
already
number until it's on. No, you can't take a number until it's switched on, dude. You
The
don't
numbers
understand
are
what the beast
there.
system
Yeah.
is. It's complete and total Overwatch, complete and total control Big Brother 1983.
They already have that control.
Oh, they need the Internet of Peoples. They don't have the Internet of Peoples yet, which is what they're trying to do, which is the mark itself.
They've already done that, Brood.
No, they don't have the Internet of Peoples yet.
Yeah, it's on its way. They have a patent and they have some rituals.
They have an Internet
but
of
it has
Things, but not an Internet of
blockchain.
Peoples.
It's called
Yeah.
blockchain. You guys know it as cryptocurrency, you idiots that keep
I
falling
call
for
it slavery,
money scams. Yep.
death and slavery, chopping block and slavery, right? Bondage, chains,
Blockchain.
block, chopping block. Think about it.
Story.
I can only ring the bell so many times, guys. Be
No,
prepared.
listen to this though. How about this guy? This is a new kind of a new theory that they're gonna take your soul, and this is why the Bible. I'm gonna talk to Whitson about this. He'll probably like it because this is right up his alley. I know this is not my cup of tea, but this is interesting. That as the Bible tells us, they will be seeking death, and death will flee for them. Well, they're going to upload their souls into the computer, and they won't be able to
Matrix.
die.
Yeah. That's actually what I saw was brains in a box, dark cube room, completely refrigerated and like controlled, and there will be slaves that are going to be in charge of the maintenance and all this, but they're going to be chipped and working into this thing. And you know what they've called it? The metaverse.
But there are people who are up off the grid.
Right. Don't think that's going to be for long, though.
Oh, yes, it will. If you think that it's not going to be a real
How many
thing for
presidents
people to
died
be
for
off
not going
grid,
along with the program? How many presidents were assassinated this year and last year for not going
it
along with the
doesn't matter.
program? Yeah, it does, because now those countries are under complete and total control of the UN.
But there's people who will go against it.
The UN is the NWO, man.
It doesn't matter because there's people who exist, you know what I mean, that literally are going to not subjugate.
Yeah,
Subjugation.
and it's called the set apart ones, the saints that will be hunted down and persecuted, and the dragon will be given power and give power to the beast to subdue and overcome and conquer the saints. That means we will be hunted down and killed.
Here's the beauty of
But
it
that's
all.
okay.
There's a lot of people
We will
out
be
there who
martyrs.
will go against that.
We will be martyrs. Don't worry.
That's fine. I understand it. And a lot of people who
When you
go
say we'll be
against it
martyrs,
and create their own way go against it as well. And so they're not going to be subjugated against that.
but do you think the bad guys will win in the end or the good guys? That's what I want to know.
The bad guy will win in the end.
No.
What do you say, Joshua?
The bad guys will get what's coming to them. They'll be subject to their own prison.
There's no sin against having your own.
That's what the Facebook is. It's the book of life. It's sick little.
Like I said, there's nothing wrong with
DARPA,
having your own root cellar.
The life book, Project Life book, right? The Facebook, same thing. The book of life. Once you're uploaded, Facebook's going to go offline and it's just going to be there for record purposes. Only the living can interact with it. The meta is going to be something different, but it's part of the same system. So like the virtual world, you won't be able to manipulate with Facebook the same way that you do now. And a lot of people
I don't use Facebook now.
Exactly. But you need to look into the metaverse. It's been around for quite some time.
And
they
there's ways
just
to
launched it.
combat that.
Yeah, lately I've been hearing Monica Perez talk about it a lot on her podcast.
See, I think what they're going to end up doing, remember RuneScape? How there's like a whole like mini economy inside of it where people would actually like make thousands of dollars playing this game, selling houses and resources and shit, right? For real money. It's like one of these kind of things to where there's only going to be like one item ever created, and the person that has like the most resources or the most tokens, the most bitcoins, right? That does these tasks to collect them like a game, like an RPG, to collect these tokens. That's what they've been training everyone for. To collect these tokens and do these tasks, to collect these things, to get this one item so that everybody can be like, oh, look at that guy and envy him. It's like, fucking these RPG fucking say MMR, what the fuck are massive online multiplayer games?
MMORPGs.
Yeah, those ones. Where they have like rank boards and like one person will be the king that has like top, the best equipment or whatever, undefeated the tournament, shit like that, That's what it's coming to.
Not really.
I think it's just a distraction from reality. Just like the TV.
Yep. And with it, how much you want to bet that there's going to be no talk about gospel in it? They're going to implement the Noahide laws. They're already on the books.
In every country.
Yes.
I don't know about every country, but almost every country.
Hey, real quick, can you go into detail on what the Noahide laws are? Give some examples of some of them.
Basically, the laws that were given to Moses, don't tear flesh from a living animal, do not commit idolatry, all these kind of things. But here's the kicker, right? Worshipping Messiah, Jesus Christ, is an idol.
And he will be given power to wage war against the saints, those who
Not
believe upon
idolatry.
Yeshua and keep the commandments.
It is in their eyes.
It is not idolatry.
It is in their eyes. Don't argue with me about it. Argue with the fucking Noahides about it. They're worse than the fucking BHIs.
But you don't have to interpret it that way.
That's how they're interpreting it, and they're going to do it. They call him a heretic. They're the house of Edom. The Noahide, do not tear flesh from a living animal. Do not kill unjustly.
I don't know about you guys, but I do not worship idolatry.
I'm just telling
The
you.
Most High
It's
will
spoken
judge,
about in
and
the
I do not
Bible
judge you
that
myself.
you will lose your head if you do not renounce it. If you deny him in front of men, he will deny you in heaven. So you might gain your life, but you'll lose your eternal life, right? So it comes down to this, to where if you go ahead and offer your head for a chopping block, because death is the penalty of the transgression of the Noahide laws, then guess what happens? You professed that he is Lord and Savior, right? And your head was removed. That's the final judgment right there, man. Come on, dude. You don't know, you don't realize that? You don't realize what's happening, what's going on?
I have never heard that interpretation until now.
They got guillotines made by Chanel. Make it fashionable. FEMA, man,
Doesn't take away my
has
belief.
Chanel, the makeup company, the glamour company, guillotines made by these motherfuckers.
Does not take away my belief, man.
Good. I hope it should strengthen it. But do not go silent
You're
into that long
strengthening
night.
my
Do you
belief.
hear me? You
You're
profess.
strengthening my
You
belief.
share that gospel.
I've heard of that before, but do you have a link to that? The guillotine thing?
No, I don't. You're gonna have to look for Chanel guillotines. This was around 2015, 2014, right around the same time that the coffin liners were showing up and the bunker fuel were showing up on rail cars parked in rural areas. Right around Jade Helm, which was all about creating two AIs to mesh together with a third AI that has control over all networks.
Dude, you're talking nonsense.
No, that's what it was about.
Yeah,
It was about fucking the AI being in control of the war game.
AI has nothing to do with anything with this.
Why do you think fucking Trump just okayed another $70 billion towards the development of the Pentagon's AI asset?
Wait, you said just.
You're
Was
cute.
that Trump back then or Biden recently, more recently?
Well, that was Trump just before he left office.
You're cute.
This was Trump in like December, like just before Christmas. before he left office? With a whimper.
Do you have any fucking evidence, or like, are you just?
What do you mean evidence?
What are you talking about? Trump doing this, that? What are you talking about,
Look
dude?
it up. Look it up. Trump okays extra funding for the Pentagon's
Yeah,
AI
that kind of
asset.
goes against the rules, Josh. You claimed it, so you got to cite your source, or they're just going to dismiss it.
Right. So, like, Trump fucking, before he left office, he approved all this vaccine stuff. And I'm not about to get into that
Right,
because I
I know.
know it's a fringe subject and I'm not going to get into it. But what are you talking about, man?
Well, there's
So
one thing I think we can all
I'll tell
agree
you what he's
on.
talking about. Hold on, let me go first, please. What he's talking about. Every time there's a president or someone who's in office, right before they, get out of office, they usually do the shadiest shit, right? So every president, go back and look at what they did right before they left office for the last time.
Yeah, and stay eternally vigilant.
To me, is anybody talking about flattening the curve? Is anybody talking about that?
We did that 2 weeks ago.
Well, I wasn't there. I'm sorry, dude. Just no. Flatten the curve. That happened over a year ago. They were trying to flatten the curve. What? That was before all the vaccine nonsense fucking started.
Yeah, we're not talking about the vaccine stuff. So
I know.
go
I'm
back to
sorry.
the.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, let's just go back to the curved adjacent. Have they found it yet?
But can I say something? Like, isn't it kind of peculiar? Peculiar. What's the word? Peculiar. Peculiar. That they
Remarkable?
said that they have to flatten the curve. For what
No,
reason?
wait, try it a few more times.
Peculiar. Peculiar. Isn't it strange?
Isn't it?
I
You ever
think
been to
it
Rhode
is.
Island?
No, I'm from Massachusetts.
There's two things.
Oh, you got something, Josh?
Yeah, one's
There's
a
one.
magazine,
There you
and
go,
then
bud.
the other one is defense.gov new contracts, contract articles, March 2020. Today's Defense Department contracts values at 7 million or more now on livedefense.gov type thing, right? So when you go there, it talks about how this firm out of Virginia was awarded $62 million as part of receiving a modification to the previously awarded indefinite delivery, indefinite quality contract with the maximum potential value of the existing next generation enterprise network contract. Right? Next generation enterprise network contract. Current and future work for affected end-user hardware seats service will be performed throughout the United States. No additional funding will be placed on the contractor obligated at the time of modification award. This modification will extend various end-user hardware services from a 6-month October 2019 to March 2020 to a 10-month ordered period, all the way until from October 2019 to July 2020. During the contract option year 6, this contract modification was not completely procured because of its sole source accusation pursuant to the authority of 10 U.S. Code 234C1 and 1 of the limited and then goes into Serico out of Virginia is awarded $60 million, which provides exercise of the fourth option under a fixed price contract for life cycle sustainment of physical security, access control, and command communications, computers, and intelligence services in support of naval facilities, engineering command, anti-terrorism, fire or force protection, ashore program at various naval institutions worldwide. Work will be performed at California, District of Columbia, Florida, Italy, Virginia, Washington, Hawaii, Japan, Maryland, Guam, Texas, Rhode Island, Bahrain, Spain, Mississippi, Illinois, Georgia, Connecticut, Tennessee, Indiana, Greece, New Jersey, and on and on and on. The work, even Singapore and Maine. The work will be performed. The work to be performed will provides for preventative maintenance and hardware association firmware and software, response for resolution of service cells for corrective maintenance to include equipment repair, overhaul, and replacement information. So this is basic contract, right? And then after award this option, the total cumulative contract will be awarded at $245 million to the option. This option period from March 2020 to March 2021, fiscal year 2020. Operations and maintenance Navy funds in the amount of $55 million are obligated to the award, or obligated on this award, and will expire at the end of the current fiscal year. Naval Facilities Engineering and Expeditionary Warfare Center, Port Hueneme, California. And then VLJM LLC, Fullerton, California, is awarded an indefinite delivery, indefinite quality contract with the maximum amount of $35 million for 8 small businesses set aside at various government installations within the Marine Base Camp Pendleton, Naval Weapons Station, Seal Beach, California. No task orders are being issued at this time. The work to be performed provides for alterations, repairs, renovations, and new construction within the North American Industry Classification System Code for paving projects, terms, There's another one, and it just keeps going on and on and on. Well, this one is $11 million out of a firm out of India.
Can I ask you a question?
Huh?
Were you ever in the military?
No.
I was.
Okay.
And what you're saying right now is what the contractors are put into business. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Whatever you just fucking read, there's nothing wrong with that. The government contracts these fucking these people to go in and do the repairs for the old ass fucking 60-year-old fucking equipment that they fucking have. There's nothing wrong with that. That is not a money laundering scheme.
I'm not saying it's a money laundering scheme.
What is the money laundering scheme is the guys who are like, oh yeah, we just got contracted for a week worth of work, and we'll work for 3 days, and then the rest of the 4 days that we'll be in quotes, working and just mooching. There's a lot of mooching that goes on. Let just tell you that right now. There's a lot of mooching with these fucking contracts that you're talking about. There's a lot of mooching that goes on. These fucking guys. Imagine this. You're just a regular Joe Schmo on the fucking road, right? And you get a fucking job to let's do a roof. Let's do a roof somewhere. Like and then let's do a government contracted roof. How long is it gonna take you to do that roof? Seriously. I mean, you could tell them, oh, it'll take 2 weeks, but we could get it done in 3 days, and the rest of the 3 days, 14 days, the rest of the 11 days, we're doing inspections, we're doing blah blah blah, all this stuff, rigmarole, getting it done, blah blah blah. These people mooch. You realize that? Government contracts, man. Shit. Those are the most highest paying jobs you'll ever get. Shit. I was fucking grinding out expansion joints for a fucking state job just the other week, making $21 an hour. I mean, they have the fucking budget to fucking pay me, but like, you know, all these people are just fucking they're just taking free fucking money, man. From the fucking, the government has fucking a budget, so they're gonna, you know.
You know what Jace is? Have you ever heard of Jace?
I have seen people do this to people. You know,
have you ever heard of Jace?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Have you ever heard of Jace?
Jace what?
Jace. JAIC. Joint Artificial Intelligence.
Never heard of it.
Well, I posted a link for chiefinformationofficer.com or whatever. At 39 minutes after the hour.
So what am I supposed to be seeing right here?
Well, you got links down below, which DoD AI strategy and then Joint Artificial Intelligence Center official homepage. This is just the officers involved. Leadership in military AI technology is critical in the future of United States national security, and Jace is the focal point for the execution of the DoD AI strategy, the Pentagon's AI asset.
What do you think?
They're expanding it.
What do you think they're farming?
What do you mean?
They're obviously farming information. But like, what do you think they're doing with that information that they're farming?
They're trying to create a singularity. What they're trying to do is they're trying to create, if they can create a perfect simulation of reality by having enough data, then they can predict things with scary and eerie things. It'll be like a Minority Report where they can go back in time or go far into the future by like 15 seconds or some shit like that. Like they can know you're going to kill someone, kill them and arrest you.
Yeah,
that's what I think
where
they're
I
trying to do.
just have to disagree with you, man.
That's what I think
respect
they're trying to do.
I really do. I respect everything that you're doing right now, but I just have to fucking disagree with you.
All right.
I don't think that they have the technological advancement to predict the fucking future. You're giving them too much credit.
No, this is what they are trying to do. I didn't say they're going to do it. They are trying to create a singularity. This is what it's about. It's about creating a perfect simulation of reality. And they can only do that if they have real-time tracking on everything.
Right, but
So they
even
can
if
make
they
sure
did,
everything syncs.
even if they did, they would fail.
Well, here's the thing.
And the reason
Even
why.
if they did create a singularity, the only thing that would do is open the bottomless pit. That wouldn't create a fucking machine that could predict the future.
Here's the beauty of it all is I could single-handedly deny anybody could. So they have this prediction for the future and they're going to make it happen, right? And who's standing in their way? I am. It's
You're
a
not.
false
They'll
it's a
starve
false
you out.
entity.
But anyway.
So this is
Am
why we
I
need to
the
get to
only
that
one who's trying
4%
to like?
mark. See, I think if 4%, maybe even less than that, maybe just 1%, 1% to 4%, somewhere around there. I think if we can get that portion of the world population, or at least the American population, here, to openly acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, I don't think any of these things these other issues we're talking about, a lot of them, I don't think they'll be issues.
Right.
I
Because it
agree with
all
that.
boils down to the Great Deception, right? As soon as you realize
And
that the
he's
Great
right.
Deception is there, you know you've been lied to about everything. Everything you know is a lie. Right? That's where true wisdom comes from, is realizing that you don't know anything.
But do you think that the people who are trying to like establish this, this narrative that you're talking about, do you think they know the truth? I'm pretty sure they fucking know the truth. And they're trying to slip a fucking fast one on you, and they're trying to make a quick buck, man. That's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to fucking get
Okay,
you to
once
buy
again,
into the
this whole
system.
thing, the current event, all of the fucking media bullshit, all of the fucking fake president last term, all of that shit. Fake president this term, fake president prior to that. Shit, fuck. Fake president since fucking before 9/11, man.
It's not an
They're all
election,
puppets.
it's a selection, dude.
They're
Have you ever heard of that? It's not two wings of the same bird. Have you ever heard that before? Man, they're not for you. They're not
I
against
just
you.
literally said this about
They're
4 hours ago.
using you. It's a usury-based system that we
I
live in.
just said this about 4 hours ago, dude. Did you hear what I said? I said, kill the bird.
Good.
Yeah, let's all agree to agree.
Kill it, but don't burn it. Don't let that motherfucker rebirth.
Man, they already burned that shit a long time ago.
Yeah, but it's the phoenix, dude. Do you understand that? It's the
Furthering my
phoenix.
point.
So this time you don't let it burn. You just
Yo,
slay the bird, slay the dragon. Don't let it burn. Keep it
Satan rules
underwater.
worlds.
Keep it underwater in the ocean.
There is no way that you can combat the tyranny and the usury-based system at all. Right? It is of Satan. It is the phoenix that you're talking about. The phoenix rise.
Actually, the phoenix is the Bennu, right? It's a rebirth bird of Osiris. That's where it all comes from. And what we know is phoenix comes from, believe it or not, Phoenician, Hebrew.
I can get behind that.
And it comes from Egypt, yeah.
No, I can get behind that.
So it's Horus, the sun.
You want to talk about sun gods?
It rises from its ashes and is reborn.
Helios, the heliocentric fucking model that everybody worships without knowing that they're following these zealots and everything like that. Everybody follows the heliocentric model, the Helios, the sun god that everybody
But what's
worships.
another name for Helio?
Tell me.
Apollo.
Exactly. The one who
Like,
drags the sun across the sky, right?
you can't make this shit up, dude. Apollo, right? The fucking NASA shit, right? Apollo, right? The fucking sun itself. The sun god.
The one who guides the sun.
Before his name was Apollo,
Helios.
his name was Helios, right?
Heliocentric.
Oh,
Interesting.
here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing, right? Helios is known as the bringer of plagues. But do you know what's in the sky right now? You probably haven't been paying attention.
Are you going to tell me what's in the sky right now?
I might. Remember that
Well, I'd
Revelation?
like to hear it.
Remember that Revelation sign? Revelation 12? There's a great sign in heaven, a woman being in travail with a child. She's about to give birth, and behold, there's a red dragon, a great fiery red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, right?
Right.
Getting ready to eat the child, right? Well, here's the thing. This constellation just all of a sudden appeared called Coronus Borealis, the northern crown.
The crown.
There's a southern crown. Yeah. There's a southern crown and a northern crown. And it looks like a crown in the sky. It's crazy. But it's right over the serpent, right over that dragon. And it's got 7 stars at its head and 10 stars at its tail. So 10 horns, 7 heads. And it's about to be crowned.
Not in my book. I ain't taking it.
I can't remember. It's Serpentis is the name of the serpent, the dragon. Not Draco, but Serpentis.
So, do you have like a? I got my Bible next to me. So which verse in Revelations is all this?
Revelation?
It's Revelations. What you're talking about is Revelations.
No, there's no S at the end of it. I'm sorry.
Revelation.
Yeah. Revelation 12, I believe. Yeah, Revelation 12:1.
I'll read it.
And a great sign was seen in the heavens, and a woman clad with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. And being pregnant, she cried out in labor and in pain, and to give birth. Another sign was seen in the heavens, and see, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns on his heads. And his tail drew a third of the stars from the heavens, and throws them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth to devour the child as soon as it was born. And she bore a male child, who was to shepherd all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up away to Elohim and into the throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by Elohim to be nourished there 1,260 days. And then Satan comes down to earth. It's the sixth Trump, I believe. No, seventh Trump. Yeah, it's seventh Trump, the final Trump. Seals are already broken. So right now we're getting the wrath, because it goes Trump, wrath, Trump, wrath. So Trump, vile, Trump, vile. But we have 7 years of wanting, and it's about to get worse. Have you seen the decoys in the stores yet?
What do you mean by decoys?
You notice that there's a whole lot of things. There's actually empty shelves, but to keep the customers from panicking to go, oh, look at all these empty shelves, they started putting like cheap things that they have billions of, right? Because they have a machine that just produces it out of garbage or some shit and just sells it. Right? They'll put it up there like Christmas decorations. They'll put Christmas decorations up in like where the food should be. It's like everything's moved around and rearranged, dude.
I've heard the opposite.
A lot of things are being discontinued. Like when you go to Costco, if you see something with a yellow tag, that means it will not be seen anymore.
I've actually heard the opposite. Are you listening to me?
What?
I've heard.
I can't hear a word you're saying if you're talking.
All right, so I have to do the push to talk.
That's why I couldn't hear you. I was like, no, I didn't hear a word you were saying.
So no, I actually heard the opposite.
I heard the opposite about what?
You're talking about things on sale and things like that.
No, not things on sale, decoys.
But are they decoys?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. I've heard about new vehicles on the lot, right? But
that's funny. You can come here to my small town and there's no new cars on any of the car lots.
That's exactly what I'm trying to talk about.
They say there's a chip shortage or some shit.
I'd
and I go, yeah, it comes from Taiwan. And who's like being all fucking an asshole about Taiwan right now? China. And Biden's just, okay, yeah, whatever.
No, like I heard you speak. You ought to heard me speak, right? No, they have a shortage of it all. They have an absolute shortage of everything. But the reason why they can't sell the newest model is because they don't have anything to put into it to sell it. That's really happening right now. They have fields of vehicles and they can't sell them. The reason why they can't sell them is they don't get the fucking chip to put in them.
Here's the other thing.
There's a lot that's going on with the market right now.
Right. Here's the other thing. A lot of these places that are empty where there's placeholders, right? These decoys are stuck in shipping containers.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's definitely, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And then it's going to get to a point to where that stuff, there's going to be a storm or something, and some of the stuff might spoil because that shit happens, dude. Right? And if anything happens to be like foodstuffs, like potatoes, rice, and shit like that, it'll have to be rejected. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute, what do you mean potatoes? You know, like French fries and shit. McDonald's hamburgers. Oh, hey, if you want to make money, just go work for McDonald's. I hear they're paying $25 an hour.
Hey, I heard that $27.50 an hour.
Well, I heard they were talking about $32 an hour, and I work for the fucking government.
I know somebody that works for Department of Transportation that makes $66 an hour sitting on his ass painting lines on the road.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, funny. Pays $66, huh?
And I thought I was hot shit. Fucking working my ass off for $21 an hour. Oh, shit. I thought I was fucking hot shit, man.
Shit, I used to wrench on a car making 23 an hour.
Yeah, that's good. That's good profit, man.
He goes, well, I'll pay you 23 to start. And I go, to start? Well, what can I go up to? I mean, the labor rate's only so much. And he's all like, oh, I already said 23. You know, I think he meant 18 or something like that. So the first thing I did is I went right to work like right then and there, and I got like 3 vehicles fixed, engines put in them, rebuilt one engine completely, and the other one I just had to replace a fuel pump, and sent those 3 on the first day, and he goes, yeah, you're worth it.
I got you beat, man. I got you beat.
Well, it wasn't a full day either.
I got you beat. I was making 21
Hey,
bucks
guess
an hour.
what? You win.
No, I lost in this one. I was working for this dude.
So then that means I won, but you beat me? Wait, how does that win? You beat me, but you lost. How does that work?
That's how I beat you. I've lost, man. I've lost in my time, man. I know what it's like to work for an independent person, right? Who goes bankrupt, right? Like my latest job, working for this dude, putting up a fence and all that kind of stuff. And he was talking about how he's making all this money, right? And he's paying me 21 bucks an hour and all this, right? He's trying to sell his house just to fucking pay payroll. That's how the independent market goes down, man.
Yeah, well, get this.
Get this.
I'm getting
The
it. I already
fiat's
have
done. Fiat's done.
Josh, go ahead.
fiat currency.
If you can't tell already that it's crumbling, remember back when gas was like $1, man, like just last year.
Hey, it was like
Depends on where you're at, too.
Yeah, but do you know why it was that low?
Well, so where are you talking about?
Because of the Coco 19.
No, man. No, man. It's peak oil, man. It's called peak oil, man.
man.
I've never
Barrel of oil was selling for, I'll give you $7 if you buy my oil. You buy my oil off of me, I'll give you $7 for every barrel you take. They had too much of it.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
That was a marker
I have
for
a friend.
the reset of the economy.
Fuck. Dude.
Yo, that's bullshit.
That one fucking. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. You'll pay me $12 to fucking take your oil.
$7 for a barrel.
You're bullshit. Just admit you're full of shit.
No, that's what it was down to.
No,
That's
and I'll
why it
tell you
was
why.
so cheap last year.
It was a year ago.
Dude, my best friend Jeff is living in a small town where his dad actually runs the fire department and runs the only fucking place where you can get fuel in town, and he's only making a buck a gallon.
Okay.
Okay.
So how are you like justifying your prices that you're talking about, right? Like, no. It comes down to where they're the ones who are getting the fuel and they're rehashing it $1 per gallon. That's all they're getting.
Well, I'd say $1 per gallon is a fucking gold mine, personally. But the world we're living in now, the Coco 19 fucking world we're living in is different, man. It's something else going on, man. Something else.
No, it's not. As long as fuel prices are keep going up, man, they're still paying.
Dude, I pay $5 a gallon here in California.
Yeah, check it out, man.
Well, they're
crude oil
literally paying
prices
$4.
briefly trade below $0 in spring 2020, but have since been mostly flat. Right?
Right.
They did that as a signal.
Yes. Yes. I'm listening.
Wean off oil. Green New Deal.
The Green New Deal. Ugh.
Usury.
No, you guys are actually wrong. You are intrinsically wrong. Because let's take Mr. California for example. You're paying $5 a gallon. Guess what they're paying? There's no way.
There, I posted my citation on the dip in oil prices last spring.
Yeah.
If you're paying $5 a gallon, they're paying $4.
Okay.
The margin of error, like the margin of profit for these, the gas stations
Oil
around
companies.
the country,
We
dude,
call
they're
them
not making much of a
oil
profit off
companies.
of you. It's a different
Fuck,
problem.
man. California has so much fucking oil, dude. You could use it to fucking grease your hair, man. Dude, there's so like LA sits on a lake of oil.
That's right. Josh.
They only have to do that
Josh,
because of the consumption of it.
I know you're right because I worked in the oil fields in Southern California. This place is dripping in oil. Dripping.
Yep. It's La Brea tar pits.
La Brea tar pits. Yeah, man.
And then they choked off all the production.
Wait a minute, Josh.
Usually the production's in certain like places. Huh.
Josh,
well, the funny thing about the fucking production is they outsource it as well.
Right. They don't want to use our resources.
Josh, those
keep it in the country.
Those oil fields are full of dinosaurs. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, they're still kicking around.
Must have been a hell of the stegosauruses.
Seriously, man. The two highest, I got a brother who works in the oil field. The two highest production facilities exist in Texas and New Mexico.
Do you know where most of our oil goes to from the Alaskan pipeline?
Doesn't matter. Where does it go?
Japan.
Of course it does. It's outsourced. Outsourced resources.
It goes to Japan so they can strip the sulfur out of it and then send it back to us so we can frack diesel out of it.
But where does a lot of that production come from?
It comes from the T-Rexes.
West Texas and New Mexico.
The Alaskan pipeline? No, the Alaskan pipeline starts in the tundra.
Yo, Canadians fucking don't do shit. They used to do some cool shit up in Alberta.
Bullshit. Alberta's
but
sitting on a fucking wealth of fucking natural
I
gas
told
and
you.
oil.
Alberta used to do all kinds of cool shit, but they have all kinds
But
of
they've
fucking
choked all that shit
regulations and
down because of
restrictions. Yeah.
fucking tree hugging maple farmers.
The best place to be in oil fucking production is West Texas, New Mexico area right now. Pure
Right
profit.
now, because the
Pure
price is so
profit
high,
for America right now.
it's going to be like booming. So if you're in West Texas and you're working on the oil field, you got all this work and you're making so much money you don't know what to do with, but you're not at home very often, right? But once it ends, like your bottom line, it's like when it goes to like $1 something a gallon, they don't have any work. So
Right,
it's
but
kind of
you're
like
talking about
seasonal
what's
work over there.
going to happen, but it's not happening yet. So it's hopping. It's hopping, popping right now.
All they have to do is turn on our wells, and we're at peak oil again. That's what happened.
Right,
We weren't
and then
getting it because of
when
the
it turns
emergency.
off, they'll blame
So
it
what
on the
happened
virus.
in America, because America controls oil, regardless of what OPEC does. If we buy oil from OPEC, then we give the power to OPEC to dictate the price. If we tap
Right, but
our own wells, we'll start a war.
Right, but if you're
Because
producing your own oil at
we
home,
make them.
nothing's changed. This thing has been going on for 20 years.
40 years.
No,
40 years, man. Not 20
it's like
years.
that.
He's right.
Since World War II.
Yep,
Since
it's
World
like
War
that
II.
for a reason.
How much is gas in Australia?
It's all about that to create a fucking holy war.
That's a good
They
question.
They gave him the money and the resources to wage war against Jerusalem.
You guys are missing the point. You guys are actually missing the point.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I know a guy who
I know a guy.
His dad
I know a guy.
owns a fucking.
I know a guy.
You're not making any profit off the fucking oil that you're selling.
I know
Who
a
cares?
guy. I know a guy. I know a guy. I know a guy.
You're literally only making $1 off a gallon.
I know a
So
guy
who
that thinks the earth. I know a guy that thinks the earth is flat, man. Check it out.
Yeah, it is flat, and he's only making $1 a gallon.
I know a guy that thinks the earth is flat. What do you think of that?
I actually know a guy who's only making $1 per gallon.
Jesus Christ.
I hope you guys are having fun. Because if you guys aren't having fun, you guys are fucking this whole thing up, man. Have some fun. Take a piss. Take a truth. Enjoy.
Wait a minute. That guy you know that owns that gas station, he's not the one that hit you with a book bag in high school, was he?
No, that was Ethan, man.
You got a name. You got a name.
Yeah, you guys remember his name. You remember? Oh, what was that guy's name? Yeah, you remember that.
Ethan. I know a guy named Ethan.
He doesn't own a gas station, but he's still a profitable motherfucker, man.
Well,
he was ahead of his time.
Dude,
Nobody fucked with that guy.
Do you think
he was friends? I was friends with him, and I punched him in the mouth. You want to talk about that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes,
I punched him in his fucking mouth and knocked his fucking stupid ass lips into his fucking braces.
How did that feel? How did it feel?
It felt like $1 million. That's how it
What
felt.
do you mean stupid lips? How does somebody have stupid lips? Does stupid stuff come out of them?
I deemed them stupid.
I want to know what it was like, how it felt. Come on, talk to me.
I think what Kenny is trying to say is, how did that make you feel when you knocked his stupid lips
really
into
good.
his
And then
braces?
I was at his friend's house, and he's like, "Hey, man, you're a tough motherfucker." And I was like, "I still think you're a dick." Like,
But I want. Oh, how did that feel? Did it feel good? Feel good?
yeah.
All right,
Really, your
cool,
hand
man.
didn't get infected? Because mine did.
I used to dream about like putting a fucking lock in my sock and smacking over the face of it. But
That's kind of violent, and
that's a little
I
serial
think you need
killer,
to
but you know
seek
what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
professional
Like,
help.
Oh fuck, man. Hank, save
yeah,
us,
like
bro.
yeah, I don't know.
I'm shouting out to Hank. Save us, man.
He's still a friend of mine. I still talk to him. I
Yeah,
still
that's
talk
what
to him
I'm
about
saying. I
he's
think
a
I think
fucking
you need to
dick.
go see a magician about your head. Something's not
No,
right there.
I can confront
If
him
you're
and
still
tell
thinking
him
about hitting him with a
that.
fucking sock and a lock and a sock, that's kind of fucked up, dude.
Well, I could tell him about that, and he'd just laugh about it. You know, I mean, we can all laugh about it. That's a responsible friend right there.
Yes, a very responsible friend, man. Responsible friends are hard to come by, man. So I want you guys.
I'm sorry I try to find flat earthers and responsible friends.
No, you might not, but I want you to find responsible friends that will show up for you when you need them, man. And that's important, man. People showing up when you fucking need them to show up, and yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. Fuck, come on.
I love it, man. I find people like that, like what you're
Yes.
talking about right now. I find these people. Now, I can't find them in my everyday life. They think I'm crazy. This is my opportunity to become crazy with all of you.
No,
This is where I call
dude,
home.
dude, whoa. I want to back you up, man. By the way, we think the ball's not spinning rock in space.
It's not a fucking globe, dude.
Fuck off, man. I mean, that makes me pissed off to think somebody would think that somebody thinks that we're not the third rock from the fucking sun, man. Fuck off. That pisses me off, man. To think that somebody would say, "Hey, man, you are not the third. What? You're not spinning in space."
Hey, you know what? God created the earth that we live on. And the only way to have his gift that he gave to you is to believe in him. That's the way to heaven. I'm going to heaven.
What's his gift?
Eternal life.
Who's offering it?
God. And he's not an Indian giver. He's not one to take back that promise that he gave to you.
Well, God's in heaven. How are we supposed to know that he sent us a gift? Did he notify us via email? Did he send us the text message?
Jesus Christ, man. What are you trying to do?
Trying to test you, bro. I don't know your spirit. Fuck you think I'm trying to do, man? Come on.
Well,
Come on, man.
You're asking some promiscuous questions.
Do I nasty see your nipple, bro?
I'm not going to show anybody my nipples. I may show my ass sometimes, but I ain't gonna fight.
Yeah, punching people in the mouth. Come on, bro. That's not walking in the spirit. You're walking in the flesh that day.
I got a dirty mouth, and you know what?
Hey, fuck off. Listen, man. If you got a dirty mouth, man, you're a fucking degenerate piece of shit. Fuck off.
Yeah, where you been putting your mouth, bro? I don't even think we on the
I'm
live.
just,
I apologize.
I'm just kidding, man. Don't take
I
me serious,
apologize.
man.
Choose some orbit, man.
Do not take me serious, man.
You
I'm,
know,
Yeah,
how
Kenny's here
much
for a good time.
I'm
Just
here
relax
for.
when
biggest
Kenny's
sinners
talking.
you ever met?
If you
I'm still
piss
going to
somebody off, man, you're a fucking degenerate piece of shit. You should be condemned to fucking to
I'm
fuck
a sinner.
off.
I proudly will
I'm
tell
calling
you
this
that I
fuck
am a sinner,
off.
but I know where I'm going.
We all know where.
I know
Dude,
the way of the
hey,
woods.
guess what, motherfuckers? We're all fucking gonna die, bitches. Check it out. I
That's
checked
right.
it out. Everybody here is gonna fucking die. If you got a dispute with that, fuck off. Okay?
If you got a dispute with somebody, you better settle it before time runs out. You want to leave here owing
We're
nobody
all
nothing.
gonna die, Hank. We're all fucking doomed, bitches. So get your shit straight, figure this shit the fuck out, and quit fucking off.
Yeah, I'll say a prayer for you, buddy. I'll say a prayer for you.
Amen. Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you.
I hope I meet you in the afterlife.
We will. We will connect. And
no, I'm serious, dude.
Me too, man. I'm very serious, man. Don't fuck around.
And you'll come to Earth, and you'll find some hops,
God gave
and
you
you'll
that
triple brew it, and distill it, and then have a very good time.
Have a very good time. Have a very good time. Now, we will transform ourselves from the living to the dead. That's a fact, man. If anybody wants to dispute me on the fact that we're all going to die, let's hook up, man. My email's in the link. Check it out.
But here's the deal. You can postpone it, right? For a little while, maybe. Right? The liver does regenerate. So all those people that have been eating like terrible food and then, too much sugar and all that stuff, right? You can pretty much repair your liver as long as it's not too far gone.
Okay.
Would it be cool if our arms regenerated?
I would like it if my teeth regenerated. That'd be cool.
So, like what he's talking about, you're actually more like. Sorry, I'm hiccuping.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
So you're actually more likely to have a bad pancreas.
Like diabetes, pancreas?
No, like if your pancreas is fucking donezo, like you don't have the enzymes that release into your gut to like process foods and stuff like that.
Let me ask you, how do you prove enzymes, man? How do you prove that?
Blood tests.
A blood test proves enzymes. Okay. All right.
They literally can see what. Yeah.
Yeah, enzymes grow. So while you take an organic, let's say cabbage, right, and you put it in a jar, you can fill it full of water or whatever, vinegar, and then you put it in a jar and you seal it like airtight, and then you stick it on the shelf for a couple weeks, and then when it starts to grow all those enzymes, they just grow and grow and grow in there because there's no glyphosate or anything like bleach or peroxide in there to kill them. So it just makes this perfect little factory for them to grow because the enzymes are on the plant out in the field. And then when you eat that, it fills your gut full of all these good little enzymes that help you break down food into nutrients. Because it doesn't matter if you're taking vitamin C, if you don't have the selenium, you're not going to be able to absorb it. If you eat all this food and you don't have the enzymes, you're not going to be able to absorb it. So if you eat oranges or lemons, right, make sure you're getting some Brazil nuts or something.
Yeah. You know what's actually real?
Hank.
Yeah, obviously this is not nutritional advice. I'm not a nutritionist. Consult your nutritionist and ask them if high fat is dangerous.
No, he was yelling at you. I was just saying.
You guys go ahead, man. I'm gonna back out. Go
What's
ahead.
cool about the enzymes that you're talking about is you can actually reprogram your body. You can actually reprogram your body through the high fat, low to no carbohydrate, adequate protein diet, and that's ketosis. So basically what happens is you're literally reprogramming the enzymes in your body so that you're actually processing carbohydrates, right? Like instead of like turning that into glucose to use that for energy, you're actually creating ketones in your liver. Your liver literally creates the energy that's happening on, and that's literally how you reprogram your body, is to just eat high fat, adequate protein, low carbohydrates.
Yo, you seen the propaganda against the ketogenic diet coming out? And what up, Flat Earth Dude and Hank?
Yo, what's up, baby? What's up, Issa?
Fuck yeah, what's good, brother?
Fuck
Hey, yo,
you,
what's great?
man. Fuck you. Fuck
Yo, hold on,
you,
real quick.
motherfucker. If you ain't having a good, if you ain't having fun with this shit, you fucked up, man. Right?
That's right,
You
dude. You ain't
fucked up.
yeah, if you ain't having fun, I'm
fucked
flat
it. You done fucked it up if you ain't having fun. Are you
Dude,
having
you
fun?
sound like a fun person.
Are you having fun yet, motherfucker? Because this shit is
Hell
fun.
yeah,
This shit is fun as fuck. Oh, woo! Let's
Oh fuck.
get busy.
Yo,
What's
let
up,
me finish.
Issa?
Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
Yo, dude, I go on this thing today. It's it was some Instagram thing that looked all techie and cool, right? You know what I mean? So like, so I go in, right, and dude, I don't know what it was. It was like the spidey senses in the back of my head were like, "Don't forget, Bill Gates just put 218 million."
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, so like, back of my head, I was like, oh shit! I don't know why I thought it, and then it's like I'm reading this ketogenic fucking thing, and they're like, yeah, it's so good in mice, but we don't think it's good for humans.
What has it done for you?
Well,
Ain't that
well, there you go. It's a good question.
Ketogenic diet.
Yeah, no. It's, well, like the ketogenic diet is righteous as fuck as far as I'm concerned. But my point is that so like my point is that they were trying to they were talking about the benefits of it, and then they were like, but the scientists have concluded that it's only good for mice, and it's not really going to transfer to humans as a good diet.
Do you want to hear about the scientists?
Well, no, I'm familiar with the science. If you're going to try to school me on ketosis, but
No,
I
I'm about ketosis. I'm talking about the scientists.
No. I'm
The ones
familiar
that
with the
come from that
benefits of. I
three-letter
thought it was.
organization called the FDA.
Yeah, no. I don't have to go over the coolness of ketogenic diet, but I'm just saying, like, I thought it
I'm just
interesting that.
saying the food pyramid was all fucked up, man.
No. I agree with you 100%. I'm beyond that though. I'm tired of trying to argue for ketogenic diets, but I feel you. What I'm saying is that their propaganda now is to try to say that it's only good in lab rats. It's not going to transfer over. Therefore, you should be a vegan and eat cricket fucking, you know what I mean? Cricket remains.
Cricket dick. Cricket dick.
I don't know. Bro. They just went like, they brought it right home for Bill Gates, is my point. Like, they brought it right home for Bill Gates. And they
So that's
poo-pooed.
how I all got into I'm about it. I'm about it.
Oh hell yeah, brother! You sound like as soon as you were That's why actually I wanted to let you make your point, was because I mean, like there is at some point somebody needs to have a serious conversation with themselves about the ketogenic diet and the fact that the most expensive food is food that is fat based, and the fact that it's the diet of the transhumanists that want to become computers. So it's really fucking interesting when you start breaking it
So,
down.
Issa,
But
real quick, man. Esau, man. If I eat a lot of meat, is that a problem? That's my question.
No, it's not a problem. No, it's not a problem.
Yeah, no, it's the only. It's actually the only. Yo, dude. Honestly, it's the only food source we're really fucking designed to eat, dude.
Really?
You know, I think anyway. Like, you know,
well, let me put it to you this way, man. All right. If like, look at a goat. Look at a goat. The goats have eyes on the side of their head. Look at a deer. A deer has the eyes on the side of their head. You know why? Because they're not predators. We have eyes on the front of our fucking skull. You know what that means? We're predators. We eat meat. Simple fucking
oh yeah.
conclusion.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I mean, I've been, you know, I'm partial to the idea that, you know, we need vegetables too. But like, you know, I'm also like vegetables aren't necessarily. I'm just saying, like, in diet is so personal, and that's
I
what's
don't
so
think
interesting.
that I
I've
can
often said like
survive
the
off
diet,
nothing but meat.
the subject of diet is that, and the medical subject are like the first subjects that somebody should wake the fuck up from. You know what I mean? Because that's
you
like, you know,
cannot
that's like the
you
first
cannot
step.
exist off of solely meat. You like
No, you can, but your body reacts to
you have
adjust to it.
eyes on the front of your fucking skull. You're a predator. You eat meat.
Yeah,
But
but
you also
you know, when
have
you
the
see an
ability
apple
to
or a
farm.
pomegranate, you also look at that stuff and it's almost like a sexual stimulation in your brain. Lights up like, ooh.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's a little bit different.
I'm
You
telling you
can
the truth.
also
The reason
farm.
that the vegetables color that way, right? It makes us light up when we see it. We're like, oh, that looks edible. Let me try this out. I hope I don't die. Right? So I want to say
No,
that
you can
if you're
farm it.
hold on, bro. I want to say that if you're eating fruits, right, that's to clean you out, right? So cranberries were like really highly sought after by the Native Americans, and they shared them with the people coming over, and they were like, blah, 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 what is this? Blah, you know, but it turns out those cranberries are really high in antioxidants, and antioxidants like clean your body out. So I'm not saying you're not supposed to have any fruit. I just don't think you're supposed to eat in like all this processed flour and sugar and all that stuff, bakery. Like it should be like fruits, vegetables, meat.
Come on,
So
Hank. We should all be eating Doritos. Come on.
You're retarded for saying that.
I
actually have a couple of friends who are glucose intolerant. What is it called? They can't.
He dropped out, man. Damn.
No, they can't have. What is it called? It starts with a G.
Glucose.
Yeah, they can't have glucose.
Sugar.
Yeah, that's
They can't have
a
sugar, man.
byproduct of like
That's sugar, man. Glucose is sugar. Damn.
Yeah, but I know that there's people who like when they ingest that stuff, it really screws up their diet, and they have to adapt to it as well. And I think that what a lot of what has to do with is the highly processed carbohydrates that we.
Yeah, it's that dang old glyphosate, man. I tell you what, I give you Crohn's disease. Next thing you know, you can't have nothing. I ain't nothing with it.
Boomhauer.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, baby.
Boomhauer.
Isa, you still with us, bro?
Yeah, man.
Good to talk to you, man. Been a minute. But hey, man, I'll tell you what, man. I'm hammered, but I love you, bro. I love you, man.
I love you too, dude. And no worries, man. I heard you promoting the benefits of alcohol.
I'm no fucking saint, man. But
There's nothing wrong with that. Every now and again, dog, shit.
But I am a realist, man. You know that, and so are you. And you have explored territory that very few people have, man. Very few, bro.
Oh, thank you for that, dude. I
And
fucking you ain't got to prove nothing to me, dog. I
I
fucking
don't
love
have
you.
to prove fuck all to you, man, but
Fucking right.
the heart doesn't lie, bro. The heart doesn't lie. You know that.
Amen, man.
And we'll say amen to that.
That's
And
all. Well, yeah. The new one should be, the what is it? Your profile pic. What is it? The
the
profile
avatar?
pics are the windows to the soul.
Yes. Your fucking meme is the window to the soul.
Ah,
Your meme.
I like that.
Whatever that is, man. That's
Amen,
not
brother.
real. That's not real though, man. Voice is real. You can tell voice is real, man. I don't know.
The meme is real.
The meme is real, man. The voice meme. The voice is everything, man.
I love that. I used to love that. That what is it? Word sound power, man.
Yes. But well, we will prevail in our journey, man. Our journey. We're on a journey, Issa, baby. Come on. You guys know it. Issa knows it. We're on this journey of enlightenment or just knowledge. And it's a beautiful thing that we're on. And I hope you guys catch the train, baby. Catch the train. Because the train is moving. Get on the train or don't, man. That's cool. But it's a beautiful thing once you're there.
Just
man.
remember that. I always think of it like this, man. Especially with any of this shit. It's like, I just think of it like flat Earth or whatever. It's like an invitation, and like you can't make somebody come to your party and have the best time ever.
Fuck no.
What you're talking about is you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Well, I'm just saying you can't have fair enough, but like I don't know. I think that's a psyop phrase. but like
no, it's actually true. It's actually.
Well, you're a ketogenic guy. What are you talking about cake for?
No, I don't eat it, but.
What would you know about
you,
cake?
Like
dog?
you're trying to have your cake.
What would you fucking know about cake?
And you're trying to sound like a self-righteous asshole. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, that's what makes it funny.
You're an asshole, man. Fuck.
That's what makes it funny, bro.
You're an asshole. Fuck.
I know it.
Asshole. You're just a fucking asshole, man.
Well, no, I was joking around. I'm saying you can't have your
just
cake
an
and eat it
asshole.
too. There's a psyop, But like,
that's not a psyop, asshole.
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking, dude.
I know. I'm just applying truth to it.
Oh no, fair enough. I mean, we could ponder the cliche if you'd like to. But I think. What was I going to say? Fuck.
Cock. You were going to say you're an asshole, and you know it, and you own it. You own the asshole.
Yeah.
Like I could own my own asshole on a flat Earth. I could portray that person to you, and I could prove it to you. That's the beauty of it.
Oh, right. Oh, I got it. So, like, what I was saying was, it's just an invitation, though. Like, you can't make somebody come to your party, and and maybe you're agreeing with me, or whatever. I was just thinking, like, it's like any of this shit. It's like you can invite somebody to it, but you can't,
I'm not
make
one
anybody
of those
enjoy
guys
it.
who does a circle jerk. That's why I bring up August Picard, and I do a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Hey, you cannot make people come to your party like Picard. You can't do it, man.
Cake can eat it too. That's what you're saying.
You can't make them do it, man. They have to realize this shit for themselves. If they don't realize it for themselves, then they are lost in a deception, man. They're lost
Right.
in
Realize, man.
Yes, exactly. And the point is that you can't, you know, hey man, I'm going to convince you that you live on this. No, they have to realize it for themselves. And I think that's what Issa was saying, man. You have to realize this shit for yourself. And we're not gonna bring the people to the party, man. They're gonna have to
The
come to the
beauty of it
party on
is
their
you
own,
can
man.
do that for yourself. That's the beauty of it. You can do it for yourself. You don't have
Yes,
to
I just
prove
learned something.
yes, you
anything to
can.
anybody here. You
But
can do that for
I
yourself.
just learned something, man. You want to learn it too, don't you?
Josh, go ahead.
I looked up, you know, the name Fauci.
Dr.
Sickle,
Fauci.
sickle maker.
Well, and slime mold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Reaper.
Wow. We knew that, man. If anybody here doesn't realize that Fauci
But did you know the slime mold?
Is a slime fucking cock. Fuck. You guys need help, man. We all know that Fauci's a slime cock.
Nah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's fucking cool. That's interesting.
Fauci means slime mold.
So what you're talking about is the fact that people believe you are a fungus of the world.
Yes. You're an infectious fungus, by the way.
Right, you're the
fungus among us.
You're an infectious
The fungus among us.
The fungus mungus, baby. Yeah. You're gonna
I tend to disagree.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just disagree with you, dude.
That's cool, man. I'm good with that.
No, I'm seriously disagreeing with you right now. I think you're kind of a fool to think otherwise. Because God made us in His image. You know
I'm
that,
not
right?
a fool in the sense of
God made us in His image.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, He lets you. He lets you do everything that you are doing right now. He lets you do that.
Why would He let me do that? Why?
Because you got free will. That's the beauty of it all. You have free will, man.
Well, free will's like gravity, opposite, right?
Well, our eyes and our observations do kind of deem otherwise. So I'd have hard disagree with you with that.
Okay.
Always a contrarian, Cathexis. Damn.
See that free will? That's a bitch, right?
Free will's a bitch, man. That's why I want.
Because is it true free will? I mean, think about
you
it.
can observe
Did
it.
Jonah
That's
have
the
a
beauty
choice?
about free will.
No, Jonah did not have a choice. The whale swallowed him up and took him to Nineveh.
I don't hear much from you, man. I'm just saying.
Hey, I want to shout out to Issa, man. Thanks for coming in, bro. I'll just say thanks, man.
Yeah, man. I saw you in here. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, go on.
Man. Love you, brother, man. Like a brother, man.
Amen, brother. You're all good.
Hey, we lost some flat earthers this week. Lord Stephen Christ. You remember him?
Yo, he passed away?
Dude, he dropped. Yeah, this week, man.
Wow.
I heard it was a heart attack or something.
And Sydney Silver, man, out here on the West Coast. Shout out to Sydney. Dropped to the next realm, man.
Oh wow!
So,
Would
yeah.
I have known? Would we have known Sydney or no? She was just.
I don't think you knew her, man.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Was
Yeah.
this because of the tornado that ripped through a couple of states 3 days ago?
That was a distraction from the reality of life, man.
It's okay to lose people in your life. You know that it's okay to lose people, right?
Yes, I do believe it's okay to lose people, man. I do.
Oh, hey, flat
Yeah,
Earth
but we've
dude.
seen all the nutritionist doctors drop like flies a few years back, so kind of
How
wondering.
dare you, Hank? Hank, you're such a pessimist.
That was
You're such
racist
a
too.
pessimist, Hank. Come on.
Wait. So large.
Yeah, most
Stephen Crust-
dietitians I know of don't know what a diet is.
Does this microphone work, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so flat Earth dude. Oh, hi, Isa. So large Stephen Crust passed away, and how did you find that out?
I was informed last night, 24 hours ago, that he passed away.
I mean, I've said
Well,
a prayer.
I'd like to know who is your informant. How do you have this flat Earth counter, mortician? How does this work?
I said a prayer for everybody who lost their lives in the Kentucky fucking tornado that happened.
Can you please let Flat Earth dude talk? I'm just trying to have a pretend human conversation for 30
Yeah.
seconds. And you guys can go back to the stupidity. I just want to find out about this death. For crying
love you,
out loud,
brother.
guys.
I
Dear
love you,
Lord.
brother.
I don't know.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
I'll say
Thank
my
you.
prayer.
Thank you. Okay, so real quick, I want to settle this. So
Yes.
you have an informant that told you about Lord Stephen Crust.
Lord Stephen Christ. Don't fuck it up, man.
No, I fixed it. I actually fixed the name. You're
I
welcome.
know you did on purpose, but I'm just
Right.
fucking with you, man.
Well, he was not right.
But-
So he wasn't a flat Earth. Everybody knows that he was a concave cartoon Earther.
That's right.
Yeah,
He was
dude,
a concaver.
you're twisting things so hard.
Concaver.
Right. So okay. So we're actually having an adult conversation. This is amazing. Okay. So he was a concaver and he passed away. So how did you find out? Did he? Because he doesn't have a channel, does he?
He does have a channel on
Or did,
YouTube.
Right.
And
so what happened to him?
I don't know what happened on his channel because I'm not subscribed to him, but
No, why would you be?
Yeah, exactly. I know some people that dealt with him in the past and said, "Hey, man, this guy's." Anybody that says that, "Hey, man, I'm Christ," they're fucked. They're fucked. Man.
That's correct.
I
Excellent.
know.
Well, then you know what? You beat me to the punchline, then, Flat Earth dude. I guess we're done here. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
Verily.
Nobody says they're Christ, and yeah, nobody is gonna say they're Christ, man. Fuck those guys.
Isa, how do you feel about this?
That's not a very easy thing to say.
No, he's correct. Isa, you have any last words, Isa?
Yeah, Phil, give me like a minute.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
It's very strange. I'll tell you.
I'd like to take a moment to pray for everybody and all the lives that were lost.
Well, do it quietly in your closet like you're supposed to.
Are you Mormon?
Hey,
I'm not.
Do you guys know?
They pray for the dead too. Yeah.
Do you guys know?
Are you
Sydney?
Catholic?
That's a sad endeavor, fucking with to experience, man.
Are you Catholic?
No, I'm not. I'm not Catholic.
Are you Cathexis?
No.
I got the pareidolia bad, guys.
This is where the Christians get
Hank.
demonized for having faith for those
No,
who
I sure
died.
would know though.
Well, the
Yeah,
dead
I don't
can't
have
hear your
faith in any
prayers,
dead. I
right?
have zero faith in any dead people. Zero faith in them. Yep.
Yeah,
Well, I'll say a
The
prayer
reason
for
why I
them.
brought up
I'll say a prayer
Catholicism
for those
because they
who have
pray to
died.
saints, which are dead people.
Hell,
I'll
I'll
pray
say
to
a prayer
fucking
for those
Mary,
who
for
died.
Christ's sakes.
Those that died innocent.
I'll show reverence when I'm talking about the Mother of Christ. You know, I'll try not to say curse words, but she's not getting any prayers.
Exactly.
That's just how I roll.
The only one that
Hank.
gets my prayers is the Father.
Hank.
Yep.
He's the only one that can help.
Hank.
Yep.
So, how many people died in vain?
Hank. Pray for those.
Can you answer that question?
The ones that you don't want to pray for, bro. And you know what I mean?
You means the
That's
ones
right.
that died in warfare?
It's a fucked up dichotomy, man. Because
We should pray for that.
if you pray for the fucking cocks, the motherfucking cocks that are fucking us over.
How about this? Let's pray for the enemies to lose their power.
Yes, agreed, 100%. Because that is the dichotomy, man. Pray for the motherfuckers that are fucking us over, man. You follow me? I don't
Well,
know how
Mother
else to
Nature
put it.
seems to have fucked over us.
Who's Mother Nature?
Mother
Who's that?
Nature, a tornado, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, stop. Hold on. Time out. That's not Mother Nature. That's just a natural occurrence.
Come on.
Or maybe it
Mother
could be.
Nature caused it, man.
Bro, don't interrupt, please. It could be, and this is just,
Could be.
speculation, right? I don't believe in
Yeah.
this. I don't know for sure one way or the other. It could be that they're using weaponized warfare on the populace now. I don't know.
Now that
No,
I
Hank,
understand.
come on, man.
I'm fully behind that, Hank. Hank is a fucking solid man. Hank is a fucking good dude.
No,
I'm a
Hank,
wretch. There's only one that's good, right?
Hank,
The spirit in the sky. Where you gonna go when you die?
Despite what happened to you all, if you were affected in it, you know that you have my prayers. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, baby. You're back. Yep.
For those that lost their lives in that fucking tragedy, is what it is, a tragedy, right? I just have nothing but utmost respect for those people. And God Himself, He writes these tragedies.
Can we?
I'm reminded of a passage from the Christmas novel where he says, "You blame those deeds." I'm not talking about Christmas. I'm talking about the book. He said, "Why don't you blame the deeds on the men of the cloth, right? Blame them for their deeds. I don't think we should blame God for what man does."
Yeah, God did that, man.
The Christmas Carol, not the Christmas Story. Go shoot your eye out, not that one.
God did that. He willed it. He did will that. I'm just saying that I'm sorry for all of you who have lost. For those of you who have actually experienced the true loss of it all.
That's weird, though. December? That's crazy, right? When is there tornadoes in December? We're supposed to be
about
getting.
Well,
Wasn't there one in
do you
January
not
that
do you
ripped
not
through?
agree with God's will?
Bro, what are you talking about? You're kind of.
God willed it.
Bro.
What about the one that ripped
Okay.
through?
Stop right there. Who are you to know about God and His will?
Because I trust in Him, and no matter what happens.
Okay. You trust in Him, right? But that doesn't mean you get to say that God killed people with tornadoes. What if it was just a natural occurrence, right? Or what if it was
All I
man-made?
did was say a prayer for those that lost their lives in the tornado. But God also caused it.
Did God also call the Tuskegee experiment? Did He cause that too?
He allowed it.
Did God cause the Tuskegee experiment? Please. No. Fuck no, he didn't. Come on.
So he's
man.
a theist.
No, you know what? You want to have my interpretation?
Go,
Yes.
Ninja.
That was a fucked up interpretation of God that man forced upon others.
What about the cocoa vaccine, man? The cocoa-19 vaccine.
You ain't getting.
What's up
I
with
ain't a
that?
part of
Well,
that.
see, it was God's will to slay all the Amorites, every man, woman, child, every beast of the field.
Okay, well.
But they didn't. They
So
spared
if
the
I
cattle, the sheep, and the king, which doomed the Israelites because they disobeyed God's will. God always works through man. He always works through man.
Okay, so what scripture is that?
Exo, what
It's something you might know about it. It's called the Torah. It's called the Torah. You might not know about it.
What is it a part of Moses's first five?
The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible.
So is it a part of it?
Yes.
Then it's a fucking lie.
Did you think it's a lie?
So are you
Or a
just
lie?
saying that Torah is a lie?
Yes,
that
I
the
did.
law,
And
God's law, is a lie?
All right, guys, we're going
Then
to.
I will back it up.
We're going to
Like I
discontinue this
thought, you're a
conversation.
theist.
We're going to discontinue the conversation. If you want to
Yeah.
continue, go down to the Bible room. Yeah, so let's get it back to the flat. What's the shape of the Earth?
Hey man, I checked.
Not a globe.
Hank, I checked it out, man. There's no curvature. I checked it out.
I've been hearing
They
that.
say it's mostly uncarbonated water, which means it's flat.
That's a good one.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's a nice pun there.
But God made this realm, bro, and we're living in it. So let's live it to its fullest, man. Come on. Don't fuck around.
Yeah, man, that's a good excuse.
Let's keep it real, man. Keep the senses of your reality real, man. That's all I care. I don't care.
You believe that all you want, man.
Yep. I don't have to
You don't
believe
believe
fuck all,
anything.
man. I don't have to
You
believe
don't believe
shit,
anything.
man. I know my reality. I know my senses. I know. I just know. So if you don't know, I'm sorry. But reality.
That I know anything
If
about
you
it.
don't know, you should know. And now you know. And knowing's half the battle.
Yep. Once you know, man, you know. And knowing is a beautiful place. And I hope you guys can get there, man. If there's anybody out there that doesn't get to knowing, get to it. Get busy, man, because it's a beautiful place, man. It's a beautiful place to know.
Motherfucking diamonds and pearls, man.
Let's get busy with God.
Let's get busy
with God real quick.
Go ahead. What do you got?
So when you die, you know what happens to you?
None of us do.
No, because none of us have ever died yet. Go ahead. You got
So basically, what happens to you is you are placed into a crucible.
Okay.
And you are burned.
That sounds really shitty, man. Wait.
Not according to Baruch. According to
You are
Baruch,
placed
you
into a
sleep.
crucible.
Not according to Baruch.
You are placed into a crucible for a reason.
Because I
and that
fucked up.
is
Because I
the
fucked
reason
up.
is the reason being is to burn all of the impurities of yourself and to know with the knowledge of the gift that God gave you for eternal life, you will be burned.
That is partially true. It does say in the Bible that you will be tried by fire, and the impurities will burn away. And that goes back to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and the fourth shadow in the flame. The reason that they didn't burn up is because they were without sin, basically.
They had impurities in their soul.
Well, they would have burned up if they would have had impurities.
That's my point.
This is why do you keep leading us back to the Bible? Can we not talk about science? How about that double slit experiment? Go.
Double slit experience is
Double slit experiment is just their understanding of light, and their understanding of light comes from darkness. Yeah, they call darkness light. Crazy, huh?
Well, it can exist in two different places at once. Science exists for that reason.
No, I'm saying because the sun is our point of light, they say. But when you go to measure the sun, it's known as a black body.
But you can manipulate it.
How do you manipulate the sun? Do you tell it you love it so you can get in the bed?
Double slit experiment.
Thank you, Hank.
The double slit experiment.
You make me want to smoke more pot, dude.
I'm just smoking.
No, you make me want to smoke more. You make me want to just sit there and just like do a gravity
So
bong.
the double slit experiment. Let's talk about the double slit experiment.
What are the results of the double slit experiment, sir?
Where do you put your faith?
That's not the correct answer. Would you like to put a friend?
What did he ask?
I'd like to phone a friend.
Where do you put your what?
Where do you put your faith, man?
You answered a question with a question.
Here's
Do you know
thing.
Do you
Is
know
the
the
double
results?
slit experiment an experiment?
I know what the experiment is.
No, it's not an experiment.
Well, they did it experimentally.
Where's the control?
I don't know, man.
I mean, you have the dependent variable. Where's the independent variable?
The cause is the knower of the witch path. The effect is when there's a knower of the witch path information, it causes the wave function to collapse.
Yeah, they say when you're not looking at it, it does what it's supposed to. But when they look at it, it's not doing what it's supposed to. Huh?
It's a wavicle. Get used to it.
Thus quantum and this whole nuttery of science they got going on.
How about sorry, go ahead.
To me, you have to believe in something, right? So why wouldn't you throw your faith into one of those slits? Why wouldn't you? Okay, they can exist at the same time. I know it.
Faith is believing in something without seeing. So you cannot have faith in the dual slit observation because you observe it.
But what are you going to believe? Are you going to believe in what man creates?
I believe that Elohim created Shemayim and Me'aretz.
Are you going to create something that circumvents man your belief?
Besides that, I don't believe in anything.
So you're
besides what I know that you cannot know because you're not me.
You may not.
Everything else is tested.
I know what you're saying.
The things that I have tested and found out to be true, I know to be true. You cannot know these things to be true because you have not experienced life as I have. Just like the things you know to be true, I do not and cannot know to be true because I have not tested them like you have, right?
So am I ignorant?
No.
Aren't we all a little bit?
I'm saying I
totally
have
what you're saying.
done things that you haven't. You have done things that I haven't. And besides those things that we know and hold to be true because we've experienced them, everything else should be testable. Faith is anything that is not testable. Belief is faith, right?
No, they can exist side by side. Yes, they can.
Oh my God.
Okay, so let me go over that real
Belief be
fast.
tested.
Hold on, I'm about to do it real fast. So I know that I have 10 toes. So you said that a belief and knowledge can sit side by side. Can it sit side by side with just me? Do I believe I have 10 toes? Is it a dichotomy or is it a false dichotomy?
That's a loaded question.
Okay, I'm asking you, is it a dichotomy or is there a third option? It's not a loaded question. There could be a 150th option.
You are fitting me into.
I'm pitting you
are
what?
fitting me into a solution that you want.
Asked you a question, bro.
You're the one who's asking a trick question.
It's not a trick question. Is it a dichotomy? Oh, that's too tough.
All right, say it again.
You weren't listening the first time. I'm not going to waste my breath.
All right, man. That's how it goes. But I hear what you're saying. Okay, but because I am also entertaining a different attitude towards it all, because I know what you guys are talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know it.
Okay. How many toes do I have?
I don't know, dude. I'm guessing 10. Let's go with that.
Okay. Do I have to guess?
No, you don't. Because you
Why?
know. How many
I
toes?
know. Right. So you have belief, I have knowledge. Can one person possess both about the same question? Can I have belief and knowledge? Like if I saw Christ on the cross and I saw him get stabbed in the ribs and I saw him rise again, would I have belief and faith or would it be knowledge?
There's no such thing as that knowledge.
There's no such thing as what? You sound like you're talking through your shoe. Hey, start all over. You're talking through your shoe. We can't hear you.
You would have knowledge.
Okay, so how would you possess both? Are you ready to recant and say that you must have misspoke?
I never misspeak.
You can't have them side by side. Did you say that?
Yes, you can. I told you, I do not misspeak.
Okay, so how? How do you have faith and knowledge?
I could ask you the same question, man.
I didn't claim it. You did.
Okay.
I think you can only have one or the other. I think it's a dichotomy. I think belief is the enemy of knowledge. That's a quote from a famous man. So are you ready to recant?
What do you think of the philosophical definition of knowledge as justified belief, doesn't that kind of imply that at least some people think of knowledge as more or less a subset of belief in some cases?
I just think you're a faithless man.
That may be true.
I guess it's kind of saying that, man can never have perfect knowledge. They can believe they have knowledge and act based off that belief and try to justify that belief as much as they can based off of experience, authority, or what they've seen or experimented with or tested.
But God has been proven to be perfect.
In some ways.
So why would I go against?
What has proven God?
Oh, well, no man is ever going to prove it.
Because normally when people think of proof, they're like, I have a fingernail from God, or I talked to him, or I was with him, or here's this picture. That's what most people, I think, would think of as proof, unless you're talking about like a logical or a philosophical proof or faith or something like that.
His example is perfect. Do you not know God's example? Or do you not understand that?
I believe God exists. It just depends on who you're talking to as to whether or not he's been proven beyond, say, belief or faith or whatever. Beyond,
Have you ever experienced a supernatural experience, Chong?
I can't do that.
You can't do what?
I can't satisfy your requirements.
It's a yes or no question. Have you ever experienced a supernatural experience?
Yes or no questions, especially when they're loaded questions that you're asking me right now.
Have you ever experienced a supernatural
Bro, hold on.
experience?
A loaded question is like, hey, did you stop beating your wife? The premise is loaded, or the argument is loaded with
Like,
you're beating your
parents
wife
know you're
already.
gay yet?
Right. Have you come out of the closet yet? Right? That's a loaded question. A question A or B answer is not a loaded question. Like, do you think that rice tastes good? Yes or no? That's not loaded. Since you think that rice tastes good, do you prefer it in shrimp or teriyaki? Right? That's a loaded question. But the first one, no. A or B. Answer A or B.
All right.
Yes or no? 1 or 0.
Question. Re-ask.
Okay. It's not just for you, but has anyone ever experienced anything supernatural, like out of the ordinary, like something that can't be explained, like a miracle?
Personally, no.
Okay, some people would take a supernatural experience, like a miracle, as proof, or having a vision as proof, or a dream that's come true prophetic like. Exactly how the dream was. Not deja vu. Right?
I understand what you're saying. I really do. I really do understand what you're saying.
Well, answer the question.
He already did. He said no.
I already said no.
And that's why I went to the explanation of it. I don't know if you heard that, Hank. But he did say he's never.
Sorry.
He said personally he hasn't.
I have not personally experienced a miracle, but that's not definitive on whether or not I believe in Christ or not. To me, that's an ignorant question.
Well, see, me, most of my life, I was actually praying to Jesus. Until when I was in jail, I just decided to say, Father, are you there? And I felt his presence. Like it started in my feet and went all the way up my spine and like started flowing over me like fucking water flowing over like a shower, dude. It was crazy, crazy feeling. And I'm like, I understand. I pray to the Father in Yahushua's name. But Yahushua is just Joshua. So that's another thing. But then again, you did say that the Ten Commandments are fake, so.
I never said that. Don't put words in my
The
mouth.
Torah is fake and the Ten Commandments are in the Torah.
Do not put words in my mouth. I never said that.
I said Torah.
So you didn't denounce Torah just a few minutes ago?
I did not talk about the Torah.
I
which
was,
are-
and you denounced it.
Which are the 10 Commandments? Because there's two sets, right? So which ones are the right ones?
The non-Catholic one. The one
you're talking
that
about
says...
Count that as a set?
The one that says, do not commit idolatry. Not the one that doubles up on fornication or not fornication, on
I shall
adult.
not feed thy kid in mother's
Adultery.
milk.
Oh, do you even know what that means?
No, but is that the right commandment or no?
Boiling a kid in mother's milk means eating a baby, eating a child. Usually you have to wait a year before you can slaughter an animal to eat it. And that's just dietary law. That's not commandment. Like when it starts going into the, you shouldn't eat this and you shouldn't eat that. Those are dietary laws.
So that's not a commandment.
This is not a commandment.
Boiling a kid in its mother's milk is eating a goat or a lamb before it is weaned off mother's milk.
As a Christian, you are and you're a fucking.
So Exodus 20 is where the Ten Commandments are. That was given to all the children. That was given to all the children, Exodus 20.
For interpreting that in that way, you are a sick individual.
You're showing your ignorance, bro. What were the
Yeah, you
Canaanites
are,
like?
Tom. Hey,
What were the
I
Canaanites
forgive you,
like?
brother.
Well, here's the thing.
What were the Canaanites like?
Do you know why the Amorites were to be slaughtered?
Well, okay, I'm trying to. Can you listen to me for a second?
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Old Testament is a fucking shit show, and it's mostly.
Here he goes
by
with it again.
Can you take this down to the religious channel, Chong? Because you're trolling now, and you're trolling with Satan up your ass. So take it down to the religious section. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, we'll do it.
What does that rooster taste like?
I don't know, but that's who came first.
You guys probably want to clean it up. If you're talking about the laws of God, you probably don't want to segue into shit like that.
Oh, I know.
So yeah, back to boiling a baby kid in its mother's milk. Who would want to do that? Yeah. That's why God had to make it a law, because there's a bunch of weirdos out there that have absolutely no, appreciation for God's creation and would take the mother's milk, all right, of a cow, and then boil the baby of the mother. Isn't that, that I think that's disgusting. Stupid people did it. God had to make a law. What's the problem?
Wasn't one of the nations, wasn't that part of one of their pagan festivals?
Sure, I'm sure it has been. There's many weird things, right, that people do. So God, of course, has to make these laws because people are retards. Yes. Oh, does that mean that you don't wear clothes with mixed fabrics? Yes, not a single one of you can probably find a mixed fabric on your body right now, because the laws that are 3,000 years old set everybody's ways into making clothing appropriately. Yeah, find out what mixed fabrics is before you say something.
Most people don't realize that polyester comes from their water bottles.
Right. Well, that's not
So
mixed
like
fabric.
having silk and cotton on the same shirt.
Linen and cotton, yeah.
What is mixed fabric? Once you go find out what mixed fabric is first, it's so that they last longer. It's a way of making clothing appropriately. So if I make a product and Hank comes to the XO and I sell him a product, it's held to a higher standard. If he goes down to the Gentile down the street that eats pig ass, Hank's not going to get the same amount of that quality. That's the reason these laws are designed for fairness. Like, why do I take certain weights? When we make trades and things like that, these laws exist for a reason. Why wouldn't you want to follow them? My question.
Anyways, I like, well, here, let me pull it up real quick. It's a psalm. And
Anybody
everybody
have
can
a
agree
problem
with
with
psalms.
well, yeah, but anybody have a problem with thou shalt not kill? I mean, is there anybody that has a problem with this law? Of course,
I
we
think
know
it means murder because David
That's right.
slew Goliath, and
Unjustly.
it was
Yeah.
said by
Right.
God that David only did that one problem where he saw the redhead and sent her husband to be killed so that he could have her. That was his only beef with David. So if David had killed Goliath and it was against the Ten Commandments, that would have been a second beef. Notice the difference was that he had a problem with Moses because he murdered that Egyptian, right? God did have beef with that. Thanks.
Right, but and there's circumstances, right? We don't understand the times back then, but yeah, David screwed up big time. David screwed up way worse than Moses. You have to understand the context, right? David killed a man, he impregnated the man's wife and then killed him because obviously the husband was going to have a problem with that. Whose baby's this? Yeah, so David had him killed. That's a serious offense. The point is nobody here would challenge that law. So why do we think some of these laws God was just kidding about? I'm just trying to figure out what the purpose. Does God stutter? Does your God get confused? Does he stutter? Does he write things down that he's not sure he should have? Oh, well, don't worry. We have the religion for you. The globe earth paradigm. There's no up or down. There's no right or wrong. You can pick any God you want. In reality, though, it's very different. There's a standard of truth. There's only one truth, and God doesn't change his mind. So if he says something, I guarantee you've been confused about what the meaning is. And if you go back and look at what he said, you'll understand the reason. You just got to put time into it. If you don't put effort into figuring out what these laws are for, don't waste your time talking about them.
I like this one. Psalm 104, verse 5. He established the earth on its foundations so that it will not totter forever. Means it doesn't move.
That's right.
In fact, the King James says that it shall not be removed from its foundations, right? Because it says it shall not be removed. Here's the King James, because some people prefer the King James. I'm not picky when it comes to it. I prefer the TS 2009. But
Is Michael J. Smith here?
no.
I've been meaning to ask him.
Let's see right there. It's talking about foundations, earth, and will not be removed, will not move, will not totter. And that's an easy one to remember. Now I'm trying to segue back to the flat earth here, guys.
Okay, well, going back to the basics, it is a very relevant point, though, as far as, God speaking in his law. Why does he describe, the Sabbath so intently and important, describing that I made the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and on the seventh day I rested, so shall you also rest on the seventh day of the week, this Sabbath, and you need to honor the Sabbath. So this idea that, that doesn't matter is it's so weird to me. How do you not care about the Sabbath when God literally describes it like that? It's that important. I don't understand.
Yeah, in fact, what do you think happens on the year when 7,000 years, after 6,000 years and 7,000 years is here? You figure that's 1,000 years of rest? The grand Sabbath? The end?
And people, scoffers or idiots will say, well, 1,000 years is like a day to God, and a day is like 1,000 years. Yes, that's to God, not you. So again, people try to be God and they try to get out of this Sabbath. They try to get out of this week. And I'm getting into, of course, the ages of creation, understanding that, the Bible is supposed to be taken literal, and people hide from that. You can't understand the very
people party the Sabbath very hard. People party the most that day.
The Industrial Revolution made it happen. It's also when technically the end of the day was changed. End of the day was when the sun went down. Now it's midnight because we have candles and lights and shit. Not just candles, but lights, Well, we don't really use candles anymore, but mainly lights.
Right. And how many stars do I have to see before I claim?
Well, if you think about it, in the cities, you only see about a third of the stars. So would it be those third of the stars that would be gone that you can see in the city?
I don't think they can see that many. I'm just saying that, you can tell it's that time, but if you can see a couple stars. If you can see 2 stars, that's the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. And the little horn will be given power to change the time and the law.
What year is it?
I don't know.
What's the second commandment?
What do you mean? What do you mean, what year is it?
I'm asking you a question. Do you think I'm a time traveler, or do you think I'm asking the calendar year? What year is it?
Okay, yeah, calendar year. You can extrapolate that, but
Okay, so have you ever seen a map with the year of our Lord on it? And it says I or a J.
you talk about the Romans. You're talking about the Roman calendar.
Yeah, the year that we're on right now. What year is it? 2021? Says who? Is that really
according
the year that
to the Gregorian calendar? Yes.
Okay. So are we Roman?
No, not
according to the Luciferian calendar or the Lucius calendar, it is 6,021. You just add 4,000 to the.
Okay, let me ask it differently. How many years has it been since this famous carpenter named Yeshua hung on the cross?
Do you think that they'd actually? Do you think that they would?
Thinking about 700 years.
Accurately tell you that?
I don't know.
And why does it matter?
About 700 years, I'm thinking.
Can they change the times, like the appointed times, like the Sabbath? Can they change it to the first day of the week?
Of course they can. Yes, they can. Yes.
I don't think they can. Not without God's permission.
Well, God doesn't have anything to do with this world that
The
we live in.
Sabbath? He doesn't have anything to do with the Sabbath?
Of course he does. It's a figure. It's a figure of speech. You think that you have that, but you don't, right? Why would he give you the answers? If he was able to do so, why would he give you, of all people, the answers?
You mean,
Radio
why would they
silence?
lie?
Because
Radio
I've
silence?
asked for it. He only gives you what you ask for.
Nobody
How
asked
long
you
will
that.
you not, or how long will you fail to claim your inheritance?
Why does his death on a cross deserve any time frame that is man-made in the first place? Why does that have any justification for what you're trying to say?
Can you ask that question in a
Is
different
they
way?
put us all 1,500 years into the future.
That's a baseless claim. Like I've ever heard one before.
You don't think I've dug into this? Do you
All right,
really want to go down the
justify
phantom
yourself.
timeline with me?
Justify yourself.
Do you know what the Ubuntu Mars map is?
I've never heard of it.
Really?
Nope, never have. I'm willing to learn. I'm a lifelong scholar.
Have you not smoked a cigarette yet, Mr.
I just
Scholar?
smoked one. Whatever.
You just smoked one? I mean, I'm not going to condemn you or anything. I'm just wondering if you've had a cigarette. You seem a little on edge.
I'll smoke another one for you.
You ain't doing it for me, bro. That's for certain.
Is not what I claim to be real, or is this? It's a man-made construct. That's what you guys are arguing over.
I don't think any of us have been arguing, except for you. You've been a contrarian all night long.
Well, I'm questioning what you guys are talking about for sure.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I've muted myself a couple times, and when I need to stop talking, I will stop talking.
No, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with us. That's not something that you can get banned for. And you haven't really crossed any lines since I've been listening, so. I thought you were Cathexis for a little while, but now either Cathexis is a fabulous actor and you're really good at playing.
I don't know who this Cathexis guy is.
Yeah, I know. I have pareidolia. I have pareidolia. Right. You know what that is?
What is it?
Pareidolia is a condition where you make connections that are not there. Like the fact that Kermit the Frog sounds like Jordan Peterson, but they're not the same person.
I don't feel like I've done that at all.
Well, I dare you to go find Cathexis' channel and you listen to yourself ramble on for a little while.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you say that the a flat window is a fisheye lens.
So, yeah, that was August Picard. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. And shit, if I'm wrong, you guys can correct me when I'm wrong. I'm open to,
I'm open to what is it called? Scrutiny. Yeah, I'm open to it. You can do that. That's fine. I understand it. But I honestly don't think I'm doing anything wrong right now at all.
Okay, now I'm at the archive. I gotta fucking find the goddamn fucking thing. Right there. And of course, I got to. Right, yeah. Bam. Then here's the site. And they claim this is 1587. But if you look at the image that I just uploaded, you will clearly see that the year, because it's written in italic, it's un años IS 87. That's not a 1, that's an I. That's a lowercase I and a lowercase s. This is on that map. You can actually find it, and it's a flat Earth map. Shows Antarctica without ice, the ice ring, or the lands beyond the ice ring.
Is it a legit map?
Yes, it's an antique 10-foot map. One of those old tapestries. They call it the planosphere.
Why do you think it got frozen over with ice? How'd that happen?
Probably when we started using coal. Who knows? Oh, maybe. Wasn't there like a mini ice age or something like that in the 1800s?
You mean a solar minimum?
Yeah, something like that. And then apparently the first vessel that went down there to explore the region, the name of the vessel was Nimrod. The Nimrod. At least according to history.
That's a really cool resource that you posted there.
Yeah, he's got a lot of maps.
Yo. I have a question.
Go ahead,
Yo.
bro.
Yeah, so the person on top called Buruko said they want to get verified so they can speak.
You said someone wants to be verified. Get them to go to the VC check-in.
He's saying they're in the chat right now. Their
Yeah,
name is Budakal.
yeah, they want to get verified.
All right, I'm working on it. I'll go up there.
Yeah. What's up, guys? What is the
Yeah,
topic?
there's nobody in the VC check-in one.
What year
No,
is
they're
this
in the
map
main
that
chat,
shows
Hank.
Antarctica with no
Their
ice
name
on
is
it? What year?
Budakal.
I don't see anybody in VC check-in, so I'm not going in there.
That might have been a troll.
Oh, Buruko?
Yeah, their name is Budakal, like booty call.
No, it's Buruko. I actually know them. They're from another server. And they don't know anything about the flat earth, so I was like, you know what? Let me get them in here. They have a conversation. And they learn. And I seen Godric in here. I was like, what's up, man? I also seen Prince B. I was like, what's up? Shout out to Prince B, you know?
Yeah, thanks, man.
And I don't see a battle mod in here. Wonder where battle mod's at. Probably at work, I don't know.
Hello?
What's up, man? The earth is flat.
Yo, what's up, dude? The earth is flat.
We live under a firmament.
Yo, John, what do you think about that?
I'd step away from the flat talk and just try to prove globe real quick.
Why?
Because it matters. That's why.
Like, so he's trying to protest.
But they don't.
Can you all hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I hear you, bud. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
Who are you?
I'm John Arbuckle.
What's going on, man? How's it going?
I'm doing great. Just feeding my cat lasagna.
Do you speak Spanish or?
Un poco. Yo soy Juan Arbuckle.
I know who you are, man.
Soy 20 tienes.
Muy poquito español.
Do you have a friend in here?
No, señor.
You a lone soldier?
Muy
No,
poquito
señor.
español. Probably.
Soy un soldier muy fuerte.
Fuerte un what?
Firme, brocha.
Oh, see, my cock is huge.
Nice troll, dude.
Okay.
I basically said really nice mustache.
Sí. Gracias.
La Tierra es plana. The
Man,
Earth
so what
is
does your
flat.
mustache think about the flat Earth, or is it just it's just
Yo quiero un mundo bueno.
good world? You think we live in a good world?
Ah, sí, sí.
¿Eres tú una tierra planista? Are you a flat earther?
No comprendo. Repite, por favor.
Eres un tierra planista? Are you a flat earther?
Yo quiero Mars.
Yo quiero proof el mundo de
¿Quieres globas?
Oh, no. No globas.
Ok,
Oh
háblame
no,
español. Ok, háblame español. ¿Qué quieres? ¿Qué haces aquí? Háblame. ¿Qué dices?
Oh, sí. Tengo grande pene.
Él quiere prueba que la
He says
tierra
Tango
plana.
Peña Grande. He says she has a big dick.
He doesn't speak any Spanish. His Spanish is horrible.
Yeah, no, he kept saying polka.
He spiraled.
Good troll, man.
Él no tiene prueba que la
I was
tierra
diabetic,
es
man.
plana.
He smoked some of that Mexican stuff, and now he think he speaks Spanish.
Oh shit! If no one's gonna talk, I'll talk. I'm sure that you're sick of me by now, but you know what? All these people are coming in here and they're just doing all these trolls. They're just trying to. What are they getting out of it? People come in all these types of chats, and what do they get out of it? You know what I mean? Why are they here? Why are they doing that?
You get a percentage of that, but today, for the past 24 hours, we did got a bunch of good people asking good questions. Even though we also got some larpers that actually changed their ways for a bit, and they did start asking questions. Some guy joined yesterday, and he was kind of like messing around, but then he realized that he had questions, and yeah, he asked, and people in here had a conversation with him, so it was good. So not everyone is just messing around. It's not
I
everyone.
know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But it seems to me like it's such an easy target for people to come here. You know?
They troll him themselves because the joke is on them, but they don't know about. They don't know. They don't realize.
Hey, we got a new person coming in. So I think he wants to ask some questions. Did you make it down here yet?
Whenever you see
Yeah,
him
I'm
on
here.
mute,
Yeah, he's unmuted. So yeah, go ahead, everybody.
Hi guys. So yeah, I had just been speaking with Ron a bit. It looks like he left, but yeah, I was more. I'm somewhat new, and I've just read a couple of things, and I've heard Ron talk about a few things. And I guess one of my original or initial questions was he's talked about the concept of a firmament, and I wanted to. What brought me here was I had just asked him if that was the same thing as the flat Earth theory overall, and he said kind of, and that's what prompted him to bring me here.
We're glad you made it. Flat Earth isn't a theory; it's what you experience. Have you ever, in your life, witnessed a curvature, the Earth spinning, or the vacuum of space?
I feel like in a plane, I've seen something along the lines of a curve, but
Was it the Earth or was it the window?
I guess I wouldn't be able to know. I just have an image in my head near Seattle. Hmm.
Right. So, if it was the window, would you be able to tell if it was the Earth or the window?
I don't think so.
Right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous astrophysicist, said that you wouldn't see the curvature at the Red Bull jump height at 128,000 feet. It's barely off the surface of a ball, right? So if you can't see it at 128,000 feet, do you think you saw it at 29,000 feet?
No.
Right. So we can show you how to see it, right? You play guitar?
No.
Okay. So what about pool? You play pool?
I have, yeah.
Right. The stick's got to be pretty straight, right? Or it's going to mess up your shot.
Hmm.
So when someone hands you a stick, do you look at it long ways or do you hold it down your eye like a rifle?
Like a rifle.
Right. So that's how you'd want to measure it to see if it's curved. All right. So we don't measure the Earth because there's so much topography. We measure large bodies of water. Would you be interested in hearing about that?
Yeah.
All right. Do me a favor. Google the radius of Earth in miles.
3963.
All right. Now go back to your search engine and get Earth curve calculator. So the Globers made this. So you got an Earth curve calculator yet?
Yes.
Pull it up and put 1 foot observation height or eye height at 1 foot. Where the horizon should be on an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles or 63, like you said.
Sorry, you blinked out a bit for me. You said 1 foot observation height?
Hank, you're cutting out a little bit.
I appreciate it.
Yes, 1 foot observation height. Nothing else.
So did you get the distance to the horizon?
Like the only thing you
There's
should
one.
put in is 1 foot observer height. You shouldn't put anything else in. But when you put 1 foot in, it should give you the distance to the horizon.
$1.2 miles.
Excellent. So if they've given us dimensions of the Earth and they told us where the horizon should be, if we measure that and we find the horizon in different places, do you think that would be a problem?
Can you say that one more time?
So if they tell us where the horizon would be going off of the known dimensions that they've given us, if the horizon is much further away, wouldn't you think that would be a problem? Because boats go over the horizon, right? And that proves the shape of the
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over this little argument with you, right? So listen carefully. If a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets and she lays on her back, she can't see her toes, right? If she can see her toes, then obviously she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So the question is why?
Um, because there's something in the way.
Right. she can't see past the curvature, right?
Right.
Okay, so somebody's probably going to post the Modus Tollens argument. You can't see the live stream voice text, can you?
I
We
can.
got You can. Excellent.
Mhm.
I'm sure somebody's going to post that real quick.
Oh, I see Gemsy had posted something a few minutes ago.
Can you read that for me? The top part in white.
Oh wait, I don't know if that's what this. I don't know if it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the picture of the oil rigs, and it has the white lettering above it with a different coloring. The white background. Modus Tollens. Can you see that?
No, it's like a bunch of squares, but they're like also circles a little bit.
Can we get this guy some rolls?
Well, see, that's actually those aren't boats; those are oil rig platforms.
Oh, is it the? Okay, now I see it. I was looking at the thing that I was tagged in above that,
All right, you
which
see
is
where it
the.
says Earth is not a sphere?
Mhm. Now I see it.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so follow along. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this Q is your geometric horizon, right?
Okay.
Okay, so not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a second. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Do you see the picture below? Platform habitat, platform hill house.
Yes, I see it.
Where's the horizon at?
I guess from a linear perspective, it's right above where the bottom of platform habitat is.
Is it in front, in between, or behind the platforms?
Behind.
Right. So how far is habitat? 9.41 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So we can estimate it's about 10 miles away, right? At least.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we've been measuring this all over the world, right? So the reason we call this the black swan is because some days you take pictures and the horizon is in the front, and some days you take pictures, it's in the back. But the thing is that it changes. Can somebody post the GIF of the skunk bay, please? It changes throughout the day as the sun perturbs the atmosphere. It causes all these wonky heat waves. You ever seen a helicopter take off and the sun's behind it, and it starts waving in the heat waves?
Yeah.
Or
Mm-hmm.
maybe you've seen the
A
road do that on a
mirage.
hot day. Yeah, mirage,
Yeah.
kind of like a mirage, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's not like a great deal of refraction where the sun's going to set and then pop up again depending on the weather conditions. It just gets a little wavy, right?
Right.
Because
Oh, that's
it's
crazy.
it's not like traditional um, refraction where you're looking at a fish in the water and you stab in the wrong spot and miss it by a foot because the light slows down so much when it goes through refraction that it changes the angle of incidence. Because light doesn't bend, it travels in straight lines until it reaches the medium in between the two media, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in atmosphere, it's only one media. It's just different temperatures. So the refraction is a lot less than, say, glass to atmosphere or atmosphere to water, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So why is it that we're seeing too far? And we're going to give you the video. We're going to post the video to this screenshot because these oil rigs are a screenshot, and it's going to give you all the information you need, the GPS coordinates, the Google Earth view, right? A landmark so you can see exactly where he's at. And if you study the video, you'll notice that he's kind of doing like a bullseye. He's pointing the camera really far away, and he's just pierced the little area between these two targets, these two oil rigs. And you'll
Okay.
see that it's a really kind of clean shot. But if you notice when he's zooming in to the right, you can see the land, and the land is almost 30 miles away, and the horizon is behind that too.
Hmm.
So the horizon moves back and forth. Did you see the Skunk Bay time lapse? The time lapse GIF?
Yeah,
Did you
that's
see
what I
that?
said was really crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never seen
concentrate on
anything
that.
like that before.
We're gonna go over that. So refraction, when it happens in the atmosphere, it's not really refraction. It's more like heat waves, right? Like I said earlier. So do you see as the beginning of the GIF starts out, and you can see clearly to the other side. And as the day progresses, it looks like the horizon is covering up the other side of the bay. They almost look like they're drowning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is the false horizon, right? Because the real horizon is in the back. Can you see the real horizon in the back?
Yeah, it moves less.
Right.
Or
So
yeah.
go ahead. You got a question?
No, I was saying it moves less, but
Right.
then
Right.
yeah, it moves a
So
little bit.
this horizon in front is a false horizon, and they say this is what the boats are going over. But as you can see, the horizon moves around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they showed us a white swan, and we claim, if you claim there are only white swans, and I show you one black swan, all it takes is one, right? And then the claim that all swans are white is completely demolished. It doesn't matter if you show me a million more white swans, I still got one black swan.
Yeah, the statement isn't true.
Right. So do you understand the modus tollens argument?
Yes.
So this is our best argument to date. And it was coined by a guy named QE, Quantum Eraser.
I
So I
kind of
would
have
direct,
chills in the back of my neck right now. I'm not gonna lie.
right, because you didn't expect us to use like geometry and math, and you probably expected us to talk about the Bible, right?
No, no, I didn't have any kind of negative views of it. I know that it's like it has become a more vocal movement or whatever you want to call it for a reason. Like,
It's growing, like
hmm
exponentially. They used to let us see the Google Analytics and the YouTube Analytics, but they've censored that, and we don't know how many of us there are.
oh,
I've
that's
heard
creepy.
I've heard surveys say that um, I can't remember, was it millennials? Only 2/3 of them believe that the Earth is a heliocentric system. So that 1/3 is going to have geocentrists, and not all geocentrists are flat earthers, but all flat earthers are geocentrists. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. All right. Cool. So here's the deal. You can go out to a large body of water at rest, and you can test this for yourself. I would say test it in the morning and the heat of the day, and then at night, because you're going to get different variables during the temperature of the day. So if you can go when the atmosphere is the same temperature as the water or close to it, you should see the least amount of atmospheric conditions where you're going to see the horizon up close. Right? So you want to go on a clear day, and you can look at the weather and it'll tell you like how clear the day is going to be. And you can go out, find you a known object, or you can use an app that does boat tracking or things like that. Get you some binoculars and see what you can see. Or you could get someone on the other side of a cove, right? And measure in between the cove and have the guy facing the sunset or the sunrise and you facing the mirror that he's holding in the water. And at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature if your eye is on the ground.
Okay.
So that would be like a 6-story building, right?
Yeah.
So if you can see that mirror at 10 miles away, that's a problem, right? For the globe Earth.
Yeah.
So here's the 3 claims of the globe Earth. I went over it earlier. The curvature, obviously, the rotation on the axis, and the vacuum of space. Do you know when or where anybody has measured those? And if so, how did they do it?
Has measured
Curvature?
the curvature.
Yeah, directly. Directly measured it.
I remember. So my uncle is a flat earther. I don't know how you guys refer to it, but um, years ago he had showed me something about, I want to say, like Ptolemy in ancient Egypt or something like that. Or I guess not. Maybe that's not a full measurement of it, but in terms of
Aristophanes, right?
Okay. Yeah.
He measured the sticks and the shadows.
Yeah, that thing.
Right. So we can replicate that on a table with beer cans. You put a light, small, and local, and you stack up some beer cans. The beer can right under it's not going to have a shadow, but the beer can at the edge of the table, it's going to have a shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that prove that the table is a sphere now?
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
they tell you the sun is 93 million miles away. Do you suppose they have a tape measure 93 million miles long?
No.
You think it was something that was directly measured or some sort of calculation that they used to do?
Calculation.
Right. And it was it a calculation based on known objects with known sizes and known distances?
No, I don't
Right,
think so.
because they can't measure Venus either, can they? So here's the
Mm.
deal. Everything that they call science isn't science, right? Like scientists used to say, you've seen the ads from the 50s probably where 9 out of 10 doctors recommend camels, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Hmm.
you know what call politicians, the lobbyists corrupt them, right?
I mean, I would, yeah, I would assume.
You think the lobbyists might corrupt the professors, right? With funding and grants and, here's
Mm.
$3 million, find X for us. $3 million. Oh wow, this is a guy. We're going to keep this professor, right? He's brought
Yeah,
3 million to the college.
yeah, 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 definitely.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to go over the scientific method, and I want you to really understand this. Let's say a caveman, he sees water boiling in a hot spring, and he really likes the fish, right? So he wants to replicate it. How does he replicate it? Well, he has to form a hypothesis. What caused the water to boil? And he noticed that it's really hot water. So he takes some fire and he brings it to the water and he causes the water to boil, right?
Hmm.
So he proved with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil. Right, but science is never settled. At any time, somebody else further in the future could say, I got water to boil at room temperature because I
Hmm.
sucked all the atmosphere out of the container. So the science is never settled. It's not like religion. Jesus is always going to be the Messiah, Muhammad's going to be the prophet, and
Right.
Moses is going to be, right? So you get it.
I
Well,
mean,
with
yeah, I grew up
scientists,
with my dad saying forever that all science is theory at the end of the day. It's like one of his quotes he always says.
well, he's halfway right and halfway wrong. So, okay. So the theory is that water boils with heat, right? But there's always open to more scientific experiments that prove that theory incorrect or maybe add to the theory, right? So you ever heard of the germ theory?
Yeah.
Right. So the guy that was telling everybody they should wash their hands before going in and delivering babies after coming out of the morgue and cutting into dead bodies, right? Women were dying at very high rates. So he produced the evidence. Hey, here's the evidence, right? The women, the midwives, they have extremely high success rate with the mother and the baby,
Hmm.
right? But the hospitals, they have a really high death rate of the mothers getting sick and dying. So he was saying, wash your hands. Well, he died in an insane asylum. They said, you're crazy. They didn't say conspiracy theorists, but they gaslighted him and they
Wait,
rejected this
really?
evidence. Yeah, look it up. The man who said, wash your
Wow.
hands, died in an insane asylum because of orthodoxy,
That's
right?
crazy.
Because of
Yeah.
dogma, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even had something to back it up. So all they had to do was form a hypothesis and test the hypothesis. Well, it really had already been tested, right? Because the midwives, they didn't have
Right.
cadavers, right? Midwives don't mess with cadavers,
Right.
right? So here's the thing. The scientific method deals with cause and effect, right? You have to have a dependent variable, right, which is the natural observed phenomenon. You have to have the independent variable, which is the cause, the thing that you think is causing it. And then you have to control all of the variables. So if your car doesn't start, right, you don't put an alternator, a battery, and change the spark plugs all at the same time and hopefully that fixed it, right? You diagnose it, right? And you fix one thing at a time until you get it right, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then if you change the starter and that's what fixed it, that was obviously the cause of your car not starting. Now, this is not the natural world. This is, technology and mechanics. So it's a little different. You get the analogy, right?
Smaller scale, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is how science works. Can you manipulate anything in cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics? Can you manipulate any variables in the so-called sky?
No.
So everything you've ever heard from those subjects were completely 100% non-scientific. Would
You
you
said
agree to that?
cosmology, astrophysics, and what?
Astronomy?
Astronomy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
So what causes the tides?
the moon.
Can you manipulate the moon's gravity to see if it is indeed the cause?
No.
What if
Yeah.
it's the sun? Wouldn't the sun perturb the waters more than the moon because of its electrical interference and salt water, you know, being excited just like the atmosphere gets excited? See, they're both theories, but they're not scientific theories, right? And once it is a scientific theory, it's been validated via the scientific method. And at that point, it becomes science, a scientific theory. But any layman can explain what they see, right? Any village idiot can look at the stars and explain what they're looking at, but without the rigorous testing, it's not validated. It's
Right.
not scientific. So you can call it philosophy, like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you can't call it any kind of scientific theory. But what they're going to tell you is that theories like dark matter and black holes and gravity are science, right? I'm sure you've heard that gravity is science, right?
Yeah.
So does mass attract mass?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Does mass attract mass?
Does mass attract mass?
Yeah.
In certain conditions, I believe it does.
I don't think it does. So let's say you get a bunch of propane and you put it in a tank and you open that tank. Are the gas particles going to attract each other? Or are they going to spew out into the open air, into the volume until it reaches equilibrium?
Whoa.
That, yeah.
Right. So
the latter.
Right. So what about Einstein? You heard of that guy?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the theory that the mainstream is going with, and it's not a scientific theory. And if you disagree with me, go to his paper in 1915 and pull out the hypothesis and give it to me. We can talk about it. But until then, it's not a scientific theory. The theory of gravity is just as valid as my theory is that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon. They're both equally as scientific. And that's not really what I believe, but it's a theory that I use to illustrate my point. So let's go over a real scientific experiment, right? One that you can do in your house. So let's say you got a pail, an empty pail, right? A metal pail that can hold water, and you got an apple in it, and it's full of water, and you take the water out, and the apple goes down, right? If it's a fresh apple,
yeah,
it'll sink once the water's let out. But let's say you put water back in it, and it arrives. It will move until it reaches its equilibrium. Once you manipulate the relative density, right? Because that's what we're manipulating. Yeah, we're putting water in the bottle. We're manipulating the container, right? The contents of the container. But what we're actually manipulating is the relative density, because water is a lot more dense than the atmosphere, right? Or that's a contradiction in terms, they say, right? So the gas that it's in, right?
Yes, you're right.
So do me a favor, Google the term specific gravity. We like to be hyper specific around here.
Okay.
So, or DuckDuckGo, whatever. Search the term specific gravity. Tell me what you come up with.
Relative density.
Right. So, what is the natural observed phenomenon that water can cause apples to rise and fall? So, what is the cause of the apple falling when you let the water out?
That it is the apple is relatively more dense than the air in the container.
Right. So, the end results is what you just said. The relative density of an object and its surroundings causes an object to rise or sink depending on the conditions of the relative density, or the medium that the object is in.
Right.
So let's say you drop a bowling ball, let's say from high altitude. It's going to fall extremely fast, maybe even 9 meters a second, right? Until it reaches the atmosphere, and then it's going to start to slow down. or it's not going to continue to be falling faster and faster, right? Eventually, it's going to reach terminal velocity, right?
You're saying dropping a bowling ball from space?
No, we don't really believe that space exists, and we'll get to that in a minute, but not the way that they've
Oh
told
shit.
us, right? There's space between you and me, right? But
Okay.
is there like quintillions of miles of, you know, stuff above us? We'll get to that in a minute, but let's focus on the bowling ball. The atmosphere causes it to fall slower, right? Kind of like if you drop a rock in water, it falls slower.
Yeah. Right.
Right. So we know that the contents of the medium affects the rate of things which fall.
Right.
Right. And we know that it causes things to rise and fall. So really what we're saying here is in the natural world, other than birds, if something is rising and falling, it has to do with specific gravity. It has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time, because space-time is a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, right? So I have this concept of liberty and freedom, right? Can you bend my liberty?
Technically speaking.
You can bend my liberty, my idea of liberty. Physically bend it. Like,
oh no.
right. It's a concept. So it's not physical, right?
Right.
It's like a man-made construct. It's more mental than physical. So let's say we could go to space, right? We're going to space and it's a near perfect vacuum. Barely any hydrogen or helium molecules, right? It's mostly just empty. So let's pretend that there's a place where it's a perfect vacuum, right? So in this perfect vacuum exists space-time, right? So space-time would exist in a place where there's no material, no matter to speak of, right? No molecules, right? So how do I manipulate that to see if it's the cause of anything? You can't. It's
You
metaphysical.
can't. Yeah.
Right.
I was just
It's
gonna say.
not physical, right? So this metaphysical concept is just a theory, and it's not even a good one because we can't test it to see if it's true. So Karl Popper, this guy, I'm sure you can look him up, famous guy. He was famous for saying
Sounds
that
familiar.
yeah, he's a pretty famous guy. He said that if you can't falsify something, then it's not science. So my claim about green grass being on the dark side of the moon, you can't falsify that, can you?
So we haven't been to the dark side of the moon? I know
Me,
that.
me and you, regular people, can't go to the
Oh,
dark
we
side of the moon.
can't. Correct.
Right,
Yes.
right. So then my theory is unfalsifiable.
And the billionaires can't.
Yeah, the billionaires can't do it either, right?
Okay.
They didn't even go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, they suck.
Oh,
Yeah, not
really?
even China has landed on the moon. You think
Right.
Freemasons did?
Well, actually, they do. Oh, well, the people. Yeah, you're right. They don't claim people. That's so funny, dude. I don't. How come? I guess it would just be too obvious if they tried to fake that, right? Still.
So do one of you guys want to go over the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and the vacuum of space?
Oh, damn.
I have a question about something.
Shoot.
Okay, so I got riddled with some, I don't know, some backlash or some bullshit as usual when I posed this question before, and they were talking about the moon, just like some of these flat earthers around here, and I was like, "What can we do?" I was trying to do the experiment where we all get the angle of the moon and direction and try to like triangulate it, and then I forgot who it was, but one of the guys like didn't even give me the time of day and explaining why it was stupid if it was stupid.
I'm sure
What
that
an
you can.
experiment.
I'm sure that. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure that you can get with some people later. I'm kind of in the middle of talking to this new guy.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but this is like basic stuff. Like, wow, how come we can't triangulate where the moon is exactly?
Well, it's the apparent location,
Right.
because of the atmospheres causing refraction.
But is it like if we were all to be on, make a map, right, and do angles and triangulate it, like what would happen? We can't figure out where its apparent location is because it's different.
So the problem is that when you measure it at zenith position directly above your head, you're going to get a very accurate measurement of its location, right? But as it's like 5 hours away from you from that position, you're not going to get a good location of where it's actually at.
Just because of the warping or something?
Refraction.
Okay.
Specular refraction, yeah. But Hank was actually talking to a new person,
Yeah, I was going to go over it. Yeah.
Budaki.
Carry on.
Thank you. All right, so we went over the propane tank earlier. If you have
I really like that one.
If you have a propane tank and it's full at 250 psi, and you open it, it's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium, right? So the Earth has an atmosphere, 14.7 psi at equator. I'm sorry, I meant to say at sea level. And as the higher you go, it gets less and less, right? But it should never actually get to zero because we have pressure, right? So if you look up the definition for gas pressure, it says that it's the force the gas particles exert against the walls of its container. So how are you breathing right now? Because if we're in a model, right, if the Earth is just like the model, right? When I say model, think about like a model Porsche compared to the real Porsche, right? When you look at the model, it's just floating in empty space, and it's said to be a near perfect vacuum at 10 to the 17 negative torr, which is almost perfect, as close to perfect as one could conceive of.
I understand what you're saying there.
Right, so do you understand entropy?
No.
So entropy works like this, right? Let's say you got a cup of coffee and you get a phone call for you drink it. You come back 30 minutes later, and all the heat has done what? Radiated out until it reached equilibrium, right? So let's say you got a dead battery, right? And your other car has a good battery. So you take both batteries out, you hook them up together. One's completely dead and one's fully charged. The next morning, when you wake up, what are you going to have?
Both have charged?
Yeah, right. Because the charge went from high charge to low charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the gas pressure goes from high pressure to low pressure, right?
Right.
And the heat goes from hot to cold every time, no matter what, 7 days a week, right?
Mm-hmm. Or room temperature, yeah, cooler.
Right. So my theory is that objects in a medium will move up or down until they reach equilibrium.
Okay.
That's my theory. So that's not accepted as part of the second law of thermodynamics. That last thing that I added.
Okay.
That's what I say.
Got it.
I say that it's the fourth part to the table. But that's just my theory. I'm speculating, but I think we can
I
demonstrate this
understand the logic.
scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can demonstrate this scientifically.
Okay.
So that's basically my spiel. I'm sure you probably have questions.
No, I appreciate that. That's, like I said, throughout everything that you were saying, there were definitely a few times where I got, I got like goosebumps. Because it's definitely things that it's weird because there are certain obvious things that, even though we learned certain kind of tenets or foundational elements of things, that it's almost like we kind of logically overlook them when conceiving the natural environment.
Well, I think that you're not aware of all the logical fallacies, right? Because you can create a new one, right? So I would ask you to go to your logical fallacy is, or thou shalt not commit logical fallacies. And I would ask you to, do a little search on YouTube. I think there's a redheaded lady who does a really good 101 on logical fallacies. But when you go to that website, thou shalt not commit logical fallacies, click on the bias part and go down and read the bias. It's really interesting how our preconceived bias and our confirmation bias and our anchor bias can affect our worldview permanently. For example, if you grow up in Saudi Arabia, you're most likely going to be, Wahhabi Muslim. But if you grow up in Iran, you're going to be Sunni. I'm sorry,
Sunni,
Shia.
yeah.
Shia, right?
Oh, right.
So if you grow up in Texas, you're most likely going to be a Baptist Christian, right? So you understand how bias, and it's unfortunate that these bias cause us to have these certain goggles where we can't perceive certain things. It's like a filter, or if it goes against your preconceived bias, like Democrats, they don't have a easy job understanding some of the things that Republicans say, right? Sometimes they can't even perceive the facts, and this is called psychosis, right? When you lose touch with reality.
Right.
So I'm going to tell you that ever since you were born in the cradle, right, you had a mobile over your head with the sun, moon, and stars circling in a pattern, right, with the sun in the middle. And when you got older, you started looking at magazines and books, and there was the globe Earth from 1972 where they faked the moon landing. And they put that all over the place. In fact, they put it in movies. Every time you see a Universal Studios movies, it's right there on your TV. In fact, I would probably say that every time you turn on your TV and let it run for an hour, you'll see the globe pop up on your television if you got cable or satellite.
Mm.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
So the thing is that all motion is relative according to classical relativity, and that if I were to make the claim the sun doesn't go around the earth goes around the sun, or vice versa, that would be a claim that I'm making on a philosophical basis. Because in order to see which way the sun is rotating or the earth is rotating, we would have to be from a third point of perspective, right outside of the solar system, so we could get a separate reference frame from the mechanics, right?
Right.
So anyone who has ever told you that the sun goes around the earth, that's actually a dishonest statement, or it's based on belief. It's not scientific. I mean, maybe they just believed it because that's what they were taught, but the truth is that you have to use your senses, right? And I talked about your senses earlier. So you can pretty much trust your senses. If a guy's shooting at you, right, you can usually put him in the scope and eliminate him before he eliminates you, right? And this is a classical warfare 101, right? Am I coming in clear? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, you're clear.
So if someone's shooting at you, you can shoot back and eliminate the threat, right?
Yeah. 101 for sure.
Right. So what they're telling you, if you go to the anti-flat earther server and you talk to those guys, and you ask them, why is it that we can see too far? They're not going to say we can't see too far because we've already established that fact. We can see way too far. The question is why. I said that earlier, right? So why can we see too far? What they tell us is that the light is bending down around the curve. So if you saw that picture earlier where the two platforms were, right under it was another picture, I think, or right around it, where the light is bending around the curve of the Earth. And see, we've got the curvature rate, which is 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's pretty accurate within 100 miles or 200 miles, right? So at 8 inches per mile squared, there's going to be 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles, right? What they're saying is that we're seeing the light bend down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared whenever we can see too far. It's the exact same curvature rate of the Earth, which is very lucky, right? Or at least that's what we're seeing when we see a black swan.
Okay.
Okay, so if the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, wouldn't it have to be continuously getting colder and colder and colder? So if it was over a short bay where all the water is just about the same temperature and there is no deep ocean, wouldn't this cause less refraction if the temperature was right? So you got to decide for yourself: are we seeing too far because light bends around curves, right, at lucky curvature rates, or are we seeing too far because the water level like water always does? In fact, we've leveled buildings and other structures for thousands of years with water because it's so darn reliable, right? So this is the claim. The Earth is flattish because it has topography, but most importantly, it's stationary, and the sun, moon, and stars make a revolution overhead roughly once every 24 hours. And the water measures flat as it could possibly measure. In fact, it's not only the water, it's Kansas is flatter than a pancake. Can you type that in real fast? Can you search that term? Should be like a college link.
Kansas flatter than a pancake?
Kansas flatter than a pancake. It should be like an old black and white kind of 1990s internet post. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, can you scroll down to the bottom where it says damn flat? All the way at the bottom. Almost second or third paragraph from the bottom, something like that.
It's like results.
Yeah, can you read that?
The topographic transects of both Kansas and a pancake scale. This person also showed that Kansas is clearly flatter. The pancake transect. The digital image is approximately 95 cents, which is pretty flat. Focal laser scan showed the pancake surface to be slightly rougher still. Are you serious? Measuring the flatness of
Oh,
Kansas.
who wrote that? Were these like a couple of like tweakers, or were they like somebody special? Speak up a little bit.
Mark Fonstad, William Pugach, and Brandon Vogt.
Right, so this is their findings, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that Kansas isn't the only Great Plain in the world, right? There's Great Plains in Canada, in between Russia and China. There's the Great Plains of Africa. And not only that, there's the abyssal plains, which they cover over 50% of the Earth's curvature. I'm sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting tired. They cover more than 50% of the Earth's surface. This is called abyssal plains. Right?
Okay.
Have you looked that up?
I'm Googling it now.
Sure, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're in the water.
Yeah, it's the surface of the ocean. It drops off and then it gets flat. That's what a plane is, right? Kind of like the word plate. Where have you heard the word plate before?
Tectonic.
Right. So what about a salt flat? Can you look that up? Look up the salt flat of Bolivia. 9,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, I've
less
seen
than
them.
1 meter of vertical relief, right?
Right.
So have I piqued your interest yet?
Very much so.
I would recommend you do a little research. I would probably start at Quantum Eraser's channel.
Quantum Racer?
Yeah, Quantum Eraser.
Okay.
So he's going to have a website and a YouTube page. I would start with a YouTube page, be easier to find. I'm sure somebody's posting it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go into the playlist and I would go over the science. Right? But right now, our newest argument is, and this is a good one, if you think about it. What's a triangle, bro?
3 sides.
Right? Add them up, 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So how did they travel in ancient times? With a sextant, right? And they used it to triangulate their position very accurately?
Yeah, pretty much.
So triangulation, does that work on a curved surface? With a refracted horizon that moves around?
Yeah, I guess not.
It wouldn't accurately, at least, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow, that last part was really crazy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. And I'm not sure what you guys were talking about otherwise, but I really appreciate you taking the time out to give me this summary introduction. I have a lot to Google, that's for sure.
My pleasure, bro. If you look down below in the server, there's copious amounts that you could never finish
Oh,
in a
okay,
year
great.
of
Okay.
information. A to Z type stuff. We've measured it with lasers over frozen lakes so that we could eliminate some of the concerns of the anti-flat earthers. And you know what? It just turns out there's no pleasing some people. Some people, like the leftists, will deny facts even when it's presented right before their eyes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not a leftist, so.
Right. So that's why my argument was tailored towards you. In fact, I want you to pay attention to what I just said. Tailor your argument towards your audience. Right?
I usually do.
Right? That's good, right? So pay attention to what you don't see. Like if the ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour, why can't we take a picture of it crossing the moon without motion blur and we can see in between the individual radiators and the moonlight coming from in between it? Also, look at both sides of the coin on every situation. Try to be sober like a judge and use discernment.
Absolutely. I went to Catholic school. We learned about discernment a lot.
Good. So you
I have
understand
one.
worldviews then, right?
Yes.
Did you go to a
Big
Jesuit
time.
school?
I did. I went to Jesuit school for college.
Interesting. So now I want you to look up write this down on paper if you can, if you will. Look up the Protestant Reformation and the Counter Reformation.
Mm-hmm.
And the connection to cosmology.
Okay.
And I think that you'll see that there's something going on in the 1500s to where the church was losing its authority, and it was, in fact, the largest transfer of wealth the world has ever seen. And that in the midst of this was a debate started by Martin Luther where he challenged the church to a debate with his 95 Thesis, and they absolutely could not validate the claims the church was making about the Bible. So what can they do? They can't beat them in a debate, much like now. You don't see much debate going on in here if you stick around. So the only thing they could do was lie about science. So they hijacked science, right? Because science was so reliable because of its rigorous testing and process of elimination that you could almost prove things to the degree of about 99%. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So what they did is they dumbed down the masses, taught them all this fake stuff, and through using the television, which causes audio and visual hallucinations, they used programming to hypnotize the masses with neurolinguistic programming and cause them to cause a mass hypnotization of the masses and cause psychosis. So the majority of the people are completely hypnotized and brainwashed by the system, the Federal Reserve System, and are a part of the system, and they cannot see the chains that bind them or feel the prison walls. But you have been taught to believe that there's 7 continents, right?
Right. I think you're about to touch on what my last kind of quick question was going to be, which
hidden
is
land,
what else?
hidden resources, hidden land, hidden resources, the complete falsification of scarcity. Manufactured scarcity is what we're dealing with. Manufactured obsolescence.
Hey, Hank, do you think the hidden land is within the, AE boundary?
Look at the Pacific Ocean and think about how many miles that is. There's only one Hawaii.
I agree. I mean, well, there's a lot of islands, but they're not like just well known, they're just smaller, like South Pacific random islands.
Well,
But
this is the Ring of Fire. Shouldn't there be new land popping up all the time?
I don't know.
And if it's been doing that for 5.4 billion years or 4.54 billion years, should there be land there?
I know. But has there been any are there any trade routes where it's obvious that there's just no routes through certain sections?
Yeah, I have a GIF on my phone that shows the planes flying north to fly south. You'll see that the flight routes are really weird. They don't ever fly from. Hold on, bro. They don't ever fly from like South America, direct flight over the South Pole, or even from continent to continent, from South America to Africa, South Africa, or
Right.
Right. So that's one of the
They
things.
don't fly from. You said they don't fly from South America to South Africa?
No.
They don't take that route. Usually they go up north, they refuel, and go back down.
Dude,
Doesn't make any sense.
navigationally, the flight map is amazing on the AE map.
So let's go over maps.
I just posted it. Hank, I just posted it.
Thank you, good sir,
Because
Roger.
I would love to. I would love to build a website that has an AE map that we could just overlay all sorts of information on, flight routes, all this shit. Like make our own map.
All right, so let me go over maps. If maps were on a globe, they would be in triangles, right? Because grids don't fit nicely on a globe, do they?
Right.
So every map you've ever seen that people actually use to navigate with has been a flat Earth map because it's in what?
Squares.
Right. So when you're doing military or traveling logistics or anything like that, we use the stars to navigate if we don't have modern technology, right? Because if you go into a big box store, right? Let's say you go in through automotive and then you walk all the way across, right? You're going to have different lights over your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because the big box store is a sphere, it's because the further you move away, the further things go down in perspective. Imagine a drone. Let's say you send it all the way up to the 400-foot ceiling, right? Let's say it's a big drone, you can see it really good. Okay, so it's above your head, you can see it, right? You fly it all the way. Let's say it's a really high power drone that can go really far. Fly it all the way away from you to the west, it's going to appear to descend lower and lower to the horizon due to perspective because you don't have eagle eyes, you can't see forever. So as it gets closer to the horizon, it's going to appear to descend, but it's actually staying at 400 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is how the sun, moon, and stars work in reality. So I want you to look up the term reverse law of light.
Inverse square.
Sorry, I'm getting tired, guys. It's late here. I'm
That's
sorry.
no
Inverse.
problem. No,
I can't believe I said that again.
you're ace, Hank. You're ace.
Yeah,
You're good.
thanks. Inverse square law of light.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times, right?
Right.
So this means that the further you get away from your Wi-Fi router, you start to lose signal when you take out trash, and when you run around the block, you might completely lose signal altogether, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same with radio stations or any other type of light.
Yeah.
Whether it's right, just like the sound, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I forget what my premise was. So yeah, that's how the light works with the stars. There's no way for you to verify that they are light years away, also known as quintillions of miles away. I said that backwards too. And they appear to just be lights over our heads. So what about the planets? You know what planet means? The wandering star.
It has the same root, right? Or
So
no? Go ahead.
the planet is a wandering star.
A wandering star.
Right,
Okay.
because that's what they do. They wander throughout the different.
Oh, right. That's how they, even in ancient times, that's how they noticed them as like being special, right?
So
Because they moved.
one interjection. So the inverse square law of light, they have to account for that. That's why they say Betelgeuse is like gazillion miles big, right? That's why they tell you that our sun is a medium sun, a small sun in comparison to Betelgeuse, because that is so far away. But the light, if a square law of light, makes it that we see it, so it has to be this gigantic thing, right?
Right.
But
Right. So every time you hear one of these crazy theories they come up with, there's always a reason for something that they're bandaging or, they're trying to fix their model where it falls short. So there's many examples of physics outside the standard model. You can probably search that if you like.
Okay.
And you'll see that there's certain things that happen that don't fit into the model. Kind of like here on Earth where we can see too far. But I'm specifically talking about all these crazy theories that they come up with, like dark matter. Do you know why they come up with the theory of dark matter?
No.
So official narrative is, according to Michio Kaku, a particle physicist, I think, he says that In cosmology, we have a crisis. And he says that if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, right, we call that horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the 120th. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. Orders of magnitude. He said this is the worst mixed match between theory and, let's see, is it observation or experiment? I think it's observation in the history of science. So would you like to see some literature about that?
Yes.
So this number 120, when he says that you're off, are they off by a little bit, or would you say it's a lot?
In terms
Well,
of what? Sorry.
you know, they're off when they compare observation to what we
Mm-hmm.
actually see. They're off by an order of magnitude of 10 to the
Of
120th.
120?
Right.
Oh, that a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? So I'm
Yeah.
fixing to post a Harvard link if you'll give me just a few seconds. And you can also search cosmological constant problem.
Cosmological constant.
Right. This is the thing that Einstein was talking about. You heard it before? The thing he was wrong about? Because
No.
I'm sure you've heard before, this is the root, what it boils down to. Einstein's theory of relativity, special relativity, it doesn't go with quantum mechanics, right? You heard that?
Okay. I haven't.
They're not compatible theories,
Okay.
right? So here's the theory where they tried to reconcile the difference. And obviously it was a fail. So can you see the live stream voice text?
Yep.
All right, can you click on that
Mm-hmm.
Harvard link?
Elementary exposition of the cosmological constant problem. Okay.
Quantum field theory is the theory that tries to bridge these two things, quantum mechanics, which is experimental science, right? And Einstein's theory of special relativity. I went over that, but that's not scientific at all. So we're going to read this. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So the subject matter of the sentence is quantum field theory and gravitational effects. That's the subject, right? That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude.
Wow.
So there's a discrepancy between the theory, so let's say quantum field theory, right, and what we observe by that much. So there is no generally accepted explanation for the discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. So there's no shortage of information out there, or at least there wasn't back in 95 when they did this. I think it was the 90s. Let's see. Yeah, 95. So people were talking about this kind of stuff in the past, and it's not really been a secret. But you've been plugged into the television, haven't you?
Not recently.
Not recently? Good. Good for you.
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, you can keep reading and do your own research, but I would say that at this point, what they call gravity, I'd say it's pretty close to being dead at this point. Because, you know, there seems to be a perfect clockwork above our heads, right? It's so perfect that we can make predictions years into the future. Well, not really predictions, more like postdictions, right? Because it's so darn accurate, the movements up above us, it's like a clock. In fact, clocks come from sundials, which come from what's up there, right? So it's like it's a perfect clock, a Swiss clock engineered by Germans, if it were. You like that one, huh?
That's funny.
All right, so I guess I got one last thing to post for you. Anybody else want to talk? I'm trying to drink some coffee.
Thank you again. This is a lot. Are most of
Yeah,
you
my
like?
pleasure. My pleasure, bro.
No, yeah, I truly appreciate it. You didn't even need to do all this. So it was. I don't think anybody could ask for like a more concise introduction to.
That's only because you're a layman. If you were highly educated, you would tell me that I need to work on my skills.
Well, your presentation skills I can comment on, and they're very good.
Are you a CEO? Are you hiring? Come on, bro. Let's talk. Let's talk
Yeah.
business. It's the opposite of war, right? We do business or we do war.
I'm in corporate strategy consulting, but I do presentations all day. So,
like I said, are you hiring?
I work for a very small startup at the moment, but I'll keep you
Okay.
posted.
All right. Thanks, bro. So, did you find that Quantum Racer channel, or do you want me to post it?
I have it written down.
Okay. The reason that channel is so important is because it teaches you to be like us. We're all wannabe hyper empiricist. If we can't verify it with our senses or experiment, we're not interested in hearing about it. And a lot of people come in here and they ask the question, why does it matter if the earth is a globe or flat? They're nihilist, right? Narcissist, a product of the system, what have you. And it's
I
like,
couldn't imagine even asking that question. That it definitely matters.
yeah,
That's so many
right.
things are built. If that's a lie, that reality is not reality.
Right. So if let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that it really doesn't matter, right? Then why would they go through so much trouble making sure that you go to public school and have court systems set up for truancy? And few states have few rights, but not all states have full rights.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to get you in the system because it trains you to be a slave for the system, a factory worker, and just smart enough to pull the levers and just, not really smart enough to ask any questions other than a lot of forum about, your grievances. So you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Who?
Edward Bernays?
I know that. I know that last name for some reason.
Yeah, he's Floyd's nephew. He came from the Frankfurt School.
Okay.
You might know Frankfurt from some of their other stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So Freud. Don't listen to anything that guy says. I mean, well, not true. Maybe he did some okay work on the subconscious, but a lot of the stuff he said is complete garbage. Listen to Carl Jung.
I love Carl Jung.
Excellent. So to understand people's psychology, you have to understand that this would definitely affect their worldview, right? Why would they spend so much time, so much effort to make you think that you live on something that none of us can verify, none of us can benefit from it? It's not like if we shoot taking the Coriolis into effect that we're going to hit our targets. In fact, if you look at the Guinness Book World Records, that's a really good witness for us because it shows the longest shot done by a gun and the longest done by a camera. And I would say that one proves that the Earth isn't curving, and the other one proves that it's flat. So the longest kill by a sniper, that one's really interesting because if you understand the Coriolis effect, do you?
And on a basic level, yeah.
Okay, you throw the ball over the merry-go-round while the kids are spinning, and they look up, and the ball appears to deflect slightly to the left or to the right because of the rotation. It's not actually deflecting; it's an apparent deflection because footballs go in straight lines for the most part, don't they? Right. So this doesn't happen with snipers. That's how they're allowed. That's how they're capable of getting those extremely long distance shots. I think the world record now is about 3 miles, maybe.
3 miles?
I think it's about 3 miles. I'll try to look it up. Let's see. And then the longest shot, Mount Kanahu from 273 miles. Now, think about this: is an exponential curve, right? So when you do the math and everything, and I would encourage you to learn this stuff because this isn't like a college. We're not going to specialize you in something. You're not going to be a specialist. If you stick around here, you're going to learn everything with absolute, well, There's certain things we don't talk about on live, but there's plenty of stuff down below.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to learn everything without compartmentalization, right? The government, the schools, they want you to be compartmentalized. That way you're cheap labor. If you don't know how to run this one machine, we can get a one guy in here to teach them to run the one machine, as opposed to knowing how to run the entire factory. That guy's worth a lot more money, isn't he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to learn about science, philosophy, math, geometry. I mean, everything. Everything that you can think of. You're going to learn about it here because you're going to have to keep up with your research and make sure your abilities are adequate, because you don't want to mess around and not take a factor into consideration like the eye height, right? When you're making your measurements, you're going to want to factor in all the accurate measurements,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, I would say that welcome to the server, and
Thank you very much.
Gonna enjoy my coffee now. It's almost done.
Enjoy it. You definitely earned it.
You know, I'm repeating a lot of people just now. I am quoting people and not giving credit where credit is due. I'm a talented parrot, right?
It's all good. It works.
So have you heard about the lasers shooting over water?
Yeah, he had mentioned it.
Yeah. So if you scroll down this server, we have a channel, laser tests. You can find all sorts of videos where people done these tests shooting lasers over large bodies of water. There's a group called FE Core, Field Engineer Core, which built their own high-powered laser. Took the laser to, I think it was Hungary and the Netherlands, and they shot that laser over Lake Balaton and Lake IJssel, the IJsselmeer. Yeah, no curvature. So
Wow, that's crazy.
right, and militaries of the world use lasers to acquire targets.
Right.
So when Globers come here and tell us, well, yeah, the laser bent over the earth and then blah, they actually throw out their armies. I mean, lasers are used to acquire targets. If they bend over the surface of Earth, it's ridiculous, right? So,
Right.
if a ship sees a target 20 miles away and it shoots a laser at it and then acquires the target and shoots the cannon, and it's actually shooting at that ship. It's not shooting at a mirage or at a hologram, right? Because that is what the Glober wants you to think, that the ship isn't there, right? It's actually a hologram of the ship. The light is bending over the earth. No, the ship is actually there, and the ship is targeting the other ship and it's shooting at the ship. That is what is happening in reality.
Mm-hmm. You said Glober?
Sorry.
I'm assuming that.
Yeah, we started calling them globalists because they're the,
Oh.
they're the anti-sovereign type, the leftist, atheist, nihilist type. We're talking about anti-flat earthers. So you're a normie on the subject, right? I consider you like a normal person, just here to hear the argument and look at both sides of it, right? But some people are like dedicated their lives to arguing against us. As you can imagine, we don't get much on Wikipedia, right? Like if
Really?
any flat Earth video, it's going to pop up Wikipedia and it's going to say, flat Earth is a what cosmology?
Archaic belief. Yeah.
Right. So it's an archaic belief, right? Did you know that the archaic times were actually before the guy who measured with the sticks and the shadows, Eratosthenes? So the whole globe
Yes,
Earth thing is actually archaic too.
That's
But
funny.
are they going to tell you that? Right? Because what does
Yeah.
neurolinguistic programming do? It hypnotizes you, right? So when you say,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, flat Earth is archaic," we got the hot newness. We got the new science. We got NASA, right?
Mm.
So peep this out. I dare you to go to the Flat Earth server, or at least their YouTube page, and wait for someone to ask or talk about the curvature, right? So if you were to ask an anti-flat earther,
You
how
mean
do
the
you know?
globe server, right, Hank?
Yeah, I mean the globe server, Flat Earth and more, Flat Earth discussion and more, something like that, right? If you go there and you ask them, how do you prove the Earth is a sphere, right? They're going to tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, the shadows on Eratosthenes and stuff. They're going to tell you anything but directly measure it yourself over a large body of water, right? Because they know that 70% at least of the Earth is covered in water, and if the water isn't bending, then it's not a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yeah.
I tell you, look at the southern star trails, look at the eclipses, and in fact, the eclipses. Oh man, if I went over that with you, do you know what a dichotomy is?
Mm-hmm.
Right, something that can't be true on both ways. Like, here's one: either God created the heavens and the earth, or He didn't, and it was created by natural means, kind of like the Big Bang cosmology and the subsequent evolution theory. That's a true dichotomy. He can't halfway did it.
It's just
Right?
the married bachelor.
Right. Married Bachelor is another example.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's this dichotomy, right, where they say that the light is bending around the moon, and this is the umbra and penumbra during the eclipse, because there's a problem. The moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, has like 1/5 or 1/6 of the gravity or something like that, but it's 1/4 the size of the Earth, and the shadow during a solar eclipse that the moon casts is much smaller than the moon. In fact, it's about 70 miles across, 100 miles in some places. It varies, but how do you cast an object smaller? Sorry, how do you cast a shadow smaller than the object? And they say this is the umbra and penumbra thing, right? Well, if Eratosthenes' experiment is based on light coming down at perfect 90 degrees, like collimated light, perfectly in one direction, because if you think about it, if the light traveled 93 million miles, it would have to be a straight shot, and it would come down like a shotgun, like pellets from a shotgun. What they're claiming is that the light is bending around the moon, but the moon has no atmosphere, obviously, and it's causing it to magnify the shadow. Now, I say that in layman's terms, but if you've ever magnified sunlight, you know what I'm talking about. And I want to post some stuff from, I think I got this from Metabunk. So, Metabunk is a really interesting website because meta, in gaming's terms, is most effective tactics available. Right?
Okay.
So if you've ever played Zelda, you upgrade, or you play Metroid, you upgrade, you get the new weapon, you use it on the new boss, because those are the most effective tactics available. And you know what debunking is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I think this comes from that guy's website. Really? Oh, so I'm going to post their model so that you can see what their model actually looks like. And there it is. Okay. Excellent. I think those posted. All right, so the first one's a real short one. You click on, that's what they say is happening. That's their working model.
Right.
And then the bottom one is them modeling an eclipse. Remember I said that the totality of the shadow is only about 100 miles in diameter?
Right. Okay.
And it looks like it's magnifying a shadow.
Right.
So let's talk about the other eclipse. So obviously, according to the, sorry, I meant to close with this. Obviously, the light is traveling straight or it's bending. If it's traveling straight, then Eratosthenes is true, and we have a very small moon. Or it's bending in space in a vacuum, right? And Eratosthenes' shadows can't be.
Right. Okay. I see the dichotomy you're talking about now.
Yeah, that's the dichotomy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on to the next one. So how
As a
about?
side note,
Go ahead.
sorry, I just want to say
Yeah.
that I've been thinking about this ever since the solar eclipse. What was it, 2 years ago now? That just from like a natural perspective, the odds that that could even happen, that the moon could, line up so perfectly with the sun in that way, like, and the sun be that size, and just it, I just feel like it's the odds are so small that that would happen naturally. And I haven't
Yeah.
even looked into it, but just from a logical perspective, have literally been thinking about that randomly ever since that last eclipse. Like, how does that make sense? How did that happen?
It's kind of part of the double speak of the heliocentric model, where they're they want to always put in your mind how insignificant and meaningless Earth is, but at the same time they want to say, "Oh, look how amazing! Look at the odds, the chances that our moon and sun and position here on Earth would, be the perfect sizes and distances, so that they could line up and give us eclipses and such."
Right.
Mm.
They're like diametric different ideas, but that's kind of what I was saying earlier.
Yeah,
But we
it's
internalize
just
both
it's just
without
special
questioning
breeding
them.
on their part, really,
Mm-hmm.
because
Very
it's
interesting.
not random chance that brung about that mechanic of nature. It's been designed that way.
It seems like that. It does seem like that from just an observational point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets worse, right? Because the you have the theory of planet Theia, where planet Theia was a wayward planet, and it crashed into our Earth, depositing its molten iron core, because they can calculate, right? Because they assume a molten iron core in the center of a presupposed globe Earth, but they can calculate how long this molten iron core could exist, right? And because of the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, they say that molten iron core would have been depleted wasn't if it wasn't for planet Theia that crashed into Earth, deposited its core to our core, and then broke off and created the moon, which then formed the size that they claim now, at the distance that they claim it is now, occulting the sun perfectly, right? So those are the chances they give you.
It's just pure duct tape explanations on their part. Once you can see it properly.
Right. There's a lot.
What is your like picture you have in your head when flat Earth is invoked in your mind? Are you thinking of something in space, an object in space?
Mm, picture like a half of a planet, and
Because
like the
it's
thing
not
in.
something anybody here, any serious flat earther believes or thinks that we're some kind of object or a flat disk or a pancake in space. Third disk from the sun type of thing. I was just wondering because I didn't know really what your position was there.
I wouldn't even know how else to picture. Like, I wouldn't be able to like wrap my mind around how else to picture
Let's do word
where Earth
association.
is. Sorry.
Let's do word association. What do you see in your mind's eye when I say this word? Close your eyes. Earth. What do you see?
The globe.
Right. You only see it in paper, on TV, or in your mind's eye, you never see it in reality.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. There's no reality to this model. And they told you it was a model, but when they got you as a really young child, kindergarten, first grade, and they pointed the globe on the desk and said, "You live here, Timmy."
Mm-hmm.
Right? You reified that into reality and you gave it a concreteness when if you pick the damn thing up and read it, it says it's not for educational purposes only, it's decorative. It's for decoration.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for educational purposes.
Mm-hmm. Um, you guys got me with like a dozen new tabs tonight open. Now I got Thea open. Is this Thea
What?
theory, the planet Thea thing that you just
Oh,
mentioned?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I just posted it to show that those quote unquote scientists are actually thinking that this happened, right? So they hypothesize that there might be some chunks of planet Thea buried deep inside Earth, right? But it's all a theory. It's never been. So nobody was there when it happened. They have to have an explanation, right? Because why is the moon there and why isn't the Earth's core still here, right? Because they can calculate it. It has to fit in their narrative. So that's why they have to make up these theories and then mix and match what they can find and then beg the question that because of what they think is inside Earth, therefore planet Thea existed, right? That's what they do. They take the heliocentric model as starting point, and then what they find, they will square the circle inside it. They're like, okay, so I find this. We are on a globe, so it must be because of this. You understand? It's just an example of what they do because they take the globe Earth as starting point and then go from there.
Yeah, it's called a begging the question fallacy. It's when you take what you're trying to prove true as true to prove it true.
Right.
So I don't believe anything of what I just posted. It's just an example of what they do, right? Why? It's a theory. Nobody was there when it supposedly happened. I mean, it's the most quote unquote accepted theory, but it's just something they made up because it. Yeah.
And not to mention, we should have rings, correct? If such an impact occurred.
Yeah, I think part of the theory is that um, the rings, you mean rings of debris and stuff, right?
I'm sure there's some detail in there saying we did have rings at some point, but they've been reabsorbed into the Earth by now or something. Sure,
Or that
that's
it
it.
became the moon.
So we see perfect quote unquote circular craters, right, on the moon. That's what they tell us. Those are craters. That's what they tell us. But they can't really explain why they're all perfect circles. They will only tell you, well, it's because of a magic speed, right? If you send in an asteroid at a magic speed, it will create a perfect circle, which is okay, right? So every asteroid that ever hit the moon had this magic speed, right? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they all hit directly head on.
They claim when you shoot an asteroid in an angle with this magic speed, it will create a perfect circle. That is what they claim.
They should be able to demonstrate such a thing on a small scale.
Seen some of it, but it would have a dimple in the middle of it. Not really a good demonstration, but
Hope you don't mind me sending you a few things. I'm sure you
Not
can
at all.
find something interesting in there, right?
Absolutely.
So, Budical, you said quite a bit earlier that you were kind of taken aback a bit. I think when Hank asked if anything had piqued your interest, and you were taken aback a bit by how kind of simple the logic is to most of these arguments.
Yes.
And that really, I think that kind of is what gets a lot of new people kind of caught up in why this idea is, they kind of push it off because of the simplicity of it. You know,
Yeah,
surely something
absolutely.
so simple couldn't have been couldn't have gone
Avoided.
so long avoided. Yeah, you know,
Hmm.
but it's kind of, it is a confidence trick by the people that are lying to us. You know, they know people are going to react that way. They're not going to take it serious because it is so ultimately simple. You know, because people have been conditioned to expect endless complexity, because that's what the people that are parading themselves as real scientists constantly do with their explanations. But that's how that's how they ultimately get the heliocentric model to go over the heads of everyone to a point where nobody wants to sit down and actually analyze it because they think it is far too complex for them to understand. You know? So
Right.
just wanted to point that out, that all of this stuff is simple enough to understand with a bit of study and thinking on it and pondering what's been told to you here. And don't let that kind of like detract from it, you know. So
No, absolutely. I appreciate you saying that too, but that's a good thing to point out.
Can someone
because
post the? Sorry, just a second. Can someone post the video where Michio Kaku says, "No one that I know in my field actually uses the scientific method"? Please, thanks.
only got the quote.
Is this
Never mind, I found it.
Michio Kaku gentleman still alive?
Yes, yes, he is. Yeah, you can look him up on Wikipedia or whatever. I'm sure it'll tell you the truth on at least what his degrees are in. But I think it's particle physics or astrophysics,
Okay.
something like that. He's always on the TV. So, we're appealing
Okay.
to that sort of audience. So we use
Hmm.
certain people as hostile witnesses. Do you understand that concept?
No.
So when you get
Oh, I
up and
know.
you,
Sorry, I know him now that I've seen this video. Sorry for
right,
interrupting.
it's all right. So sorry for interrupting, but a hostile witness is the thing where the court gets to ask questions to the opposite guy's doctor, right? And they can
Right.
actually glean information from him that goes against their case if they ask the
Right.
right questions.
Hmm.
Anyway, please continue. I'm sorry for interrupting. Totally disrupted. I'm so sorry, bro.
No, not at all. Hmm.
But yeah, I was just going to say before Hank said what he was saying there was, yeah, that's what the other side does. That's what these scientists that are just promoting scientism do. They just are constantly trying to baffle you with bullshit, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted you to learn your fallacies and bias, because you'll see that what these people are doing is they're using tactics because they can't actually address the argument.
Right. I'm very familiar with logical fallacies, sure. But I'm gonna there are certain things that you don't even automatically. I feel like you usually are more like you have that tool belt on of logical fallacies more often when you're in discussions or debates about things. And it's only when something like hops out to you as not seeming right that you use them or go to use them. I feel like when you're just listening to people who you are meant to trust as experts on something, using those fallacies aren't always top of mind. So I think just you bringing that up in the context of this is valuable.
Well, our education system's been designed that way to, if the fallacies are even taught to people in the first place, it's taught in such a way that they're not given much credence and actually thought to be applied by the person being taught. But they're more or less not taught to the average person that goes through the modern day education system. So they can't recognize when somebody's using these tactics to get claims past them, or into their mind without the person being vigilant about the claim that's been made to them.
So you asked about New Schwabia. So I think it's like 150 countries signed a treaty, and it's been the one treaty that we haven't broken as far as we know of. And this goes all the way back to 1959, 60 era, somewhere in there, 58, 59, or 60, because that's when NASA started, right? And the thing was that we weren't going to go to Antarctica and declare land for ourselves, right? I think the Germans were known for doing it. So there was this guy, and he went down and did a scientific expedition with 5,000 men, which almost sounds like a military event. But anyway, they did it for science, according to the narrative. And this Operation High Jump, right, where they got over the wall that Captain Cook wrote about when he sailed around the Earth and said that he couldn't penetrate the wall. Around the Earth. He sailed around Antarctica, right? Anyway, he was always off on his reckoning too. So when he charted himself down there, he was always off. Anyway, it's a rabbit trail. The land, New Schwabia. Okay, so according to Admiral Richard E. Byrd, which leaded all these things, and he was the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy.
I just read about him over the summer. I read a long thing about him.
Cool. Well, he went down there on Operation Fishbowl, and it was called Dominic. So Dominic means of the Lord, and Fishbowl. So Fishbowl of the Lord was what those operations were called. And they went down there and allegedly got some rocks. And it's funny because they gave a rock to the what was it, the Dutch? Yeah, they gave moon rocks to the Dutch, and it was petrified wood. Oops. Yeah.
I
Moon rocks.
think you're so high jump and high jump. Dominic and Fishbowl is where they shot quote unquote nukes at the sky, right? And high jump and deep freeze is where they went to Antarctica.
Yeah, I think you're right, bro. I got confused.
No problem.
I said, I'm tired. Thank you for correcting me.
No problem. But point is that these government missions, they admit they've done it, right? They shot Why would you shoot a nuke in the sky, man? What the fuck? Just crazy shit.
But we don't like to talk about, you know, the firmament because it gets into speculating, right? We do speculate. We have a real strict rule that if you're not ready to back up and cite your source for what comes out of your mouth in this room, you're going to say that you're speculating. So we try to stay away from stuff that we speculate about and we'll stick to the stuff that's verifiable, because the thing is that you can do this yourself. You don't need NASA or a $1 trillion budget to go out and test the water for yourself. And that's why we tell you to go do it directly.
Right.
So the important thing to remember when looking at all this information, and we're just hitting you with a bunch of it, but you said you're a speaker, so I guess you're used to consuming information.
Yes.
So the thing about this thing is that it's verifiable, and it's not without your means. Anybody can do it with a what do they call, like a closet mirror, like a tall mirror.
Mm-hmm.
You can reflect sunlight from the water, or get some binoculars. So yeah, man, this is the thing that you should definitely go out and do when you get a chance. But the whole thing about the firmament, we just know that we're contained because there's gas pressure, and the very definition of gas pressure, it's not that it implies containment, it's the necessary antecedent. Like, you can't eat a steak without first having a cow.
Right.
So if you're eating a steak, you know cows exist. If you're breathing, you know there's gas pressure.
That was one of the things that, yeah, definitely made me.
Yeah, sorry to take away your space, bro. You know, you can still play video games, but it's going to be like WCW or WWF, right? You're going to have to suspend disbelief long enough to enjoy that off the top rope maneuver, because Star Wars is just a space opera, bro. It's absolutely nothing real, nothing scientific. In fact, it started out as science fiction, and then, according to what's
George?
the name? The old Star Trek. The old Star Trek guy said there's no difference between science fiction and science fact.
Shatner.
Shatner, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of got hijacked, the whole word science. So what we're doing is we're in the middle of a reformation, and we're reforming back to the scientific method, and we're going to reject all pseudoscience, and we're going to point it out, and we're going to tell the truth, and whatever happens, happens.
Here's something to consider as far as losing space. Every kind of concept humans come up with is always kind of not that fantastical compared to the reality we usually discover. So we lose this man-made concept idea of space and other planets and aliens, but most likely the world we're existing in, there's a lot of fantastical things to probably that's yet to be discovered out there. I'm sure of it. And that's actually real. We just need to, get people on board with this and get it done.
I agree with this guy. So the problem is that we've been chasing our tail with E equals MC squared for 100 years, while meanwhile technology has went underground and has progressed underground, while meanwhile on the surface it is completely retarded in the sense that it has been slowed down and repressed and suppressed and outright waged war against. There's certain ideas that you can't have, or you'll get blackballed if you invent a carburetor that goes 300 miles to the gallon. If you tell anybody about it or take it to a mechanic, it might cost you your life, because you don't want to stand up against big pharma, big oil, big tobacco, any of these things, right? And if you do, you're not going to be a doctor anymore. You're going to get blackballed. They'll just take it away. Even though you paid for it, they're just going to take it back like it was theirs to give. They invented it. They created it. They can do what they want to with it. So your degree can go bye-bye if you talk about the wrong things. But that doesn't mean there still isn't information out there, right? Like I showed you a few things that were like published, right? So it's like the first sip of science will make you an atheist, right? But at the bottom of the cup, there's God waiting for you. That's a famous quote by some smart guy that I can't remember his name. So it's like you got to study the real science.
I can bring you even
Wasn't it?
closer.
Was it not the physicist from the 60s or so? What's his name? Feynman?
I think so. Something like that. It was some smart guy.
I like that. I'm just looking to say something.
So if you do all this research, and you really look thoroughly into this, and I'm not talking about preliminary research on Wikipedia and,
No.
the anti-flat earthers, like, the science guys, right? Like, if
I
you
just
do
believe
real
like,
research, you're either going to
yeah.
be a coincidence theorist, right? Where you just believe in so many coincidences, like you said earlier, with the moon being the same size as the sky, apparently. The moon's the same size as the sun, apparently, in the sky. I get dyslexic when I get tired. Anyway, yeah, what are the chances of that, right? And it's exactly 400 times larger, the sun, and 400 times further away. So I would say do your research and take your time and maybe listen to podcasts at like 1.5, right? While you're doing dishes or while you're driving. And, but yeah, the most important thing is to go out and make the measurement. And it's not an experiment. And that's the thing. If you stick around here, you're going to learn we're real particular about words and the meaning thereof and citing your source. Like, there's a lot of stuff I said tonight that I just didn't cite my source on. But if it's okay if I keep sending you stuff, I can send them eventually. I just sent you a bunch of
No,
memes.
that'd be very much appreciated.
Yeah, okay. I'll cite you some sources. But I would definitely encourage you to go to this Quantum Race channel that I'm about to send you.
Okay.
Because a lot of the stuff comes from him.
All right, and what was the name of the kind of more mainstream organization again? The Flat Earth Society?
All right, say that again.
The other organization that you had brought up in the beginning that might be more controlled opposition, or however you termed it.
Right, the Flat
They're
Earth
called
Society.
Flat Earth Society. Okay.
Right.
Just want to make sure in case I come across anything, from them.
Yeah, if it's Flat Earth Society if it says something like fall off the edge, the Flat Earth Society is all over the globe. They'll say stupid stuff like that the Earth is a disk rising through space upwards at 9.8 meters a second squared. They basically say stuff to keep you in the space programming. They want you thinking about outer space so that they can have alien invaders and, pull that off.
Gotcha.
They need
Was there
space.
some type of like schism at some point, or it just kind of was always
Oh no, yeah.
branched off?
Controlled opposition, that's got to be old when Babylon was young. If you think about Vladimir Lenin, the easiest way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. That's
Right.
that's an old communist tactic, probably older than communism.
Yeah, definitely makes sense.
But yeah, I sent you something. Or wait, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't send it. All right, so yeah, that YouTube channel right there is a playlist. It's a science education. If you want to consume it quickly, you can just fast forward till he pulls out like the notes and you see like the white background and the color lettering. Just fast forward to that part and you can consume it pretty quickly that way. But basically, it goes over some of the stuff I went over earlier about science, and he definitely 100% cites the sources. So that whole thing is going to be great. If you go to like Flat Earth Proofs, that's another one. Anyway.
Got it.
Thank you again, guys.
Yes, no problem, bro.
looking through everything.
You get a chance to look at that encyclopedia I sent you? Or the screenshots of the encyclopedia?
The first ones?
Mm-hmm. Did you check those out?
Mm-hmm.
I figured you like those.
Yeah,
But
very much into history.
I'm sending you some other things. Specular reflection. So you a gamer? You understand ray tracing and how it works?
No, I'm not a gamer.
So you know how mirrors reflect light. If the mirror is bent in any kind of way, that it's going to distort the light and it's going to look funny.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a perfect reflection, the mirror must be perfectly flat.
Yes.
That's what those last images are about. And the bottom one is an amazing photograph from the
The salt
largest salt
flats?
flat. Yeah, it's just magnificent, isn't it?
Yeah. My sister saw them in real life. But they're amazing.
But most importantly, they're correctly named, unlike everything else in the upside down world. The world really is a stage.
Yeah. Really incredible. These Egyptians, they always manage to pop up when like truth is discussed. Oh, I know. Sorry, last question. Um, Captain Cook was mentioned, and I think you said that he had said that he ran into a wall. I had never heard that before.
Did I kill the chat?
Sure did kill it, Hanks. Nothing new. Just kidding.
Yeah, I know I killed it. Knocked it out of the park.
People gotta sleep, bro.
When do you sleep, bro? You're always on here.
I don't sleep. I actually do. I do sleep. But now I'm working.
I've been a night owl here lately. Guess I got a bit of the insomnia. Oh, but I do sleep. I sleep good. Just usually after the sun comes up here lately.
Good job talking to that guy earlier. I heard the conversation for a while. Most of it.
Another day at the office.
Too bad he didn't give you a job.
He can't handle the competition.
You did heard the conversation we had with that Mario character. Remember that Mario?
Some of it.
Yeah, he came LARPing and stuff, and it's cool that we kept our cool, and just spoke to him, and then he dropped the character. Was kind of fun.
He probably does the character because his accent's a little strange, and he probably does it the same way that I do the Hank Hill character. He just kind of incorporated it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought anyway.
Yeah.
Because Mario is such a beloved character, it benefits him to be well liked. I learned that about this character after I adopted it.
You can do the Hank Hill talking.
Foreigners say that I don't have to try, like people that are from Texas.
Yeah.
They say that I don't even have to try. I mean, I could do it better if I tried.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with Mario than Hank Hill, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, you could tell that guy was already red pilled. He just needed to hear the arguments.
Yeah, he was willing to listen to the information and process it. Yeah.
I threw everything at him but the kitchen sink, bro. I filled his chat section or DM section up. I filled it up.
I like the way you put about the the cycles of the luminaries and how you put it together with the sundial and how the clocks that we use today are based on the sundial and how that you made it sound pretty cool. And I think you know people will put the whatever we say about the luminaries as speculation, but I do like to add points like that to the observations that we do from the luminaries.
I mean, to me, that's common knowledge. I guess there is a way to put it, and I don't want to tell you in person, so I'm going to tell you this in private. We'll send you a DM real fast.
Yeah, and that clock keeps ticking. I I I guess it was designed by the designer to reach a certain time and a certain hour of a certain day. Who knows when?
Did you get my message? Or are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving, but you DM me?
I did.
I'll check it.
How long ago was this supposed to have happened, Jimsy?
What was the question?
What happened?
I just said g'day to you, Jimsy, and Hank Hill, but you were saying something about something's going to happen. Just assumed that was supposed to happen 6-7 years ago when I first come across this outfit, and it hasn't happened yet. So when is what you just said's going to happen?
I don't think he made any predictions.
No, I didn't say something was gonna happen. I'm saying we were just speculating about something. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay, that's all good.
NLP?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you'd keep that quiet. That's why I sent it to you in messaging.
Is just a flat earther yet?
Yes, we are flat earthers. Hi.
Yeah.
No, sorry,
Hello,
Get Baguette.
Jazza.
Hey, Get Baguette, how are you?
Yeah, good, not bad. Going to work, yeah, having the coffee before,
I'm having coffee too. I'm such an idiot.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Get Baguette, we have spoken before, but yeah, no, I found about it Flat Earth in April the 15th, 2015 to be precise. But no, I'm not a flat earther.
That's about when I made my appearance
Well,
on the Flat Earth team.
to be honest, that's not how do I say, like, you sound like someone who is pretty well informed, 2015 was like the last train for people to find out about things.
stuff.
Yeah, and because of what I did and what I do, I understood, I guess you could say. So I couldn't jump on the train, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, mate, because it's
Yeah,
extremely
well,
flat.
it
The train,
doesn't click with you. I get that.
they don't calculate any curvature, mate. The train's flat. It
Nah.
has to be flat. Can't go around the bend.
Yeah,
You seen
well,
if you flew a
Hank,
helicopter? Come on,
Hank,
come on, man. My
trains don't work
helicopter,
like that, mate.
it's
Trains
flat.
don't work like that, mate.
Trains don't work on flat tracks, mate. What have you lost your mind?
No, trains don't. They don't have to take into curvature for they take in gradients.
Right, but they don't calculate for curvature over thousands of miles.
Yeah, because thousands of miles the gradient is negligible, so that's why they don't account for it.
It's so negligible we can't detect it, bro. That's right.
So
Now
negligible
you're on
that
the
it's
right
not.
track, mate.
I am on the right track, mate. If you've swapped the tracks on me, Jesus Christ.
Well, when you dance with Hank Hill, you're gonna get the propane.
Oh, I
Are
love your propane tank thing. I really do.
you Australian,
It just
Jazza?
fucking works, mate.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't. That's what makes it so hilarious. No, get. No, I'm a Kiwi.
Kiwi? What's that? Those fruits.
The tropical fruit, mate. You know
New
he's a little
Zealand.
fruity,
Yeah.
man.
Ah, New Zealand. I see. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's like you have to
Kiwi is a
cross the
very
sea.
yummy fruit.
You see, get. There's a city, 300 kilometers north of me, and that's where the major US base and the New Zealand base for flying hundreds of scientists to Antarctica every winter.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, or just look it up. Christchurch, New Zealand.
Yeah.
Christchurch.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's interesting to get in contact with them and ask them stuff. Hey, bring me some ice from Antarctica. Some real ice.
maybe I know.
Yeah.
I literally know that I could go and have a beer with, not tomorrow because it's summer, but in the off season and in winter, at least 30 pilots I could go and have a beer with that have just come back from Antarctica. My best mate that lives at my local airport, he was a photographer.
Come on, man.
He
30
was
pilots coming from Antarctica, Jazza. You're pulling
seriously, dude.
hairs here. You're pulling
Seriously.
hairs. Okay, one or two guys. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
And okay. In saying that, and there isn't 30 pilots there at once, but there's at least 20. What I'm saying is, in total, I know personally at least 30 pilots that have done tours there. And a guy that a mate that lives literally 500 meters away from me is going to Antarctica on next Thursday.
So the world is flat.
Oh, he'll be able to tell us. He's going on a C-17 from the American Air Force because that's the only military shit that's in Antarctica.
Bring one of them in here, Jazza. One of these guys that fly to Antarctica.
No. I've asked them. I've asked them, and they've just gone no.
Come on, man.
And I can understand
it doesn't
why.
have to be. Look. It doesn't have to be official. Like, hey, I'm this guy working here and doing that. Blah blah. No, we are not a television station or stuff like that. It's just chat between civilians.
Yeah, I know, but but to them, because they've been there, they know what it is. They are. I have literally begged them, and I'll be honest with you right now. They don't want to do it, not because they're forced to
Get
be
their
not
asses handed
allowed.
to them.
No. They don't want to do it because it's literally like I'm not going to fucking waste my time talking about a heap of bullshit because I've fucking been there.
They're probably too honest and they don't want to lie about triangles.
Well, Hank, see, that's the thing. You can think that way all you like, but doesn't make it true, though, does it?
Oh, so they are dishonest and they will lie about triangles. They just don't want to do it on here
You
for some.
just proved what I just said, Hank.
Actually, the opposite of not lying about triangles is lying about triangles. So if I can think about it whichever way I like, I'll think about it the other way if you like.
Okay, so Hank, either way, you just proved what I just said. You proved it either way. I'm sorry that you can't understand that you just did that, but you did. How?
Yeah, I'll listen. I'll go mute. How did I prove you right?
You just said that. I can't even remember what you just said because it was that fucking stupid.
If you're not going to back a claim, I'll just dismiss it just the same.
Okay, we'll do that. But next time I'll be sure to be eagle-eyed on what you just said about a triangle being curved because what the fuck?
Well, it's not a triangle anymore once it's curved.
Well, no, it still can be. But you'd have to make it. Well, get beget and all, and on a globe Earth, you'd have to make it not be a right angled triangle. It would be a really
I'm meaning in the geometrical sense of speaking. There is a name. There is a specific name for those shapes united, 3 points united by curved lines. They are not triangles, but there is a geometric word for it.
Yeah. I know what you mean, and you could literally have a triangle.
You can draw a triangle, yes, between using 3 points. Yeah, I give you that.
It doesn't have to be 3 straight lines. The corners only have to be 90 degrees.
Then it wouldn't be a triangle, Jazza. do we need to teach you a shape? Is it that hard?
Hang on, Roger. Roger, what is the primary principle that defines a triangle?
It has 3 straight lines.
3? No. It has 3 lines of equal lengths.
Yeah, but
I could draw you
when you were explaining
hang on,
straight lines, Jazza, or it wouldn't be a triangle, right?
Yeah.
No, it just needs 3 lines with equal angles.
Straight lines, yes, straight lines.
No. It just needs 3. It needs 3 angles of 90 degrees that have and both lengths of between all 3 degrees have the same lengths. That's a triangle.
Straight lines, Jazza. Straight lines.
No, okay. And in the Netherlands, that'll be okay.
Wait, Jessa, are you saying that when you draw triangles, you draw these lines in a curve to make the triangle?
No, I'm trying to find a way that I can make a triangle that is a triangle that is not what you're saying.
Have you ever drawn a triangle?
I did once when I was 6 months old, and so that was
Jazza,
that was
Jazza.
39 years ago.
No disrespect, but does your elementary school teacher still lives?
Yes, she does, and she's batshit crazy.
She's crazy?
She's batshit crazy.
Why? What do you mean she's batshit crazy?
She's a hoarder.
I don't know what's that, but okay. Can you get in touch with her?
No, I'd rather not, to be fair.
Why? Is there like childhood trauma or what?
Well, there is childhood trauma because she taught us when I was 5, and I was the only kid in the fucking room of 30 kids that she would sit in the corner of the room at the end of the day and go, "Everyone give me a hug." And I was like, "Fuck this, I'm not hugging you, bitch." And went the complete opposite
Yeah, you
way.
have to get over that. You know? Yeah.
Jassa
But
said that he drew a triangle when he was 6 months old. I think that's why in his mind is imprinted that this triangle didn't have any straight lines because he
Oh,
was 6 months.
oh shit, Gemsy, that must be why I think I'm fucking Tesla and Einstein combined.
what I'm suggesting is something like if we can get your elementary school teacher in here, and when we talk about these geometry, shapes, and stuff, because these are the expert people who teach us
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the shapes in our early lives, in our childhood. These teachers. And I mean, it's not about them being right or wrong, it's about what they are teaching, and these teachers, when they teach geometry to children, they are not, there is no lying in there. That's just science, it's
Yeah, yeah.
mathematics.
But
Yeah.
I think if I could in the new year, I will
Yeah.
try and get my girlfriend to come on here. She's a big time anti-vaxxer, and
Oh.
and I've tried to tell her about the flat Earth because I could be a flat earther if I wanted to be, and I've talked her into it.
I know, you know all the arguments pretty well, like a poem. So I have no concerns about that.
but get
Yeah.
she's like fresh. She doesn't she
Yeah, it's
doesn't.
someone new exposing to
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
information. I get it, yeah.
And even me being on the complete opposite side, if you guys talked her into being a flat earther, I'd that'd be awesome.
Oh, nice. I'm
Guys,
glad to hear that coming from you, Jazza, to be honest. Yeah.
we have some real quick, guys. I don't want to interrupt you guys. It's a pleasant conversations that you're having, but we have someone that wants to
Yeah.
say something about triangles. We would like to allow some shared time in the VC real quick. So,
Sure,
uh,
Jamesy.
Hello?
Peter, the tribe eater, go right
Uh,
ahead and explain your point about triangles.
okay, so triangles, you were arguing before. What this guy was saying was killing me because it sounded stupid. I'm sorry to say, no offense. A triangle is any three lines and three angles that connect together, right? In any different variation of lengths and degrees, the thing that matters most is that all three of the angles add up to 180 degrees. That's what classifies it as a triangle. When you say something like a triangle has three equal lines, you're describing an equilateral triangle, That's not it's a type of triangle, but it's not the only type. You also have isosceles and you have scalene. Isosceles has 2 equal sides, and a scalene has 3 unequal sides and unequal angles. So that's everything you need to know about triangles. Man, that was fucking killing me not being
All
able
right.
to say that. Holy shit.
But what about a triangle with curved lines?
No such thing. It's not a triangle. It's a fucking random shape.
Right. Jazza.
It's not random.
No, Skeeter. If you've got 3 angles that equal 90 degrees, you can have a 2-3 degree arc between those.
What? A triangle
Yeah,
has to
I
have
muted the
180
guy.
degrees, or
Hold on.
it's not a
Hold on.
triangle. It has to have 300,
Unmute.
180 degrees between the 3 angles connecting the 3 lines.
We know that, bro. Listen,
Yeah.
he's the globe
I feel like
earther,
he's trolling,
right?
man. Like, it's killing me. I have OCD.
No, he's serious.
And listening to that
He's a
is
globe
like,
earther. That's what we have to deal with. I muted the guy because he was just going to argue with you, and I don't know why you would argue something
He's an
so simple.
anti-flat earther.
He's an
He's an
anti-flat earther, so don't think that he's a flat. I don't know who you are, but I don't want you to think you're one of us, right?
okay. Well, I mean, I don't believe in flat Earth, but I mean, I still have a conversation about it. I find it
Right.
interesting. You know what I mean?
Right, but I just wanted you to know that he wasn't a flat earther. He claims to be a helicopter pilot, so I'm going to go unmute him now.
I don't know about
So I
that. He
can mute
sounds like
you.
a pathological liar, but from what I've been listening to. But I mean, like, it's 6 years old and drawing triangles. Who the fuck remembers when they were 6 months old? Sorry, 6 months old, not 6 years. My bad. Who remembers that?
Skeeter, I get you. You're onto it.
Like, I think I know when I was born, and I remember the 3 doctors pulling me out of my mom's womb, but that could also be a made-up memory that I convinced myself is fucking real, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the flat earthers that believe that.
Whether you're flat earth or globe earth, that doesn't make a difference to me because I'm Christian, so who cares what the shape is? I'm saved anyway. You know what I mean? That's how I see it, so.
Well, if you are Christian, then it means you care about the place where you live, your home. I mean, you have a certain set of rules inside your home where your guests are allowed to do certain things, but certain things they are not allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
reasonable.
this
I pay
means
for the space,
law,
space, yeah.
law, order, and judgment. And you know your home, yeah. You know where the kitchen sink is. You know where the toilet. You know where the bedroom.
Of course I do. I've
Where
been
the
paying rent here
closets.
for 15 years,
Yeah,
man. 15 years I've been in this
yeah.
unit.
Well, if I tell you, you have no closets in your house. They don't exist. Are you going to believe me?
No, because I know I have closets.
If I tell you you're not eating on a table, but you're eating on something called a floor.
Okay, so yeah, I get it. I get where you're getting around to. You want me to see it like, so why is it that you don't care about the shape of the earth? Well, the thing is your arguments, they're all observable. I can see in my room and my house. We're tiny creatures. We can't really fucking zoom out far enough, nor do we have access to the technology unless you want to fly a rocket and kill yourself like that other guy did. You know what I mean? Like make one of your own and you're not a rocket scientist, go ahead. That's your
That,
prerogative.
however, is not true. You can go measure it over over a large body of water that's at rest.
Okay, I'm not getting into semantics. I'm saying like I know going around the corner of my into my bedroom, I see I know I have a closet in there. Okay.
Correct.
I can't really like tell by looking out off my balcony whether it's flat or
And this is what we actually
You can
do.
measure it
The way
correctly.
you said, you have your closet in your room, the same we are saying that we went to big lakes and we did laser test measurements and it measured flat.
Okay.
And that's a problem.
Well, why is that? Why is that a problem?
Because on a ball, you have a geometric horizon.
A geometric horizon. What is a geometric horizon?
Geometric horizon is that thing when you look at the ball, you cannot see behind it.
If I look at the ball, I can't
You
see.
don't see the surface, which is on the other 180 degrees on the
Yeah,
other
so
side,
Skeeter,
the back of it.
imagine a pregnant woman and she moves
Yeah,
her hand over her belly, and at one point her hand is behind her belly. She can't see her hand anymore, right?
Okay.
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
That's
But
geometrical obstruction because of the shape of the world.
so
And
geometrical obstruction is the one side of a shape being you're not able to see it because of the shape of the object.
yeah, it's
Is that
just
what that
like a hill. Yeah. When you look at
so
the hill, you see the front of it, but behind it, you have to go on top of the hill to start seeing
so if I'm
behind
looking
the
at a
hill.
hill from is going up and over
Yeah,
and I can't see over it, the part that I
yeah,
can't see, the reason I can't see it is because of a geometric obstruction. Is that right?
exactly, correct.
I've never heard that
Yeah.
term. I don't know what a geometric obstruction is.
It means the boat went over the horizon. You can't see it because of the curvature, right?
I mean, I don't know. There could be other factors. There could be humidity in the
Wow,
air bending light at a
that's
certain
honest.
thickness. I don't fucking know, man.
You should probably tell that to the anti-flat earthers because they usually ignore every other reason why it could be being blocked, like you said, atmospheric conditions, and they always go to, it has to be the Earth curve, and we show them stuff that should be completely blocked, like the Chicago skyline, and they say, but you can't see the bottom, you can't see the street level.
You know
Like,
what threw me off
yeah.
on the flat Earth thing was a couple of years ago. I looked into it, and there was this guy named Rob Skiba. I think you've heard of him, and
Yeah.
he did this thing where he put a magnifying glass at the end of a table and put a picture of I think it was like a picture of some random city in a little picture, and it was on the table sitting upright, and he had the magnifying glass at the end of the table, and he pulled the magnifying glass back, and as he pulled it back, when you were looking horizontal through, like level through the glass and at the picture in the background, as you pulled the picture away in the background and left the magnifying glass there, it looked like the picture would sink. Now, people would equate that to atmospheric perspiration layering up over a distance and causing a bend in the light or whatever. But when I went and recreated this to see if what he was talking about was true, I noticed that he only used the very bottom portion of the magnifying glass to center it with the level of the edge of the table. But the thing is
What
when
was
you
it,
use
a
the edge of a
Fresnel
magnifying glass, can I finish? When you use the edge of a
Go ahead, sure.
magnifying glass and you pull back, you actually, when you're using the bottom part of it, you will see the picture will start to dip towards the part of the magnifying glass you're looking through. But if you look through the magnifying glass directly through the center of it and have that center lined up perfectly with the edge of the table, and that running to the bottom part of the picture, and you pull back, then you see that the picture doesn't dip or go up. So what I'm saying is he cheated in that experiment, and that's what made me angry with the whole
Wait a
movie.
minute, how is that cheating? He used the part of the
Because he
object
bent
to
the light a
demonstrate.
different
Hold
way.
on, bro. I'll let you
I need a
finish.
camera to show you what I'm
Hold on,
talking
bro. So I was going to say, how is that cheating if he used the instrument to get the desired effect that he was trying to illustrate and demonstrate?
because
So,
I don't look out of the bottom of my eye. I look through the center of it. We don't use the bottom part of the magnifying glass that distorts the image. We look through the center of it, right? When you look through the edges of it, it moves the image on the other side towards the part you're looking through when you
Correct,
pull it
but
away.
when you see in that video, he didn't claim that that lens is actually your eye. That lens is replacement for the atmospheric lensing effect.
Yes, that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
describe. Now, he didn't line it up perfectly center, though. If you look at the video, he uses the bottom edge of the magnifying glass when he pulls it
Yes,
back.
and
You're supposed to use the center of the
also,
magnifying glass because it gives you a different effect if you look through the edge of the
okay, I got a
magnifying
question.
glass.
I got a question. If you ask me to work on your car and I don't have the quite right screwdriver, so I replace the tip and get one just close enough to get the job done, does that mean I cheated you if your car starts when I'm done?
No, but we're talking about how an image bends, not whether I can get a screw tightened on a part of my car. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to illustrate a point to you, right? If you have a tool and you can't quite get it to work the way that it was designed for, like right through the middle, if you can manipulate the tool slightly to illustrate or use what you're trying to say, let me think how to say it. If you slightly manipulate the use of its tool from its standard thing to get it to do what you're trying to get it to do, how is that dishonest?
It's dishonest because he's using the bottom part of the magnifying glass so the picture dips when you pull back the picture, as opposed to using the center of the magnifying glass and all the picture in the background does is get smaller or seems to get further away, but it doesn't dip or veer off to the left or the right or the top or the bottom. It just shrinks into the background. It never dips over this thing that he's claiming is atmospheric lensing. Do
All
you
right,
get what
check
I'm
this
saying?
out. So the atmosphere is being represented by a lens in this case, correct?
Right, in that experiment, I suppose, yeah.
Right, he's demonstrating what the atmosphere is doing with a lens. That's why it's called atmospheric lensing, because the atmosphere is acting like a lens. When you put a magnifying glass over let's say, a flat um, Monopoly board, what portion is the little Monopoly man, the little things, are they going to be looking through if they're looking through the magnifying glass? The bottom or the middle or the top? Because remember the little piece on the Monopoly board, it's really small, right? The little metal piece. It's going to be looking through
Okay.
the bottom of the thing, right?
Okay.
So if the magnifying glass represents the atmosphere, you'd be looking through the bottom portion, seeing how you're only 6 feet tall.
Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna explain this. I'm trying to make sense here, but I feel like I'm being gaslit.
Well, I haven't done the experiment, so you know what? I may be completely misunderstanding you. And if that's what's going on, I apologize.
That's okay.
You're more than welcome to demonstrate on video what you're talking about and send it to me, and I'll be more than happy to look at it.
I don't have what I need to film it. And
How did Hank gaslight you? He was just trying to explain his position. How did he gaslight you?
I said I feel like I'm being
Okay,
gaslighted.
but
And
it's
the
not.
reason why is because I'm telling you how an experiment was set up not with the right conditions. It was some of it was altered and it wasn't done honestly. And that's why when someone tries to explain to me why it was done honestly or tries to make sense of it for me, I feel like I'm being gaslit. It's like I know 2 plus 2 is 4, but you're trying to explain it to me like, well, it could be 5 under this and this and this circumstance. It's like, no, buddy, we're talking about 2 plus 2 is 4. No smoke and mirrors, no like made up fucking versions of how reality can be altered through your perception of it and shit. None of that. We're talking about 2 plus 2. 2 units plus 2 units equals 4 units. I'm not going to say it's 5
Well,
or like
the
say, oh yeah, I
world
came up
the
with 5.
world is
Like, how
not
did
that
you get that?
simple.
I get that,
Yeah.
but using a magnifying glass and knowing how it functions and what its purpose is way simpler than trying to explain the world.
Okay, so you claim Dropskiba
Is he cheated? He was dishonest,
he cheated.
or he didn't know what he was doing and did
Okay.
it by accident. I don't know.
So I have a good one, right? Maybe you can be mad at the Globe Earth now. Do you see the image I just posted with the boat and the flag? With the boat and the flag on the boat.
Where am I looking?
Livestream voice text.
Livestream voice text.
Live. Sorry, I'm looking. Hold on a second.
Okay, you've been tagged a couple of times.
Oh, okay, I see it. Yes, there's a boat.
So the story goes, right? You can look this up on YouTube. This is from National Geographic, and they claim that the stripes are disappearing because of curvature. But where do we see the horizon on this image?
Where you see the horizon is slightly higher than the boat.
It's behind the boat, right?
Yes, and it's slightly up higher than the boat is.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
the
that
bottom part of the boat.
couldn't be curvature then. So why would National Geographic claim its curvature while the horizon is beyond the boat?
I don't really trust National Geographic
Right.
or NASA,
So
to be honest. But
I
I
have another
don't.
one, right? I have
Okay.
another one from PBS where they claim an helicopter went below curvature. So
Sorry, say that again.
a helicopter.
Yeah.
And they claimed I'm now getting the video. So they claimed that this was a PBS series done by, I think it was Stephen Hawking's.
I don't trust that guy either. I feel like he was
Yeah.
just like a figure to give the public an image of, look, here's a genius. This is what a genius
Right.
is like. You know what I mean? Like,
So
I don't
we
know what
have
the
this
fuck
series
that was
where
about.
they claim they prove curvature, and there's a helicopter, and then it goes down behind curvature, and it goes up. They claim, but when you scrutinize the video, they use the same frame twice, right? This isn't even. They cut. They if I'm not mistaken, they even took this out on their website, but. So for somebody to try and replicate with a magnifying glass, right? What you think is cheating, but could be
That's not what I said. No, you're twisting what I
I
said.
said could be,
I said the
right?
way he set up the magnifying glass was cheating because I had
Was
recreated.
cheating. Okay.
Yes, because I recreated that with a magnifying glass that was circular and pulled back, and the center of the lens was lined up with the edge of the table. Pulled back, the picture did not dip or veer to any edge of the magnifying glass. It went straight back and got smaller, which you would expect to happen, right? You wouldn't expect it to start turning out of the magnifying glass as you pull out, right? You'd expect it to get uh, smaller as you pull away, right? And bigger as you got closer. So why is it turning out to the left or the right or the bottom in his video's case is because he's using the bottom edge of the magnifying glass when he pulls back instead of the center. As for the boat thing you linked, have you ever looked down the highway on a hot day and you see on the road it's like doing this heat mirage shit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For all I know, there could be something like that at play.
I
Looking over
understand, right?
a long distance with sun reflecting, there could be
listen.
something optical happening.
I
I don't know.
understand, and this is what we are saying. Stuff disappearing bottom up can be demonstrated on a flat surface any day, right? That is what we are saying. So
Okay.
it is not Earth curvature yet. We have National Geographic going on, making a big documentary about it, claiming that the stripes disappeared because of Earth curvature. That is not even, that is lying, right? Because we see the horizon beyond the boat.
Well, I don't really trust much on TV these days, and
That's
after what's
good.
happened in the last 2 years, we all know this is bullshit fucking Agenda 2030 and the Zionists
Right.
are fucking
So
controlling shit. And the
so
Zionists
I've
are creating race baiting
yeah,
and shit and
well,
trying to deflect who the guy is that's causing it all and shit. It's
yeah,
them.
Skeeter, this is not the right place to talk about it. This is being live streamed to YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I've also posted. Oh, why doesn't it work? So another example of on the horizon, right? I'm going to post this one. Oh, it's posted. Do you see the live stream again? And
Yeah, I'm trying to look at these pictures.
Right. So another example of an horizon being beyond stuff, right? So this observation has been done from 1 foot. I can send you the video. It's not a problem. It's a still shot from a video. So you see the guy panning around, dropping down on his belly, 1 foot observer height, zooming in on these two oil rigs. We can clearly see that the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, 9.4 miles. But if the Earth
I'm
was
sorry,
a
hold
sphere,
on. Are you saying which one is the second oil rig to you? Is that
It's-
the right one or the left one?
it's the left one, 9.4 miles.
Okay. So, and behind that one, you see the horizon slightly.
Correct. Yes. So
Yeah.
if the Earth was a globe with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further then 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. This is the globe math, right? We didn't come up with it. This is
I feel
just
like
how.
okay, you're giving me the math on how far you can see before it supposedly turns over the edge and you can't see any further.
So yeah,
Yeah.
the horizon, right? The
Okay.
leading edge of a sphere, the point where a pregnant woman, when she rubs over her belly, where
Why
her
do you guys
hand.
keep using the pregnant women
It's an
example?
excellent
What
demonstration. It's
what
an
is going
excellent.
on?
It's an
It's
excellent because
real.
we all know how pregnant women look and what happens when she moves her hand over her belly. That's something we all know. So
Oh,
I could
okay.
talk about a basketball and two ants and his friend walking away, right? It's
Sure.
also a good one. But so the horizon, the leading edge of a sphere on the globe Earth, cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. This is the globe geometric limitation. Yet we are seeing it 10 times further, right? Thus, Earth is not a ball with a radius of 39. Because if we do the calculations with an horizon distance that's 9.4 miles away, it would be that the Earth has a radius of 250,000 miles. Okay?
Okay. I'm trying to follow it. I'm not very good at all the numbers.
That
It's not.
implies that the Earth was supposed to have a radius from the center of the Earth to the Moon. That's how big the Earth was supposed to be.
The Earth is supposed to have a radius that is the
The
length of
distance from the Earth to the Moon, yeah.
is the same as the radius of the Earth. Is that right?
Well,
No.
that's how big the Earth was supposed to be for you to be able to see 10 times further.
Okay. Can we simplify this? Make it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow you. Can you like make it in? Explain it to
Okay,
me. Like,
so we have
explain it to me like
a
I'm five, man.
yeah. So we have a basketball, a basketball that is conform the what's the game, the NHL, the whatever, right?
Standards, yeah.
The standards, right?
The size.
It's a league basketball. It's a standard size. So every basketball team, when having a match, has the same basketball size and it's pumped
Standard.
up. So standard, right? It's a standard
Yeah.
basketball.
Yeah.
Inform
Dimension.
legislations. Okay, so
Yeah.
on this basketball, we can see that the leading edge of this basketball would be at, I don't know, let's call it, give it a number, 3-4 centimeters, right? 4 centimeters, there would be the leading edge of that basketball. But now suddenly we can see 10 times further than that. This
40.
leading edge of this basketball is suddenly 10 times further than this, right? So effectively making the ball 10 times bigger if it was a ball, right? But we're now talking about Earth. If Earth was a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles at
So what you're
1 foot
telling me is
observer height.
based on the size of the Earth,
Yes.
you can only have 1.225 miles of vision from the surface of
Well,
it to
no.
the edge.
Yes.
No. Yeah, the horizon should
Roughly
start.
like 5 point something. You know, on average, people are about 5'9".
Yeah.
That's like average.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
so
5'9",
like
5-6
5'10" is about
miles.
average. You know, like
yeah.
so. And I'm sure
So
that won't make a very big difference in the scale of things. To be honest, me being about, I'm 5'7". You know, I'm
mhm.
not very tall. So me
Okay.
being there, you know, I'm not gonna. I'll probably go down flat on my stomach, but it's not gonna make a big difference. You know what I mean? At all. Not anything observable anyway. You know what I mean? For me to see out to the horizon is 1.25 miles. You're saying, right? Like even if I
Sorry.
was laying
Well,
down, it would be the same thing. I'm pretty sure, right?
No. So if you are at 1 foot, 1.225 miles, and if you go higher on a globe Earth, the horizon would move further, right? But we are
That would make
saying,
sense. Yeah.
but we are saying the horizon is not an actual physical location. It's an apparent location, right? It moves with atmospheric conditions. So if it's foggy, it can come closer. If it's a beautiful crisp day, you can look for
So what you're
tens
telling
and
me,
tens
the
of
word you're
miles.
looking for is the horizon is subjective to the observer, is what you're trying to say.
It's subjective, yeah, and
Based
no,
on this
and
and
it,
this and this conditions is what you're
yes,
saying.
yes. It's
Yeah.
not a geometric location of a ball Earth, because we have
No,
this
it's a reference
observation.
point based on, a point of observation. From that point, we see this to be the horizon. That has to be exactly the way it is for that observation to be made. It's subjective to where the person is looking from.
Right.
Okay, we're past that. So what's your point?
Yeah. The point is, if we can see 10 times further than the globe geometric limitation, then Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959.
Where do we see 10 times further, and what 10 times further are we talking about?
So I'm going to post it again.
Okay.
So the 2 oil rigs, right?
Yeah.
So this observation was done at 1 observer height. According to globe math, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. We are at 1 foot observer height. We see the horizon safely beyond. We can say it's safely beyond 9.4 miles. If you watch the whole video, it will show you even an island at the background, right?
Yeah.
So, but for this
So
argument,
this
we
picture
will,
is a screenshot from a video that someone
yes.
put words over. Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I will show you. I will post you the original video. But the point here is that if the Earth, again, if it was a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles, then this horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, and we are seeing it 10 times further.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So what you're trying to say is they have it written down as this is the set math. This is the set, not like, how we know what 0 degrees Celsius is. We all agree on what that is, and we all know we all know that negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit meets up with negative 40 degrees Celsius for some reason. And we have that set as a standard. Everyone knows, like, it's not like we use old measurement units like the British foot or the Egyptian foot or the fucking Indian foot or some shit. We have a standard, right? So based on their standard, on a 3,900 and whatever it is, did you say diameter or radius?
Radius.
Radius ball, we should see, based on the math of how a sphere works, because a sphere only has different sizes. You can't really change the shape of a sphere. That goes back to the argument about you can't make triangles with curves, okay? Because a sphere is a fucking sphere, okay? There's no such thing as a triangle with curves, okay? So you're saying, based on that set scale they gave us and the equation they gave us to figure out how far out we can see to the horizon based on that standard sphere, we see 10 times further than what they say mathematically we should be able to see. And therefore, because of that, that should explain that it's flat and goes out far enough for it to be 10 times further as far as what we can render with our eyes, compared to their version of what the standard of a sphere is and how far, depending on the scale of that, how you can scale that equation to work on different size spheres. But it all comes back to the same ratio of the planet being observable out to the horizon. And you just have to alter, what size of sphere you're putting into the equation.
Right.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
So what you're trying to say is, because of their equation not making sense and us being able to see 10 times further, then the world is flat.
The point is that it is measurably flat. So
right. So you're not declaring it flat, even though I understand that you probably would. We're saying that you're at least laying the grounds that, okay, do we agree that this math seems fucked up because it shouldn't, and I can see 10 times further than they say I should be able to fucking see on this sphere. So what the fuck is going on that should raise alarms is what you're trying. Okay.
Yes.
I get
And
what
it's
you're
not
saying.
only this, right? It's not only this specific observation. I mean, the Guinness Book of World Record longest distance photograph is 274 miles away. You see mountains 274 miles away.
You're
W-
describing the Robotham experiment, sort of,
mm,
right?
no, yeah, that is the Bedford
I mean,
level.
it's related to it, isn't it? Wouldn't it
Yeah,
be?
the Bedford level is that. Yeah,
Sorry, I
Bedford
gotta go
level.
blow my nose. I'm just snorting like crazy. Give me a sec. I got chronic sinusitis. Just give me a sec.
Mm.
Meanwhile, you giving this great talk with this guy about there's no curvature measured anywhere, and there's another guy in the chat asking how do earthquakes work? Like how do
Yeah, Rusty
earthquakes work?
is streaming again. He's streaming for his audience on Twitch. He's trying to be a clown again. So it's.
Hey, do you guys want some coffee? I can make a pot.
You can order me some from
No, I have
like
to step out
how do
for
you
a while, so I have to step out.
you can order me some coffee like in Uber Eats or DoorDash and send it to a
Hold on.
designated spot.
Who the hell orders coffee from Uber Eats? What the hell, man?
Yeah, in the Northeast, coffee from Starbucks delivered to your destination, to your spot, it might go to about $35.
Exactly. Who the fuck would do that? Are you crazy?
People do that.
Oh my gosh, dude. A generation of fucking finger cookers, like finger cooking, like Boston pizza. Skip the dishes, skip the responsibilities, skip the chores, skip the discipline, just instant gratification to the point of it being oversaturated and not meaning shit.
A great
Oh my
way to
god.
put it, bro.
Like, how the fuck can you. Buddy, I bought a brewer. It's like $24, a Toastmaster, makes good fucking coffee. Oh, by the way, I would recommend even if you're environmental, buy the fucking the paper filters, because trying to clean that fucking steel the steel mesh one, it just, the gunk builds up, and even if you do the vinegar thing where you like boil it through and whatever, it's still never gonna taste like a fucking fresh cup of coffee ever again. So use the paper ones, that's what I use. And then I buy the McDonald's fucking Arabica, sorry, the medium roast premium dark blend, which is what they use at McDonald's, right? But that was Tim Hortons' old recipe, right? So McDonald's bought shares into the person or the provider of that coffee bean, and Tim Hortons got a new recipe, and Tim Hortons' new fucking coffee is shit. It's got like this filmy residue on it after you take a sip, and yeah, the McDonald's coffee is just fucking great, man. You can drink it straight black. It's fucking, I don't know, man. It's just good. McDonald's coffee used to suck before they took that recipe.
So now it's good.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would, but if you go to McDonald's, ask them to make it in the aluminum canister. When they make it in that fucking giant bin, it's got this like residual shit that leaks into the coffee from the liner that's inside, and those dudes are, what is it? Like most employees at McDonald's, they don't even fucking do their job. They think going to work is showing up and standing around until the fucking clock says 5 o'clock, and then they go home. Like, there are actual duties to be done, and I'm pretty sure they're skipping cleaning the coffee cleaner. So get it out of the aluminum kettle. Because you ever had Coca Cola out of a fucking can? It's great. Out of a glass bottle, it's fucking even better. Out of a plastic bottle, it tastes like shit. Like, you can taste the plastic. If you can't, well, I don't know. Get your taste buds checked or something.
Yeah, I can tell the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I'm just shooting the shit. That's why I came here.
that's cool.
I'll let you guys get back to whatever topic you were at. What are we talking about again? We got sidetracked onto coffee.
So the topic is that there's been tests done, and everything points, every practical thing that we do ever on everything we do, it points out to a flat, level, motionless, contained ecosystem dynamic ecosystem. So there's no when anyone goes to try to prove the ball or the spinning globe, all they can come up with is cartoons and made up
Hey, I'm
stories.
gonna have to agree with you and disagree with you because I agree with you. I don't trust NASA. I don't trust the mainstream. I don't trust. Well, for stream purposes, I won't tell you who I don't trust, but everybody here already knows. I said it before, and I'm sticking with that. I don't trust them, and I don't trust anyone that's part of their company, even in a trickle down sense. If there's a parent company that's a parent company that's a parent company of something else, eventually it boils down to some like no name or some franchise or whatever, but it's all provided by the same shit. It all comes from the same root source. Okay, it's like comparable to Monsanto running the food chain, the
Yeah,
food.
they dilute everything into so many things that they might make it kind of difficult to get to the point. But you can go through reality and the real thing that is out there that you can actually pull out the tools, the measuring tools, and use the metrics to establish certain things, right? In reality, in the world, in the bodies of water and everything. Reality doesn't care about my opinion, your opinion, right? So it is what it is. So
Okay.
when someone says that the earth is a spinning globe, but when you go to the real thing and you don't find this spinning globe anywhere,
Okay.
their claim is just nonsense.
Am I a Christian that doesn't believe in the Bible? This guy. Oh, that's a good question. No, I'm not a Christian that doesn't believe in the Bible. I just don't interpret it the same way you do. And I know what we're going to get to. We're going to go to Isaiah 40:22, and we're going to go to Job 27, whatever that other one was. You just didn't read it, lol. No, I did, actually. I read the entire New Testament and a lot of the Old Testament. Isaiah, Ezekiel, a little. I watched the movie for Jeremiah. Genesis is like, well, everybody, like, Genesis is a very staple book of the 66 canon. Like, there's not much to know about that other than the origins, but there's a lot of information in there that you would probably use as backing to your belief. I want to know. So I want to know, what will it do for me if I believe the world is flat or a globe?
You'll no
What
longer be
is?
suffering from psychosis from mass hypnosis from the television, mainstream media, and the Federal Reserve System that only wants to make you a
I
slave
don't listen to
smart
them
enough.
already. So
Okay,
what do
go
you
ahead.
mean
You
by
don't want to
that?
know the answer? That's fine. Sure, go ahead.
I well, I assumed your answer. I'm sorry. Can you finish it for me?
Well, I'm just saying that they only want you to be smart enough to pull the levers, not smart enough to ask any questions. So once you break through your psychosis and you start seeing the world a little more clearly for what it actually is, your worldview is going to change, and that's going to have a dramatic impact on the way that you view the world, experience things, and do research.
Oh my God! Did you choose Hank Hill because you kind of sound like him, and now I'm starting to think you're Hank Hill?
No, it's pareidolia. It's something that I heard in my first speech online. They were listening, and some guy popped in like halfway through me monologuing and said, "Did I just hear Hank Hill talking about the flat Earth?" So I just ran with it.
Well, see, I don't know if I'm. Is it C4T or C? I don't cut CUT cut. I don't know what that character in the middle is, but he's talking to me in chat about me not reading it. Like I said, there are some pages you can pull up of different interpretations of it being said in like French and Italian, where it says sul globo della terra. Now, globo means globe, but I mean in the English you'll see it says circle of the earth. So I mean, are you saying that God only speaks to English people, and the only people who get, the gospel are people who speak English specifically, or is it that it was originally in Hebrew and then translated to Greek, and now see, like, that's the problem is when you try to like argue points with the Bible based on different types of well, Yeah, I think you think it's funny, but I can pull it up if you want the proof that I'm claiming the globe is in the Bible. Yeah, I can bring it up. It's in Italian and in French. Would you like me to bring it up for you? You
You
can.
think maybe Italy being so close to Rome may have been influenced by their heliocentric, sun-worshipping
Well,
religion? That's
Constantine was a sun worshiper who, falsely claimed to be Christian in the end, according to what we know, based on like historical documents and evidence in like statues and different types of memorabilia and things with symbolism that he built or had built for him. Like the statue of him holding up the sun or whatever. Like this, we were talking about the sun worshiper or whatever. Like we're talking about Constantine here, like 327 A.D. brought Christianity as the religion for Rome or whatever. I think it was like he wanted to unite the people under. He didn't want to have like uprise or something, so he tried to bring it together. Is what my understanding is. I'm not 100% certain on it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you did an excellent understanding of the history. You even read through the lines a little bit using discernment. I got to give you props because the original narrative is that he saw a cross in the sky in a vision and converted to Christianity when it was obvious that he was suffering from the "if you can't beat them, join them" mentality, and the fact that he didn't care
Okay.
about doctrine getting it correct. He only wanted to unify power under the empire, and the Messianic uprising was causing a serious rift in his power consumption. I'm sorry, power retainment,
Right.
and he had to make some decisions and made it the Catholicism was the unified religion of his empire so that he could consolidate his rule and power and consolidate his rule and power.
And also, it's very apparent that the Semites were getting very aggressive with their want for power. I mean, look at the crucifixion of Jesus. Pontius Pilate was like, "Why do you want to crucify this guy? Like he's innocent. I see no fault in him." Da, 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 da. And the Pharisees or the Sadducees, or I think it was the Pharisees, were like, "Crucify him!" It's like, who do you want me to let go? Barabbas, the murderer, or let this innocent guy go? Let the murderer go. Fuck that guy, And then like they were just yelling stuff in the crowd, and the crowd was like not even made up of citizens. It was like a fucking hand selected crowd to fucking go along with shouting for his death. And yeah, so I mean, like, there's an early sign, and it goes back further than that. Like, again, on your stream, don't want to get into the Semites because you can't get into that without fucking all shit going. It's really fucked up though. See, like, it's the one group of people. As soon as you start fucking investigating them, you're an anti-Semite. Like, as soon as you get closer to the truth, then alarms go off, and they're like, no, turn back, can't go this way, dead end, danger up ahead, turn back, and it's all bullshit. It's like they're hiding something behind all those fucking signs. You know what I mean?
Scientism, not science.
Signs. I meant like like the danger up ahead, and never mind. It's okay. I was painting a picture
Whatever.
there. uh, let's see. Did Kat want me to link where I saw that it's written in different language? It says Globo.
No, you don't have to convince us that the people who translate the Bible sometimes use their preconceived bias and their anchor bias to manipulate the text for their own personal benefits. You don't have to prove that to us at all, sir.
It's you sound like a fucking dictionary, man. That's very well said.
You only say that because you're a layman.
I'm a layman. Okay.
Are you?
So.
Are you a layman?
So, what? Like I'm a logical thinker or something, or?
No, I mean, do you have a college degree?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know the definition of your version of layman. So when I hear layman, I hear like in layman's terms, like simplify it for me, make it understandable and not complicated. So when you say layman, as in academic related layman, I'm not sure what that is. Can you explain that?
Well, I'll just explain it like this. I speak the common tongue, the common folk speak, and I do not speak the priesthood's language very well. How about that?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again. I was
speak
distracted.
The common tongue of the common man.
Yeah.
That the common folk speak.
Yeah.
And I do not speak the pseudo-intellectual word magician, weaponized speech of the
Liberal?
priesthood class.
Because I was thinking of liberals there. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I know what a pseudo-intellectual is. I'm more of a mechanical thinker than someone who is a linguist. So right out the gate. I play pool. I play golf. Those are the kinds of things I appreciate. So, mechanical reasoning and whatnot, I understand. Words, not so good with it. But yes, I agree. Some people like to add a lot of shit to make themselves sound smarter than they are. Well, like you say, pseudo intellectuals. But everything they're saying, they're just blowing hot air. It's just a really fancy
Well,
way of saying fuck all. You know what I mean? But you actually meant what you
uh,
said, and it made sense. Like that. Like I acknowledge that.
I want to
Appreciate your
ask you
kind
something
words.
about golf.
I'm sorry.
I want to ask you something about golf.
Glove.
Golf, the
Golf.
sport.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Do you account for the Earth's rotation when you shoot the ball at the hole? When you
No,
strike the ball? I
no,
mean, you have to take Coriolis into account.
no. Not to play golf. No.
Why not?
Why do you think golfers go through that in their head? Do you think they're doing that,
Well,
or do you think they just do it
Neil
over
deGrasse
muscle memory?
Tyson does.
It's
Neil
muscle
deGrasse
memory and
Tyson believes that.
technique. It's technique and muscle memory, and then a little bit of the wind and a little bit of reading the lay of the land, and after that, it's feel. Nobody actually goes
Yeah,
that deep. It's not like I'm gonna sit there at the tee off with a fucking pad of paper and
yeah,
a
but
pencil, and everyone's like,
you
"Hurry the
see,
fuck up, man! It's your shot." And I'll be like, "Hold on a second," and I'm just calculating shit on.
yeah, but
Hold on a
are you?
second! Holy fuck,
You
dude!
have to calculate how much left or how much right you have to strike. You can't
Not just
strike the
that.
ball
Well, there's more
straight
to
at the
it than that.
hole.
See, like I have a deviated spine because there's some scoliosis in my
Uh-huh.
family. So with me, it's very mild, but I don't have I have to compensate for how my trajectory goes. And over like 30 or so years plus of me calibrating that, I've gotten good at it, right? But do I
Yeah,
calculate the Coriolis effect? No. The left and right thing is just I know I have a bit of a natural fade, so I just tend to aim a
yeah.
little bit more to the left than I think I have to. But is there actual like calculation? Am I writing this down? Am I like is there numbers flying by? Is it like a beautiful mind where all the numbers and the equations and shit are flying around in his background and he's like having a fucking eureka moment or something? No. None of that happens.
Okay.
That's
When you strike that ball, can you inflict a rotation? Like if you hit it a little bit sideways, the
a little
ball
bit
will be spinning when it's going to be flying. Correct?
spinning when it's gonna be flying. I mean, it could
Yeah.
be. Depends on if I hit it dead center or not. But yeah, there's
Not
probably gonna be some
not
spin on
really
it.
dead
No one really
center.
hits
If
it
you
dead center. So,
Yeah, when you strike it, you
well,
try
there's a
to
reason why they
inflict.
call it a game of recovery. Like one guy can hit
Yeah,
280
I
yards,
didn't
and the
finish.
other. Oh, sorry.
You didn't get me.
Oh, sorry.
When you strike the ball, you are trying to inflict into the ball a rotation by striking it a little bit sideways.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. That might cause slice or fade. It might be
Yes,
a
but in
draw or a fade from that.
in this case, when you strike the ball like this, the ball will not be going in a straight trajectory. It will have an effect, slightly right or left too, while
If
it's
I put
moving in the
some
air.
left spin on it, looking top down on
Yeah,
the golf ball, if there is any clockwise rotation, me viewing the ball, that will cause it to turn to the right. If there's
yeah,
any counterclockwise rotation looking down, looking from behind the
left.
ball where I shoot it, it will turn to the
Yeah.
left. It's the same effect as when you've heard the expression "bend it like Beckham." Like you put right spin on a soccer ball, it turns to the left.
Yes.
However, the
Yes.
effect is different when the ball is on a surface because I play pool. If you put right spin, it's actually going to veer to the right eventually as it travels up table over a long
Yeah,
distance
I
at a
know.
certain force. But as soon as you put the ball in the air, it has the opposite effect. It goes the other way because there's no surface for it to grab onto.
Well, in the air, you have quanta effect. Quanta effect.
Wanda effect?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never heard of that. Okay, go on.
Yeah, it's the guy who invented the jet engine, and it's his discovery. And yeah, it explains how fluids move in on surfaces, solid
Like fluid
surfaces.
dynamics and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, this is when the ball is moving in the air, flying, and when it's on a table on pool, that's where actually is mechanics. It's friction
Yes.
between
Well, the different
solids.
there's a
Yeah,
surface it's actually resting on,
yeah.
and I haven't been able to even map it out in my head why. And I'm thinking that so let's see, it's spinning counterclockwise, and I shot it forward, and it's on a surface. Why is it starting to turn right? Whereas if it was in the air and it was a soccer ball, it would turn left. What is the process of that? So I think that there's a greater force on the front end of the cue ball because I've hit it from the back end. So more of the front end is hitting is touching the table by weight, by inertia, than the back end, which is causing the front end when it's spinning counterclockwise to catch the table in very microscopic amounts, and over time, gradually, it will
Yeah.
turn to the right by gripping itself that way as it spins. But in the air, it's different. There's a different dynamic, and it has to do with the way the wind goes across the ball. It's the same way as an airplane wing works, but on a ball, and it has to do with different forces being weaker and different forces being stronger on different sides of the ball as it flies, which cause it to push left or right. The exact process of how that all gets, like, I could probably watch a video and I would understand it, but no, I'm not going to explain it to you like I'm a fucking nuclear I'm not like a physicist, you know what I mean? But
Me neither.
I get what's going on. Like, I have a rough understanding of physics and shit. You know what I mean? A very good.
What about the friction coefficient?
I mean, I wouldn't be a two-time champion and multiple tournament winner if I didn't know how to fucking play pool. You know what I mean? I know what the hell's going on in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
We're talking. You wanted to tell me about the golf ball. What were you getting at? I get sidetracked very easily, man. I got like ADD and OCD. I forget to wash my hands 7 times a day. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's a joke, by the way.
See,
That's a joke. So
when you strike that ball and you inflict this kind of rotation, you will see the ball deflecting left or right side. When you strike it dead straight, it's gonna go dead straight.
yes,
Unless
but there could be other
there
reasons.
is wind.
There could be wind, there could be rain, there could be precipitation.
Yeah.
It could be the ball
Yeah.
wasn't crafted perfectly. Like, they're not perfect, right?
Yeah.
It could be there could be an imperfection in the ball that, like, there's more weight on one side, so it's wobbling and blip 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 in the air, you know, as it's moving. So many different factors. But if you strike it true and all conditions are right, yes, it's supposed to go straight. You're right. So what are you getting at?
The Coriolis is not there. You know.
It's too short of a 300. You know, the furthest somebody can drive that I know is 400 yards, and I know that sounds like bullshit, but I actually do have a friend who can hit 408 yards was his longest drive. Some people have that kind of thing. I'm 5'7" and 145, and I managed to have the proper mechanics and years of playing I've hit it 305 yards, but on average I hit it 270. 305 is even unheard of for my fucking size.
Well,
Caliber and shit.
imagine the professionals,
Yep, they hit
the
the
military. They
professionals can hit
can,
it like 350 on average to like fucking all the way up to 400 and past that. My point is between 200 and like 350 yards, I don't feel like you're gonna have enough time to really care about the
well, I
Coriolis
wanted to
effect. I
say
feel like maybe at a mile,
what
then you
I,
start thinking about it, or a little less
okay,
than a
yeah,
mile.
yeah, but the military, they are striking dead center, 100 kilometers far away.
Yeah.
They don't account for any kind of Coriolis ever.
And why do you think that is? If they're explaining it to us like they are.
Well, all they account is ballistics. That's actually ballistics is a military science.
Okay.
You don't learn it in ordinary school systems,
Yeah.
and it's a exclusive
I don't
science
call
in the
school school. I
military.
call it
Yeah.
indoctrination, and school is outside of the classroom. But I mean, if you really want to learn,
Yeah,
not really in a
the
classroom. That's a
civilian
curriculum.
schools and stuff, yeah, it's a lot of pseudoscience. But
That's just
when you
bullshit.
go in the army, at the
And it matters,
academy and
obviously.
study ballistics, you will see it's a different kind of science. It's a science which is does not include the theories
So
and
what
all
you're
the
getting at is
cliché.
that they are
Yeah.
basing their method of shooting for a flat Earth
Yeah.
and not for a curved spinning Earth, is what
Yes.
you're saying. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I get where you're going. And I would entertain that if it was over the distance of like say 3, 4, 5 miles. But when you're shooting something that heavy with that much inertia behind it, it's that dense and it's able to destroy shit. When it's moving that way, it's very hard to get it to go the other way. Have you ever tried to stop a train? It's not gonna want to. It wants to keep going that way. Inertia means an object is either held in place and doesn't want to change where it's stuck there. It has to have a force greater than it being stuck there to get it moving. When something is moving, there's also inertia to get it to change direction or
Inertia
stopping.
Inertia means that a body has kinetic energy in it.
You're describing the same thing, just a different way. You're giving
Yeah,
different aspects of it.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So,
So we understand what that is. If I'm shooting
mhm,
something super fast, I don't feel like,
yeah.
well, look, if I'm in a moving car and I'm just in the passenger seat and I'm a kid and I'm playing with a golf ball and I'm just throwing it in the air and catching it while we're driving, am I accounting for the car moving?
Sorry, my
Because
time is up.
I don't think
I have to run. I have to run to
Yeah,
work. But
and then the
it was
car
nice to
takes
talk.
a turn.
Okay,
Take
but
care.
the
Then the
car
car
is
takes a
moving,
turn.
right? I get that, but the world's not taking turns. It's always either spinning or it's either flat. Let's say that it's one of the two. We don't know. Let's just say it theoretic, just for the basis of the argument. Okay, let's say it could be either or. The Earth, when it's flat, it's not taking turns. When it's spinning, it's constantly. If it's spinning, then it's constantly spinning, and it's been doing that for billions of fucking years, right? So it's not going to make any sudden turns. Just like I'm only describing this if we're driving straight down a highway, there's no bumps, whatever. It's windless. What am I doing? I'm throwing the ball up, and I'm catching it. I'm not accounting for. I need to throw it forward with myself as we're moving, so that I can catch it up there on the road. No, because I'm the foundation of where the ball left was already in acceleration because the wheels are moving. The car is on the wheels. I'm in the car, so therefore it's all
Yes.
relative. You know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah, but the
Does that
Earth
make sense?
isn't going straight ahead, right? It's allegedly turning around its
Okay, but it's
axis. It's
but
all
it's a standard direction, right? It's not ever changing. That it's just like you can
it
you can
does it
you can
does
predict
because
that
we
it's
are
going to be over there in a couple
it,
hours, right?
it does
It's spinning.
because A is going in a circular motion, which is constant acceleration.
Right,
B,
but
it's
it's a
going in an
constant. It's not changing, is what I'm saying.
it's
I get where
so
you're going
circular
with the
motion
argument,
is
but I have to shut you
circular
down because
motion is
you're not understanding
acceleration,
what I'm
correct?
saying. Okay, forget all that. Something is going one direction, right? The car. fuck the turning, fuck the bumps, screw the air, all that other shit. I'm throwing a ball up and down. I don't calculate that we're moving in the car when I do that. Same thing goes for we're on an Earth. It's always spinning. If if anything, my bullet should be going up off into space some more, because when you fucking spin a tennis ball with water on it, the water flies off of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
but your analogy, it's a wrong analogous, because Earth isn't going straight ahead. They claim it's an open system. It's
I get
rotating, so
that,
it's
but it's not making crooked lines. It's spinning it's always, you can calculate where to aim your shot, because the world's gonna, let's say it's spinning super fast. So I'm gonna aim a little bit lower so it doesn't fly off or whatever. I'm
That's
on
not
the
what
Earth.
they
The
do.
Earth is moving, I'm moving, so the bullet is already moving along with the target. So that environment is always the same. You get what I'm saying? I don't have to calculate the Coriolis, because I'm
Except that the movement of the ground has never been detected by.
Yeah, but you're not getting what I'm saying. Oh my god, it's so
Yeah,
frustrating.
we do. It's
You don't
you
have to
arguing
calculate
against,
for any of that.
right, because it doesn't happen, right? We don't. We Earth is stationary, right? But
That's not what
Coriolis,
I'm arguing. I'm arguing, okay, I'm going to give you your point that you want to argue it's flat. That's fine. I won't argue against you. You can believe what you want.
Right,
I'm
no,
saying that if something
real
is,
quick,
if I'm in a
there is
room
an
and the
important
room
thing.
is moving
There is an
and I
important
shoot,
thing there is an important thing that you might be missing out.
I don't
Like
have to accommodate for
the
the fucking world spinning,
yeah,
because it's not because the world doesn't spin. It's because
nobody.
the target is spinning along with the world, and my gun is spinning and I'm spinning. So when the bullet leaves the gun, we already have that environment established. You don't have to calculate for that fucking spinning. You're
incorrect.
no, you.
If the Earth was actually turning, then we must have Coriolis effect. You on the non-inertial reference frame are shooting something that is leaving that non-inertial reference frame, entering the inertial reference frame, having its own vector. So it's not attached to the non-inertial reference frames anymore. So it
Yeah,
would
but it was attached to
appear
it when it was fired, is what matters.
it would appear to deviate. It doesn't deviate, right? It's an apparent deflection, because you on the non-inertial reference frame are standing and watching some object in the inertial reference frame move in another vector, right? But this does not happen. Earth does not turn. There is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. That is not because of conservation of momentum, because that is not infinite.
I'm getting distracted by this guy who's like trying to talk condescendingly to me in the
It's
chat.
not condescendingly.
No, he's saying Bible says Earth is stationary. Maybe you should read it again. It's at the start of the book. Ha ha ha. Dead. Like a little rest in peace coffin. Like he's calling me stupid here. Like I haven't fucking read the book, is what he's saying to me, and it's kind of insulting. I'm not here
Come on, guys.
not
This
here to
isn't
talk
the
shit
place
with
for that
people.
type of argument. We're trying to stick to the science here, and you're distracting. Roger's arguments are top notch, and Get Baguette is a really smart guy. He's hard to understand for new people, but once you get used to his
Yeah, I'm
accent
okay
there,
with that argument. I'm getting distracted by this guy who's trying to like insult me in the chat. Like what
yeah,
what are you
whoever
doing?
that is,
Don't worry
please,
about it.
please don't chaff and redirect for the flat earthers.
No,
I
no, I'm
apologize,
not
y'all.
trying
My
to. I'm
bad.
saying this guy is trying to
I'm
insult.
agreeing with you. I'm asking him nicely to stop.
Yeah.
He did apologize.
So conservation of momentum isn't an infinite thing, right? So I will grant you the first 100 meters of conservation of momentum, but then the Earth would start turning underneath it, right? So and no sniper takes account for Coriolis, no military, no sportsman, because it's non-existent on Earth, right? But if the
Now
Earth was
you're making
actually
sense.
turning,
See, that's the part of the argument that you weren't throwing in, and that's you're saying conservation of energy. So at a certain point, yes, the bullet will take its own power as whatever greater. Actually, I can tell you how it works because I do a masse on a pool table. Now, masse is when you strike down on the ball in a way that makes it go a certain direction, and then the spin kicks in and it turns. So you can actually curve the ball on the table. It's a very beautiful shot. Okay, it's called a masse. And basically what's happening is the drive, the spin, the force down on the ball was greater than the spin to begin with, which sent it the direction it goes. But then at some point, that force is not as great as the spin on the ball, so the spin takes over and it starts to go that way.
Yeah.
So now I get what you're trying to say. So the concept,
We know the explanations, right? Because
yeah, that is kind of odd. I'll give you that. Why don't they account for it? That's a good question.
so if an airplane goes from let's say the equator to on a globe Earth, from the equator north to, let's say, Norway, then if the Earth was actually spinning, right, and it left the runway, it had its own vector. It doesn't follow the Earth anymore. So for us,
at some point, the
standing on the
momentum of the Earth, where it took off from, it spinning with the Earth, at some point that force is not as great as the plane flying itself, is what you're saying.
so it has its own vector. It doesn't follow the Earth because they claim it's conservation of momentum, but that is not an infinite thing, right? So
that's what that term I was looking for is called, is conservation of momentum. Thank you.
yeah, we
Okay,
know
I didn't know what that was.
we know the explanations, but
Yeah.
it does not happen on Earth. Earth does not turn underneath things, but it has to do that if Earth was turning, right? If you and I are on a merry-go-round and we're sitting, you're sitting in front of me and we're going around, right? And I have this football and I throw it to you, it will not reach you because you are turning away,
Fly off
right?
to the side that's
So
outward
you are
from the
turning away from the football. I gave the football a new vector, right? And you are now turning away from the football. To us, it seems that the football is curving, right? But if you look above the merry-go-round,
and it's still going straight.
you see the ball go straight, but
Yeah.
the merry-go-round go round. So this does not happen on Earth, but it should happen, right? If an airplane goes from the equator to Norway, the Earth should turn underneath it at some point, but it does not. Never. Earth is not a spinning ball.
That's got to be tricky to land a plane on that, isn't it?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, because at some point now the plane it's been in the air for so long. How the fuck is the Earth's spin affecting it? Is what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I get
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. You see the point that it will be difficult for a plane to land at any time, especially let's say a helicopter. A helicopter could just hover, and the Earth will spin underneath it.
There's one test in August 2017. There was a big eclipse, and I went outside and I made one of those boxes that you put a piece of paper in, and you like put a little pinhole at the back, and the light gets
A
flipped
projector
upside down.
telescope.
Something like that, yeah. So I made one of those, and when I went and looked online at the path that the moon was supposed to be, the moon's shadow was supposed to be going across the states, and it was the one that went over Salem, and all those witches and weirdos went and fucking did whatever they're doing. That happened, right? And I tracked it, and I was like, wait a second, like I can't recreate it now, obviously, because it's not in front of me, and that's really hard for me to fucking do. But it didn't make sense with the flat Earth model, so it threw me off, and I was like, well, wait a second, this can't be right.
That's your problem right there, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, but there is no flat Earth model, right? If you want to make a flat Earth model,
No, I'm saying that if the flat Earth model was like the way that they said it was, where it's a disc
you're
and
straw manning us. You're straw.
so
There is no flat
the
Earth
moon
model.
and the moon and the sun, you believe are above the Earth at
Sir,
3,500.
try to understand. You're trying to debunk the president's second wife. He doesn't have one.
The
You understand?
president's second wife.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
No, I think that you're assuming that I'm trying to straw man. I'm just trying to lay out what I'm thinking
I'm
of.
not saying you're trying to do it, but it is indeed what you're doing because there is no flat Earth model, sir. Do you understand?
So then what? So then the disc that I assume flat earthers believe in, that's a made up. That's not like
Right,
real.
that's Flat Earth Society. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And if you'll notice, Obama comparing flat earthers to climate change deniers. Name drop Flat Earth Society, so when you search it, that's what's going to pop up.
So then, by process,
Promoted by Google. Excuse me, sir.
okay.
It's promoted by Google, and at the top of all the search, if you don't find anti-flat Earth rhetoric, you're going to find strawman flat Earth rhetoric by the Globers themselves, who can't take on our actual arguments, so they have to debunk strawman versions of ours. And this is the fundamental elements of fact checking. Thanks.
So then,
Not fact checking that you're responsible for doing, but this
No.
is how fact checkers debunk theories that they can't debunk head on. They make straw man versions of them, and then they debunk them. So please refrain from
Well, I
using
didn't mean
a
to
flat.
jump off
It's
this.
all right. I'm not blaming you like you did it on purpose. I'm just saying in the future, refrain
I'm
from
trying
making
to
arguments.
understand what you think it is what I'm getting at. So by process of elimination, based on what you said, you either don't know what flat Earth actually looks like, or you believe it just extends forever. So which is it that you believe it is?
Okay, that's a false dichotomy. So try to think about it like this, right? If you have a model Porsche, right, it's not going to be the actual Porsche, right?
No, it's a fucking representation.
Right. Okay. So we
Scaled
don't.
down, with unfunctioning parts and no real engine. And yeah, it's like the Pictomenian village or whatever the fuck it is, the fake village, the backdrop villages in movies, like the fake Western town with no, like it looks like it's a fucking town, but if you look at it from a different perspective, it's fucking just wood with paint on it and like it's being held up. Okay,
Right.
so I'm trying to figure out, what do you believe flat
You
Earth
have
was?
you have to allow people to finish their sentences because
Sorry,
you're doing
yeah.
great, but just let others finish their sentences before you jump in, bro. Come on.
Yeah, sorry.
He ain't doing too bad. He gets excited. That's understandable. You're not really crossed any lines just yet, right? You made a few mistakes, but we can overlook that. All right. So what we claim is that you can measure the Earth, and it's going to be without curvature. It's going to be stationary, and there is no vacuum of space that you can verify. So if you can build a model off of those three things, sure, go ahead. That's our model.
I
Right?
want to
But
know what
we don't
I'm
make
just
any
asking.
claim.
What do you
Sorry,
believe it is
I'm
personally?
trying to explain it to you, sir. We
Oh.
don't make any claim on the size or directions or locations of continents. We just know that every time we measure water, it's lacking curvature. So really, you could call us flat waterers or globe skeptics.
Okay. So like
Flat.
the way I am, you can call me someone who doesn't believe NASA has gone to the moon, doesn't believe that technology back then with 8 bits of RAM was somehow able to get you to the moon, and now 64 gigabytes of it can't fucking do the same. I want to know, like, I don't believe NASA. I don't believe we've been to the moon. I don't believe the government, and I don't believe different sects and cabals and people that like basically run the shadow government. Basically, I don't believe in any of the kind of narratives they push on us. I know a lot of shit's fucked up, but I believe personally, I think it's a globe, but I don't believe we've been to the moon.
So-
I don't believe we've left the
So
planet.
do you understand that the only supposed real picture they have of Earth, the only one, is
Oh
the
yeah, I
one when
know.
they went.
That's why
But-
I say I don't believe NASA. It's fucking
Right,
bullshit.
so
They
if-
change it every fucking year. Like,
So if you don't believe what they're showing you, what makes you? Hold on,
they're-
give me a second. Give me a second.
oh, he just
Let me
said
finish.
it though. Don't control the narrative, lead it or whatever.
Yeah. So if you don't believe what they're showing you, then why do you believe the Earth is a globe? If you have never experienced the Earth as a globe, nobody has ever had. They haven't detected any spin, right? They haven't. They haven't measured curvature. Nobody has ever measured curvature, and you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a container. Okay. What? So you're talking about vacuums and shit? You're talking
Well,
about?
How do you have gas pressure? How do you contain gas? I mean, how do you have gas to be pressurized?
Mm-hmm.
What do you need for that to happen?
For there to be, you need a container.
Right. And without that, what happens to the gas?
It's expelled everywhere, just into the
Everywhere.
atmosphere.
Right. And that's what they're saying that we live at next to, right? We have gas pressure here on Earth.
Yeah.
And then we have an emptiness, a less pressurized system next to it. and the gas is still here.
Okay.
That can't happen. I mean, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You can't